The Ebenezer Plantation, Curse of Coveting Stones, Chapter 1, Grasping for Rescue, Monday, October 16th, 1995. Sunrise came with white brilliance of fog that captured the light, but would not let it sink into the tunnel below. Surprisingly, the temperature of the tunnel had remained about the same through the night. The stirring of the leaves woke Dustin. Getting his bearings, he mumbled, "Something is up there." His heart beat fast as he deliberated whether or not he should look. If it's a wild animal, it will either follow the smell of blood down the branch or stay above, preventing any escape out of the tunnel. Maybe I shouldn't look. The fog may prevent seeing it anyway. He listened and heard more rustling. He tried to wake Grace by whispering her name. She moaned and tried to speak, but all that came out was a faint whisper. She tried to clear her throat, but Dustin could tell she desperately needed water. He decided to go up the ninja tree to the river for water. He carefully lifted her up from his lap and gently sat her up against the wall. Climbing out seemed relatively easy if he just kept his first footing on the log. Halfway up, his left foot slipped, causing him to straddle the branch. He heard a crack. He leaned his body upright, back toward the floor, holding himself between the legs, and let out a withdrawn moan. He heard Grace whimper. Dustin slowly got his feet back on the log and carefully maintained sure footing until he was able to find himself on solid ground. He caught a glimpse of a deer running away through the fog. Everything from his shoulders down was draped in fog. He was afraid that if he left the opening of the tunnel, there was a possibility that he couldn't find it again or that he would fall into it. His mind raced. Surely she couldn't climb the branch as he did. Leaving her here for several hours while he went to get a ladder or a rope might be the only way. Dustin decided his first duty was to get her some water. Being an Eagle Scout has advantages in the wild, but it was really about being creative. He needed to be able to see the branch sticking out of the hole. He thought about how he could make it longer. Dustin looked in the direction of the Savannah River. The fog was thicker and higher on the river. He felt around on the ground for a stick. He ripped off the hem along the bottom of his plaid shirt and tied the stick to a short, broken branch on the log. He made sure the stick was taller than the fog, so he could find the hole when he returned. He tried to walk exactly even with the stick in the direction of the water, following the sound of the moving water until he was upon it. He stooped down and drank for himself until his stomach was full. He took off his plaid shirt, leaving on his torn white shirt he'd ripped to aid Grace. He soaked his plaid shirt until it was dripping wet and wrung it out several times. He dipped it one last time. He folded it carefully to keep as much water in the cloth as possible and submersed it again. Then he ran in the direction of the stick. Once he arrived, he carefully placed it over his shoulder so that he could climb down using both hands. He noticed on the way down that the branch was half broken in the middle where he had slipped. He reached the tunnel floor and called, "Grace." "There you are. Open your mouth. I'm going to squeeze some water into your mouth from my wet shirt." She drank and cleared her throat. When the water was gone, she tried to speak. "Thank you." He answered humbly, "Oh, you're so welcome, Grace." She whispered, "Was it hard to climb out?" He thought of his fall and the crack of the branch and said, "Not at all. Didn't you see how I danced and twirled as I climbed?" He tried to muster a gentle laugh. Grace, on the other hand, began to cry. "While you were gone, I tried to stand, but I couldn't without getting dizzy. I can't put pressure on my left knee and my lower back is screaming. I heard the branch crack when you fell. I don't think I can climb out. I think I'm going to be stuck here a very long while." Dustin knew she was right. He thought if he had a rope, he could pull her up. If he had a ladder, he might be able to get her on his back and carry her out. But he would still need to run back to the plantation for anything he might need. Dustin whispered, "Grace, I have to go get something or someone to help you get out. That means you're going to be down here alone for possibly up to 3 hours. My goal is 1 hour." She cleared her throat again. "I assure you, I don't like it, but I will do my best to be patient." Grace looked upward to the light and saw that the fog had almost cleared the trees in the rising sun. She was able to watch a ray of sunshine illuminate the top of Dustin's hair, then light the west side of the tunnel, almost as though they had flipped a switch. Dustin was able to see Grace. Her hair was matted with blood that had also dried in streaks on her face. Her clothes were pressed with dirt so completely that her white sweater was muted to gray. Dustin's heart sank to see her covered in blood and dirt. He kneeled down and swept away the hair that was clinging to her face. He used the wet plaid shirt to lovingly clean her face, then hands. Grace watched him as he gently wiped the sticky blood from her face. He made eye contact with her as he cleaned. When he finished, he placed the folded shirt on the ground. He looked at her, and she looked at him. They both could feel the want that they had had for each other. He slowly leaned in, close to her face. He tilted his head and closed his eyes. Grace closed her eyes too. He gently kissed her lips once, holding the contact for a few seconds, then pulling away. Looking directly into her eyes, he said, "I promise you that I will come back for you as quickly as I can. I will not rest until you are in a hospital, and even then I will sit up all night praying for your relief. You have saved me in ways I didn't recognize until I thought I lost you. I can't leave you down here alone. Please tell me to go, otherwise I don't think I can." Grace's pulse raced as her heart wish was coming true. She was already touched from his efforts to get water. He had cleaned her face and hands and filled her heart with so much love and comfort that she felt she could not ask any more of him. "Dustin, leave me with a prayer, and I'll be okay." He immediately bowed his head and prayed. "Oh God, dear Father, we ask you for your protection and mercy. Please watch over my dear Grace as I go to get needful things to rescue her. Please bless her to be safe and well. Heal her of her infirmities. Please guide me to be a better companion to Grace. Please continue to help and guide us in our afflictions. And we pray in the name of the Holy One. Amen." Grace smiled and said, "Amen. Thank you, Dustin. Please go, but hurry back." "I promise I will." He rose and took a few steps and stopped. He swiftly turned and hurried back to Grace. Dustin took her in his arms, and their lips met. Dustin pursued a passionate yet tender kiss. It melted the urgency of his exit to save her from the tunnel into an emotional emergency to comfort her with his true feelings of romantic love. Dustin's passion left no more doubt or guessing of his intentions toward Grace. Dustin whispered, "I've been stubborn and selfish with my feelings, and I'm so sorry. There have been so many moments I wanted to kiss you, but I couldn't let myself. Last night I lost my resolve. I don't want to push my feelings away. I want to be with you. I really want you to know that I am changed." Grace threw her arms around him in relief and cried. He added, "I feel a sense of urgency to get you out of whatever this is. I'm going to go. Be strong, Grace. Okay?" She nodded a slow yes, for fear that speaking would bring tears that would damage his courage. He began to climb up the branch. He tried to avoid the damaged section of the branch, but as he stepped beyond it, it cracked more. He kept his momentum up, and in his last burst of energy to get out, the branch broke and collapsed into the hole. Grace screamed and cried out, "Dustin!" She grabbed her head to ease the pain that her scream had cost her. Dustin landed chest first on the edge of the hole. His legs dangled while he caught his breath and held on. "Grace, did it hit you?" he gasped. No, I'm okay. Did you get hurt?" Dustin assured her, "I'm okay. I'm okay." He swung his leg up on the edge and was able to climb out. He sat on his knees, looked up, and whispered, "Thank you." He yelled into the hole, "I will come back soon, Grace. You be strong." Grace tried to raise her voice and yell without hurting her head. "I will, Dustin. I will. Hurry." Dustin stood up and started running, slow and steady. Occasionally he ran as fast as his body could allow for just a minute, then slowed to a normal pace, and even paused for a drink from the river. He couldn't get the picture of Grace covered in blood out of his mind. He wondered how she could pass the time without allowing fear to overcome her. He worried about her getting an infection or getting too cold. The night had been cold, but having her on his lap had kept them both warm. Fear made his legs move faster. He arrived back at the Ebenezer Plantation in 35 minutes, just in time to see the lights of the police car coming down the lane. Chapter 2. The Tunnel of Truth. Grace looked around at the tunnel as the sun illuminated the hole. She could tell someone had built it by stacking small logs braced by large beams of wood. The beams were carefully placed every 8 feet from floor to ceiling. The beam support had given way to the spot where 2 sections of 8-foot logs had come together. The beam at that spot must have been what hit her on the head. She gave a prayer of thanks as she realized she could have been killed. She saw a pattern in the dirt to the north. Grace leaned closer and found footprints. Her eyes got bigger, and she scooted closer to touch them. The idea that she was peeking in on history and discovering a secret astonished her. This tunnel was used, and probably often. "The coin," she whispered. "Whoever made those footprints must have dropped it." She rubbed both sides of the coin with the corner of her shirt, then looked closely at it. It was gold. One side had a woman wearing a crown, and the other side had a wreath with a date she couldn't quite make out. She rubbed it again and held it directly in the light. It was dated 1854. She could scarcely believe it. "That was just before the Civil War," she said softly. "How much is it worth?" She searched under the dirt where she first fell for more, but found nothing. Grace began to feel the floor of the tunnel in the other direction. Rising to her feet, she stood on her right leg until the dizziness went away. Because of the bright daylight, she was able to see about 20 feet into the tunnel southward. She began limping forward. An end to the wall indicated a turn. Turning, she limped along the new wall into darkness. 2 feet in, she accidentally kicked something hard. She cried out in pain and slid down to rest against the wall in the dark. She felt for what she had kicked and found the object. A small wooden box. After a few deep breaths, She mustered the strength to stand. She bent down to pick up the box and limped as fast as she could back into the daylight by the cave-in. The box was very well preserved, but dirty. It was made of wood and covered in leather down to the middle of the lid and on the base. The lid was on tight, as if it had absorbed all the moisture in the room to seal it. Grace tried to pull the swollen lid from the bottom of the box, but a splinter sharply inserted itself under her fingernail. "Ow!" she squealed, throwing the box against the wall. She found the splinter with her tongue, bit down and pulled it out and spit. She breathed in, held it, and slowly exhaled. Grace looked over to find the box had opened. A few old papers lay on the floor. Grace scooted herself closer and perked up when she saw the old paper was in excellent condition. Leaning on her right side, she gathered up the papers and anxiously rushed to the light in the tunnel to read the beautiful calligraphy. "I, Duncan Stone, write this history of my town, my life, my dealings with the government, society, and my beloved African friends. This, the day of our Lord being October 12th, 1864, I find myself urgently vested to create a record for which the truth may be revealed. To those who will make and create law to protect mankind against destroying freedom. Ebenezer, Georgia, was established in 1734. The city, named for a Hebrew word meaning stone of help, was the jewel of the Savannah River. In the beginning, the Reverend Johann Martin Bolstius wanted to make this city a religious utopia, and he did. My own great-great-great-great-grandparents began the first of the silk plantations in America. The stone plantation has been handed down from father to son since the beginning. When a brother from Germany came and warned my great-great-great-grandparents of German soldiers coming to take away what we had built, it was decided that the stone plantation, being several miles north of the rest of the town, would be the best location for an escape tunnel. The tunnel was dug from the root cellar, parallel with the Savannah River, into the land north. The first tunnel was the only tunnel the town built together, and it was completed in a short amount of time. It was narrow and small until it cleared the house. Then it scaled the height of a man plus a few feet. Later, my own family dug more tunnels to confuse anyone who had been in pursuit of us. Some of the tunnels led west towards Monroe, and others led northwest. We developed a code to know which tunnel would take us to freedom without getting lost underground, but it's found in the Bible itself. Find the narrow way that leads to life and salvation in these tunnels. This community blossomed, despite the destruction of the hand of the British troops in the Revolutionary War that separated us from their rule. By the grace of God, none of my ancestors ever needed the tunnels for their intended purpose. The godly city of Ebenezer was slowly abandoned to the lure of greed. Monroe's lifestyle was built on the backs of the African slaves and upon the puffed-up pride of high society. I saw and felt the South turn from the believing in God to believing they were gods. Alternatively, I have used my resources to provide as much relief from their suffering as I could muster. The tunnel my German ancestors dug beneath my home stands in its 129th year. I have employed the long underground trail to free many slaves to the north. We are all God's children. Is it not our responsibility to treat all men as our Lord did? After I received word that Atlanta was captured, I made preparations in the tunnel supply room to flee north at the first sign of soldiers in our little Ebenezer. My greatest fear is that it would not be the men of the north, but the men of the south that will come for us. Those who are power-hungry and bloodthirsty when it comes to revenge. Succession happens not only in governments, but also in relationships with each other and God. Succession is merely the choice one makes when one no longer desires to keep a former commitment. In my experience, those who fail to keep a commitment determine it is necessary to oppress those who progress in upholding their commitments. But alas, they will learn the work of revenge is not enough to replace the loss of honor in a troubled soul who will not keep covenants. Revenge will not redeem. To be redeemed and changed is truly freedom. Those who repent and come unto him will be delivered up unto peace and salvation through the Holy One of Israel, the stone of help. He is the true Ebenezer. At last, the Union Army is upon us. I have left another copy of this letter on my desk for those who may come after us and occupy this house. I can only hope my sweet Ebenezer Plantation will stand many generations from now as the stone of help that it has been for generations. This is my prayer. Duncan Stone, October 12th, 1864. Grace used the inside of her shirt to wipe the tears from her eyes and down her cheeks. She was overcome with love for Duncan Stone and everything he taught her about this home and the gospel. She bowed her head and pleaded with God to forgive her and for her behavior with Garrett, her foolish pride, doubts, and weaknesses. Grace pleaded to be able to get out of the tunnel so that she may return with light to explore more of the history that may be hidden within its walls. She vowed to get this letter to Grammy Stone to convince her of what she had already felt, that Ebenezer is a sacred place. She poured out her love for Dustin and the gospel and gave a commitment to be baptized as soon as she could. She closed her prayer and carefully placed the delicate letter back into its box for safekeeping. Grace got back to her feet and limped back to the place where she had found the box in the dark. She felt around for more boxes or anything pertaining to the room Duncan Stone had mentioned. Holding to the east wall, where she had kicked the box, she ran into a larger box. She felt around, found a latch on the front. She opened the latch with force and threw open its tall arched top. In the darkness, Grace tried to smell the contents before putting her hand in. Slowly, she ran her hand down the edge of the chest on the inside until she felt something. It was cloth. Silk, to be exact. Grace picked it up and limped back to the light. The cloth was smooth, white silk that had yellowed over time. She lifted up the first layer of silk. The bolt of silk under the first layer was perfect. She ran her hands up and down the soft, beautiful fabric. She murmured, "Duncan Stone made this silk." Limping back into the room, she returned the silk to the chest for safekeeping and felt around for more. She nearly tripped over a small but heavy box. It was small enough for her to hold it. As she lifted it, she felt a strain on her lower back. Grace yelled out in pain, then sharply inhaled as the pain took her breath when she stood up. Grace found relief by sliding down the wall to a sitting position, with her legs straight out in front of her. She used her left hand to feel for the box and unlatched it. She opened the lid, put her hand inside, and screamed. Chapter 3. Dustin's Strength. Dustin quickly ran into the house by way of the back door. He knew Grammy would be in the kitchen at this hour of the morning. The look on her face was relief and horror as she took in the awful sight of blood all over the front of his shirt. Through heavy breaths, he said, "Grammy, we fell in a tunnel by the river. Grace is hurt. I managed to get out, and I'm here to get a ladder or rope to get her out. Please, Quickly pack water bottles, food for her and me. I need bandages, rubbing alcohol, towels, Kleenex or toilet paper, painkiller, a small thin blanket, and anything else you might think we might need or want. I'm going to grab a rope and a ladder. I just saw the police driving up the lane, so please hurry. I need to get back on my way before you open the door. Quickly, please, Grandma, help me. She hurried over to the stove and threw the sausage gravy in a container with a spoon. Grabbing all the biscuits she had baked that morning, she threw them into a bag. She grabbed a backpack and loaded it with all the items Dustin had requested. She noticed his new cell phone charging on the counter and threw it in. She opened the back door and saw him running from the barn, carrying a ladder and a rope. Boss was sitting in his kennel watching Dustin. He perked up and sniffed toward the front of the house and began running back and forth in his kennel. Grammy met Dustin halfway and gave him the backpack. He ran quickly into the woods while Grammy walked briskly to answer the front door, as she knew the officer had to have been knocking for at least a few minutes. The officer was walking away when Grandma slowly opened the door.
Yes? Can I help you?
He was startled and grabbed his gun with one hand, while the other dropped the paper he was holding. With a walk like John Wayne, he began to swag towards her.
Mrs. Iris Geneva Stone?
She rolled her eyes and answered,
Yes.
I am Sheriff Larry from the Effingham County Sheriff's Office. I am here to present you with this notice of foreclosure from the Bank of Monroe. You are hereby given warning to vacate this property within 30 days of this notice. Have a nice day, ma'am.
He tipped his hat and spit tobacco juice. It landed dangling on a pink rosebud that climbed the trellis to the upper balcony. She grabbed the paper, shut the door, and applied the deadbolt to it. She peeked out the window of the parlor and saw the officer peeking around, with his hand still on his gun. Grammy quickly walked back to the kitchen, out the back door, and unlatched Boss's kennel. Boss was at the back of the kennel watching Dustin running out of sight into the woods. Grammy whistled twice. She was safely behind the kitchen door when Boss ran toward the gate of the kennel. He stopped and sniffed the air. Boss put his head down and growled. The smell of the officer enraged him. Boss darted to the front of the house. Seeing his sprint, Grammy giggled and called herself naughty as she headed back to the kitchen. The sight of the black 150-pound Rottweiler running toward him was too much for the old overweight officer to handle. He nearly wet himself before he arrived safely at his car. Boss viciously pummeled himself into the driver's side door, causing a dent. The officer started his patrol car and peeled the dirt under his tires to escape. Grammy had made it back to the parlor window in time to see the dent in the police car, and Boss chasing it up the long tree-lined entrance to the county road.
That's right, Boss, she said. This is still our plantation. I have paid the mortgage on time, and I know there's no way this paper is legal. Oh, how I love that dog. I'll better find him a reward from the kitchen. She watched Boss walk happily back toward his open kennel. She adjusted the curtain for privacy and walked with a kitchen chair and a partially frozen steak to the back door. After throwing Boss his treat, she sat down to watch him eat while she waited for Dustin and Grace. She began humming a beloved revival song. Her eyes soon grew heavy, and she fell asleep. Dustin ran with the ladder and backpack, only stopping from time to time for water. He was exhausted, but when he saw the hole in the distance, he found new energy.
He insistently started calling for Grace as he lowered the ladder, then himself down. He did not hear her reply. Dustin called for her again and paused to listen. A faint voice called to him from within the tunnel. Dustin asked her to keep talking so he could find her. He practically stepped on her when he did. "Oh, Grace, how did you get in here? What is this place?" She quickly answered. I was curious and I limped, and no, it's a room made by your ancestor Duncan Stone." He questioned. "Duncan Stone? But the Stones didn't occupy Ebenezer until after the Civil War. Well, Grammy told me that." Dustin bent down to lift her up, but fell down himself with a muscle spasm. Oh! I must have hurt my back carrying the ladder." Grace sympathized. "Oh, Dustin, sit down next to me and rest. I want to tell you more about what I found while you were gone." Dustin slowly sat down in the dark with his back against the wall like Grace. He felt for her hand and grabbed it tight. "I've been out of my mind worried about you. Why are you sitting here in the dark when you could be sitting in the light?" Grace answered. "I hurt myself too. I originally saw more of the tunnel when the sun came up, and it illuminated the opening of this room. I had to see what it was. As soon as I turned into the room, I kicked something. I took the box in the light where I could open it, and it turned out to contain a letter from Duncan Stone." Dustin was stunned. "What? I'm so confused." Grace answered. Duncan was the 4th generation of Stones to live in this plantation here in Ebenezer. The original Stones came from Germany and gave themselves the name of Stone after they helped settle Ebenezer, which means Stone of Help. The letter says this tunnel goes all the way to your plantation and even further north from here. These tunnels were used to free slaves before the Civil War. Duncan Stone wrote that he was going to use it to save his family, your family, from the violence of the war itself. He reminds me so much of you. The way he's so driven and passionate." Dustin felt intoxicated by the new information. Well, where's the letter?" It's in a box by the cave-in," Grace answered. "I left it there to come back and see or feel what else was in the room. The letter describes this room as a supply room holding clothing, food, and chamber pots." Grace bit her lip and added, "And wow, I could really use one of those right now." Dustin tried to stand and said, "You're probably hungry and thirsty too. I have food and water right here in my backpack." He took out the water bottles, the container full of sausage gravy, and the bag containing the biscuits, and felt his phone. "Oh, thank you, Grammy." "Grace, look, she packed my phone in the backpack." Grace asked hopefully, "Do you have a signal?" Dustin pulled out his phone and flipped it open. "Not one bar, but we have a light." He held it high and looked around the room. "Look at all those chests and boxes." He tried to move, but his sore back protested with a sharp pain. He leaned over to pick up with one hand the small box closest to Grace. He felt the strain in his back again, but he pressed on as the situation at hand screamed louder than his pain. To his surprise, the box was heavier than he expected. Grace laughed. "I did the same thing with that box. I didn't expect it to be as heavy as it was. That is why I'm sitting here in the dark. Guess what's in the box?" Dustin said, "Let's find out." Grace opened the latch and carefully pulled back the lid to rest on the back hinges. Dustin held the phone over the box and gasped. "Gold coins!" Grace said, "There are at least a few hundred or more $3 pre-Civil War gold coins, Dustin." They all have a picture of a woman with a crown on one side and the date of 1854 on the other. They have to be worth a lot of money, right? Amazed, Dustin shook his head and said, I don't know. His mind raced ahead as to what the money could mean for the plantation. This is amazing. Wait, how did you know what the coins look like in the dark? When I fell in the tunnel, my hand landed on a coin and it stuck to my palm. I peeled it off my hand, stuck it in my pocket. Then after you left, I remembered to take it out and look at it in the sunlight. Then I just sat there feeling the coins in the box and compared them with the coin in my pocket, and they're the same. Dustin chuckled. I'm glad you were entertained. I've been worried sick about you down here. I need to get you out of here. Do you think you can move now? How are you feeling? She smiled. I feel peaceful, Dustin. I can't explain it. I feel like everything is going to be great, and I have such excitement in my heart. He shined the phone closer to her face, causing her to squint and put her hand up to shield her eyes. He couldn't help but feel excited, too. He put one hand on each side of her soft and still somewhat dirty face and kissed her over and over again. Hope filled their hearts from the relief of finding the gold and each other's love. Dustin laughed and said, Well, let's see what other presents our ancestors left us. Somewhat embarrassed, Grace said, Dustin, I wasn't joking about needing to use a chamber pot. Can you help me up? Grace took the chamber pot and went into the tunnel to the south while Dustin stayed in the room to look in the boxes. He grunted as he twisted to relieve the pain in his back. Grace came back, leaving the pot in the tunnel. She sat down again and felt around in the backpack. She took a biscuit and a bottled water out to ease the hunger pangs in her stomach. Dustin opened the large trunk Grace had found and pulled out a bolt of white silk. Why would they keep fabric here? Dustin inquired. Grace eagerly answered, They made silk, Dustin. This was a silk plantation. That building with all the tables must have been to raise silkworms. He was overwhelmed. He felt intimately connected with the history of his family and the plantation. He opened the lid to another chest and found several items of old clothing, enough for a whole family. Grace spoke with her mouth full. In this letter, Duncan said that these tunnels would save his family, and then that this room held what they needed to escape and start a new life in the north. But I don't understand why they didn't take the gold and the clothes and stuff. Dustin added, or why there's no record or oral history of them ever being in Ebenezer before the Civil War. Dustin froze, then turned his head and shifted his eyes as if he was listening to something far away. He said urgently, We really need to go. When I went for the ladder, I saw the police car with its lights on driving up the lane to the main house. They might be looking for us, or me. Grace drank the last of the water in the bottle and laid it by her side. She lifted up her hands and asked, Would you help me up again? He used his mouth to hold the phone as he grabbed both of her hands to pull her up. They both winced in pain. Dustin whispered, Wait here. He gave her the phone and limped to the cave-in. There was Boss looking down into the hole. As soon as the beast saw Dustin, he barked. Dustin yelled up to him, Boss, good boy. Sit, Boss, sit. Shh, no speak. He ran back to the room to Grace and said, It's Boss. Grammy must have sent him to find us. Grace laughed. I heard. Dustin said, We need to take a few of these coins home. Grace asked, Why not all of them? Well, what if they're out here looking for us and they find us and they take all our coins? This must be the gold they're looking for. You're right, Dustin. Let's just take a few to see what they're worth and then come back for the rest later. Dustin smiled and excitedly whispered,
"You know what this means for the plantation, right?"
"I can scarcely believe it. Thank you, Grace. Thank you for falling into this tunnel and finding the gold."
"I would have just stayed at the opening and never ventured out. You and your curiosity has found the blessing in the trial."
He put his right hand up the back of her hair and gently pulled her into a kiss. Their embrace was filled with joy and excitement, but quickly ended when Boss began barking again. Grace smiled and said, "Let's go home and show Grammy." Dustin put a few coins in his pocket, lifted up the backpack, and threw it on his back. He helped Grace limp to the ladder. Boss barked again, but Dustin could see he was barking south and backing up to the north. Dustin whispered, "Grace,
there's someone or something up there with Boss. Now's not a good time to leave. Let's move the ladder and hide it for a few minutes."
He took the ladder away from the opening and tucked it out of sight north of the cave-in. He grabbed the box with Duncan Stone's letter and helped Grace over the pile of dirt and boards. They both slipped away in the dark north of the ladder. Grace whispered, "Dustin, I read in the letter that this tunnel has an opening just 30 miles south of Tennessee. If we have to, we can walk out of here and leave Boss to contend with whatever's up there. Or we can follow it back to the plantation and come up from the cellar." The sound of a gunshot and a yelp made Grace slap her hand to her mouth to muffle her cries. Dustin could see diagonally through the cave-in and saw Boss, his longtime friend and protector, stagger and fall to the ground. Dustin reached for Grace. He quietly gestured to come to him on the south side of the tunnel. She continued to cry for Boss as they walked toward the plantation. When they passed the supply room, Grace stopped. She whispered quickly, "Dustin, we should take the gold. Someone's up there, and if they're capable of shooting Boss, then they're capable of taking the gold from a hole if they find it." Dustin went to the supply room while Grace stood watch. He swung the backpack to the ground, unzipped it, and dropped the box inside, making a crunch against the other water bottles. Grace made a soft noise. "Shh, I heard something." They froze and heard the sound of footsteps in the leaves next to the hole. Dustin and Grace could barely breathe. A southern voice yelled,
"Yoo-hoo! That'll teach you to mess with me, you stupid butt! Ah, look, someone dug you a grave."
Dustin shined the light on himself and stepped into the hall to motion Grace to come into the room, then closed his phone. They heard the voice again.
"What in tarnation is this? That dadgum hole is deep. Well, I'll be a... Well, that's one of them there tunnels. Timothy's looking for those. Woo-hoo! He's got to see this."
Dustin pulled Grace in tighter as he saw a light shining into the hole.
"Hey, boss," the man spoke loudly. "It's Larry. Yeah, that's Sheriff Larry," Dustin whispered. "I found it," the sheriff continued. "I found your tunnel. Bring the map. It's time to find the gold. Bring all that stuff we packed." "I don't know." "I bet a white skunk is still in your trunk." "Yeah, No, I need to stay here so we don't lose it in the fog." No, park next to my squad car on the main road. Yeah, just past the Stone Plantation a few miles. It's just straight east from there." "Well, whistle when you get here. I'll whistle back till you find me."
Grace cried, "Dustin, what do we do?"
"Sounds like we're going to have company, and he ain't leaving. We can't climb up out of the hole now. You're hurt, and it's possible you couldn't get up the ladder anyway, and with my back injured, I don't think I can carry you or the gold up that ladder either."
Grace paused and then whispered, "My gut is telling me to use the tunnel to go back to your house, well, instead of north. Maybe we can find a place to hide the gold along the way. How long are we going to be able to use your phone for a light before it's dead?" Dustin replied, "Maybe an hour or more," Grace said confidently. "Then we better get going." Chapter 4. Traveling Through the Tunnel. Dustin and Grace chose to feel their way through the tunnel without light as much as they possibly could to save battery life. They had just passed the supply room when Grace remembered the chamber pot she used and directed Dustin to the right side of the tunnel to avoid it. Grace held on to Dustin as a crutch to displace the weight from her sore hip. Dustin walked slightly hunched from the overexertion of muscles in his back. They were both injured, yet together they felt whole. Thinking about the loss of his faithful dog, Boss, Dustin said, "There has to be something I can do about Sheriff Larry shooting my dog. Did you hear what he said?" "You mean about the tunnel being his grave?" "No, he called someone boss." Grace prepared herself to tell Dustin everything about Garrett. "Yes, I heard. Who do you think his boss is?" Dustin's face was blank. "I don't know, but I keep thinking about the nightmare I had in my hotel room in Broomfield. It was frightening to see you so upset." "I'm sorry. I didn't tell you what the dream was really about. Do you want to know now?" Grace said, "Absolutely." "I was back in the time of the Civil War wearing the Union uniform of the North," Dustin began. "I was lost in a fog, which turned out to be smoke from cannons, and I saw you hovered over your grandmother, rocking back and forth crying, and she was dead. I looked closer and saw it was actually my own grandmother, Iris. I heard a shot, and you fell over Grammy. When I looked up, I saw Timothy coming toward me with a musket. He walked slowly, deliberately. I wasn't alarmed that he was pointing a gun at me." Grace could hardly believe Dustin's intuition. He continued, "I guessed that, when he saw that it was me, he would want to help me. Instead, he wanted to shoot me. I cannot imagine him being my enemy." I turned quickly toward Ebenezer and, startled by the sound of 20 men firing musket balls into our plantation house, I heard another single shot fire above the rest, and it came directly behind me, and then I woke. It felt like he was just using the persecution of the plantation as a distraction, and then he shot me. I know it's crazy of me to let a dream haunt me, but I just saw Tim, and he was happy to see me until my dog ripped him up. I thought the dream was some sort of premonition or vision into the truth. After seeing Tim and his injuries, I'm convinced my brain is just playing tricks." Grace thought Dustin might have heard Sheriff Larry mentioning Timothy's name. She thought Dustin was realizing Tim was the enemy. But just as in his dream, his heart won't allow his brain to believe it is Tim who wants to destroy him. Grace's mind replayed Tim's questions about the gold. She shrank at the thought that she might have helped him hurt Dustin. Grace slipped in a muddy spot and grabbed Dustin to save her fall. He grunted at the pain in his own back, but quickly said, "Grace, are you okay?" "Not really. My knee gave out. My hip feels like it might be cutting off circulation to my leg, and my ribs are throbbing." Dustin took a deep breath and stepped up his pace. Grace waddled faster, but suddenly asked him to stop. "Give me just a minute to stretch out the pain, okay?" she pleaded. "Sure, take whatever time you need. Do you want me to shine a light?" No, I'm okay. She stretched backwards and sideways and poked her right hand into her hip. "Oh, it hurts so bad." She pushed her hip forward and popped her back, then twisted the other way to pop the opposite side. She screamed in pain. Dustin opened the phone for Light. "What? Grace, what happened?" Grace was bent forward, holding her knees. "I popped my back, and it sent a bolt of pain through my hip." She took a deep breath. "But I'm better. The pain is gone," Dustin declared. "You are going to the hospital when we get out of here. I better not hear you get stubborn with me about it, or I'll just throw you over my shoulder and carry you there myself." Grace laughed. "Ooh, then we will both be in the hospital. You really want all of this on your back." She used a circular motion with her left hand to indicate herself. Dustin couldn't help but laugh. She really had been a light for him in this trial. He loved the closeness that they were sharing. He felt a burst of energy from her laughter. He hugged her and planted a hard kiss on her lips. "Ow!" Grace cried out. Dustin felt awful about hurting her with a kiss and bent down to kiss her again with gentleness. He pursed his lips so she wouldn't have to feel his whiskers on her skin. Grace said, "If our trip in the tunnel is going to be like this, let's do this again tomorrow." Dustin smiled. "Let's get through this today first. I'm turning off the light now." They began walking again after seeing the way was clear. Grace suddenly squealed and slapped the top of her head with her hand. A giant spider had to have dropped down upon her head. Dustin used his phone to check her. "Looks like a long root from the ceiling just brushed over your head." Grace replied, "Okay, I changed my mind. I don't want to come back tomorrow. This is super creepy and I feel like I need fresh air. It is so musty in here." Dustin shined his light ahead and quickly shut it off. He saw nothing but a clear tunnel with a few shallow puddles to walk through. "I would guess the smell is just a few dead rats and dead air. We're lucky it's cold because it would probably smell worse if it was hot." "I smelled it when I fell in, but as we go south, it seems to get stronger." "I think you're right. It does smell stronger. I didn't see anything. I'll shine the light each time we pass 3 of these big wooden supports. That's probably every 20 to 25 feet. How does that sound?" Grace held tighter to his left arm with her right and limped faster. "How many feet do you think we've gone since the supply room, Dustin?" "I think about 70 feet. When I was above ground running, I got back to the house in just about 30 minutes. Walking this slow is not going to get us there any sooner than about 2 hours, especially if we keep stopping." Grace began to breathe shallowly. Two hours? I don't know if I can do this, Dustin. 2 hours? I feel like the walls are closing in and my face feels tingly." "We can do this, Grace. You're hyperventilating. Breathing inside your shirt will prevent you from getting too much oxygen. Now let's pray and walk." She said, "Oxygen? What oxygen?" He pulled the collar of her t-shirt up to cover her nose and mouth. Grace breathed more calmly while he prayed. Dustin's voice was soft and reassuring. It was as if a bubble of security surrounded her and her dulled panic. They walked together again. The tunnel maintained a musty, moldy, dead air smell that had often made Grace dry heave for the want of oxygen. But she felt so much peace that she didn't notice Dustin hadn't used the light in more than 30 steps or so. Suddenly, both Grace and Dustin tripped over an obstruction and fell to the ground in front of them, their legs still laying over whatever it was. They both moaned and squirmed, inflicting more pain in places already screaming for rest. "Dustin, use the phone!" Grace said, her panic rising again. "Use the phone for light."
I dropped it, Grace. I'm sorry. I've been feeling around for it since it flew out of my hand. I just hope it didn't land in a puddle."
Grace painfully pulled her legs up and rolled over on her side on the wet ground. She fought the wild thoughts she was having. She began searching on her hands and knees for the phone. Dustin got out. I got it. No, wait, that's not a phone. What is this? Oh, Grace, I found a gun. Grace whimpered and let out a scream as her searching hands touched something bony, half covered by dirt. She quickly retracted her hand. The gun causing the death of that bony thing we tripped over? You figured that out, too? This feels like a long shotgun or something. How did you know it was a skeleton? Oh, I don't know. The clanking of bones when we tripped over it? Or maybe it was the skeleton hand I just grabbed looking for the phone? She began to dry heave again, then asked the obvious question. I wonder who we just tripped over. Dustin said, Yeah, I felt the legs with my hands after we fell, but I didn't want you to know we tripped over a corpse. Grace shivered. Don't say that word, Dustin. Find the phone, please. Please find the phone. Find the phone. Grace crawled forward to escape the bones. Her breathing had increased in frequency again. Dustin could tell the last 24 hours was too much for Grace, and felt for her in the dark. He found her foot. Grace screamed. Dustin made a calm, shushing sound as he brought her up on her knees, like him. He hugged her, caressed her back, and kissed her head. She held him tensely. He leaned down to kiss her on her cheek, and instead kissed her ear. Grace relaxed and slightly loosened her grip on him. Dustin slowly kissed her cheek in a line straight to her lips. Her cheeks were wet from tears of fear forced from her closed eyes. Dustin's lips found hers, and he softly kissed her partially open mouth. His warmth and tenderness melted her into active participation with his gentle kisses. Their passion for one another brought normality to the otherwise dark and morbid moment. It calmed both of them, but their increasing passion caused them to forget the rising urgency to escape. The sound of clanking tools hitting the ground in the distance broke their embrace. Though there was only blackness, they both turned their head in the direction of the sound. Dustin's heart pounded. He whispered, Shh, Grace, don't make a sound. We need to find that phone right now. They separated again, throwing their hands to the ground for want of light. They began feeling from one side of the tunnel to the other for the phone. Grace crawled away about 4 feet in front of where Dustin fell. She excitedly whispered, Dustin, I got it. Let's go. Dustin got to his knees. As he stood, the sound of coins and water bottles shifting in his backpack made a loud crunch. They held their breath and froze to listen for a response, but the distance and sounds the intruders were making consumed their noise. Dustin bent down and picked up the gun to use as a walking stick. They increased their pace after a quick flash of light from the phone. We shouldn't shine a light again until we're far enough away from the bend in the tunnel that we can hide it, Dustin said. Grace panicked. Do you think they saw the light? I'm hoping that the supply room will distract them long enough to put some distance between us. I just hope there isn't a cave-in to stop us or multiple tunnels that we'll get lost in. Grace breathed in quickly. What? Duncan Stone wrote about other tunnels that didn't lead anywhere. The only one that led to life and light, was the one we're in. He said something about knowing which ones lead to life. Dustin said, You should think more about what he said. Did he give any clue on how to tell? Grace asked, Can we read it again? No, Grace, there's no time to read and no safety in shining a light that may give us away. Keep moving. If they think they're down here alone, they won't be in any hurry.
But if they find any clues that we're down here, they will think that we are looking for the same gold and may try to overtake us."
"Don't you think that giant ladder will give us away?" Grace asked.
"You're right, but I put it north of the tunnel,"
Dustin said with false hope. "Don't you think they'll shine a flashlight both ways to figure out which way to go and see the ladder anyway?"
"Yes, I do, but I hope they go the other way."
Grace reasoned. "Dustin, they won't go north because the ladder is in the way, indicating that whoever came down the ladder went south." Dustin moaned. He knew she was right. Grace asked for water. Dustin gave her a bottle of water. She asked, "Do you want some of this one?"
"No, I'll get my own if I'm thirsty."
Grace laughed. "Dustin, we just kissed for about 10 minutes back there. We're definitely past the point of you being afraid of my germs. In fact, you probably have more germs of mine in your mouth than I do." Dustin snickered at her coarse humor. He always could depend on her for a lightning and otherwise heavy moment. Dustin corrected himself, saying,
"No, it's just that the last time you drank a bottle of water was back in the storage room. You drank the whole thing all at once. I just don't want to take water you obviously need. I'm very well aware of our saliva exchange, Grace, and I'm grateful something stopped us. We have a strong chemistry, and I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kissed you like that back there. I love you, Grace."
"Oh, Dustin, I love you so much." "I'm not sorry for the way we kissed. It helped calm me. I was on the brink of losing my mind from tripping over a pile of bones." Dustin admitted,
"I thought holding you would bring you comfort. The kissing just happened."
Grace asked, "Dustin, should we be afraid?" Dustin didn't want to answer her, but said,
"Only if we're discovered."
Grace asked, "Would you put this back into your backpack?" He took off the pack and placed the empty bottle inside the bag.
"Where's the empty one you finished in the storage room?"
Grace gasped. "I must have left it in there. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I also left the chamber pot in the tunnel outside the storage room."
"Well, it won't take much for them to realize someone's been down here, but I don't think they could tell when or if we were still down here. Maybe we'll be okay."
Dustin hoped his light reasoning wouldn't increase Grace's anxiety. Grace remembered the footprints she had seen in the sunlight earlier that morning. "The footprints! When I was sitting by the cave-in after you left, I saw footprints. They were leading north. Maybe they will see them and follow them. Surely our 2 sets of footprints to the south won't be seen among the many traveling north."
"Let's just not worry anymore,"
Dustin said softly. Grace held his left hand with her right and gripped his upper arm with her left. She stayed close. From time to time, Dustin would kindly ask her to loosen her death grip, but a few steps would go by and her grip would return. He had decided to keep the phone in his pocket, so he didn't drop it again. The next time he took out the phone from his pocket to light the way, he checked the battery life. 60% already. He took a deep breath and nearly gagged at the dankness of the tunnel. He thought out loud,
"Less than 2 hours, probably closer to 1 if we'd walk faster."
Grace said, "Okay, let's go." Chapter 5, Ghosts of the Past. Sheriff Larry breathed heavily as he carried a long multi-purpose ladder. His overweight, fried, food-filled body produced more sweat than a glass of iced tea on a hot southern afternoon. Tim relieved him of his burden as soon as he saw the hole. He lowered the large ladder into the cave-in and tossed down the bag filled with tools and extra bags to carry treasure out. The bag landed on the broken tree, causing a loud clanking noise. Sheriff Larry climbed down first, then held the ladder steady for Tim.
Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you it was a tunnel? It's a tunnel, isn't it? Isn't it?
Larry said. Tim conceded to Larry's excitement.
Yes, Larry, it's a tunnel. Now pick up the bag and shine the flashlight where it will do us the most good.
Larry held the light up high and turned to look in both directions as he vigorously chewed his gum.
Whoa, look at here, boss. We got ourselves some sightseers. There's a ladder up yonder. Look at that pile of dirt. Is that blood? I think someone fell down here.
Yeah, and they brought a ladder with them, too. No, Larry, you just don't accidentally fall in a tunnel with a ladder.
They must have dug the hole with intent. Larry scratched his head and said,
Wouldn't the dirt be up there on the surface if they dug it?
Tim said, Oh, well, you may be right this time.
How do you explain the ladder?
Larry thought for a moment and said,
Well, someone must have brought it to the person who fell.
Tim said, Now that sounds about right, but why is it still here? Larry didn't want to say what he thought. He was afraid of Tim and his angry, monotone disappointment.
Well, because they either got out and pushed the ladder down, or they are still down here in the tunnel. Come to think of it, that mutt was barking in the hole before I put a bullet in him. Must mean there are a few folks down here.
Tim felt anxious to explore the tunnel. He waited as Larry grabbed the duffel bag and flung it over his shoulder and grumbled internally at the thought that Larry was one of the smarter cops on the force. Even though Larry acted as though he had a low IQ, he had a knack for investigation. Sheriff was more of a nickname than an earned title. He had aggressive carnal impulses with a gun that were considered too risky for civil leadership, but made him a prime candidate for criminal assistance. Tim grabbed the flashlight from Larry's hand and shined it on the floor and said,
Look, Larry, there's a bunch of footprints headed north. Do you think we should go after them?
Larry threw the duffel bag back on the ground and looked at the ground closer. He saw some were barefoot and others were not. He looked closer and saw a set of prints with tread going in the other direction. Larry, nearly choking on his gum, exclaimed,
Aha! There are 2 sets of footprints going south, boss. The other footprints are going north, and they're old. You can tell because they're sort of washed out or barefoot. And the ones going south are sharper. Those are the ones we need to follow and find out who's in this tunnel. But did you want to follow your map? Tim carefully opened an old yellow parchment paper, so delicate it could scarcely be read. He hadn't brought the map out of his house until today. He shined the light on the paper and turned the lines in the direction of the tunnel. The tunnel we want has to be south of here anyway. There are other ones showing on the map. So when we see other tunnel entrances, then I'll pull out the map again. In the meantime, we head south. Tim carefully tucked the map in a tube and shoved it in his shoulder bag. Larry adjusted the duffel bag of tools over his shoulder again and began to follow right behind Tim, who held the flashlight. Tim stopped to look up at the boards on the walls and ceilings, causing Larry to bump into him. Larry, back off and give me space.
Larry stopped chewing his gum and hung his head, deflated. Trying to regain favor, he asked,
So, boss, you think it's this here one, right? You think this is the tunnel you've been looking for?
Tim shined the light ahead and saw a dark doorway. The closer he came to the doorway, the faster he ran.
Larry, look! It's a room! Hurry up! Look at all those chests.
This is it. Larry ran breathless to catch up. He bent over, holding his knees, as Tim moved the flashlight from trunk to trunk.
So, Larry, which one shall we open first? Said Tim, gritting his teeth.
Larry, still bent over, pointed to the ground and said,
Look, boss, it's those footprints again.
Tim shined the light on the ground and saw an empty water bottle next to the north wall.
What? If this is the treasure, they probably already took it. Open the boxes, Larry, quickly.
Larry pulled up the latches and flipped them open as Tim moved the light.
I was thinking, boss, Larry said, why would they keep going in the tunnel if this is the treasure? Wouldn't they just use the ladder to climb out with the treasure?
Within a few minutes of looking into the boxes of clothes and bolts of silk, Tim screamed in anger.
This isn't the treasure of the South. This is some underground supply room. Maybe our little guests were going after the treasure too, and we're here just in time to take it off their hands.
Tim held up the flashlight to illuminate the whole room with a blanket of soft light. The flashlight flickered and died. He shook it, and it came back on.
Larry, I thought you said you loaded this bag with a flashlight and that it had fresh batteries.
I did a month ago, boss. Okay, I wanted to go do worm hunting last night before fishing on my day off, but I was only out there half an hour 'cause it was raining.
They walked out of the supply room and headed south in the tunnel. Tim turned around to Larry and said,
I hope you brought extra batteries.
Larry's face was blank, and he kept silent. He paused to let Tim walk ahead about 6 feet. Tim was frustrated and briskly turned around, stepping on the edge of a ceramic pot full of liquid, shooting its contents up the front of his clothing and spattering the rancid remnants all over his face. He stood frozen with his hands up, exclaiming,
What was that? It smells. Oh, don't tell me.
Larry caught up, chewed his gum faster, grabbing the flashlight from his hand, and pointed it down at the pot that he stepped on.
Smells like pee, boss.
Tim gritted his teeth and yelled,
I said not to tell me. Well, I bet my Remington rifle and my Chevy that there are definitely a few people down here right now.
Tim exclaimed,
You think?
Tim's wet pants stuck to his legs as he walked. The cold tunnel gave his wet skin a chill. Irritated, he took just a few steps before turning around to grab the flashlight back from Larry. He pointed the light in the center of the darkness before them and said, Let's go take that treasure. Larry had a difficult time walking behind Tim in the dark. Tim kept stopping to look down at the footprints. At one point, he noticed that there were several prints, toe to toe, and asked Larry to come and look.
So, if you look at those prints, Larry, you can see that they face each other. What do you think they were doing?
Larry scratched his head and tucked his gum between his cheek and his teeth.
Well, they could be passing something heavy back and forth like gold or something. Wait a minute. Look at how this set of footprints sinks heavier into the ground, and this one just sits lightly on top like they were on their toes. This one has a coarse tread, and this one has very little tread.
Tim became impatient and asked,
What does that mean, Larry? Hurry up. I think we got ourselves a couple of lovers, boss. I bet you those are the footprints of a man and a woman, and I bet you they've been kissing.
Tim snarled and narrowed his eyes.
Dustin.
His thoughts took him back in time when he and Dustin would take a long horse ride up the Savannah River. He remembered Dustin telling him he did it all the time and felt those woods should have been a part of his family's plantation. Surely He was the one that was snooping in the tunnel, and the girl was obviously Grace. He cracked his neck, remembering her hard knee to his groin, her punch to his nose, and the glass in his back yesterday morning. His thoughts turned to the hours he spent at the hospital, getting stitched up. I could have ruined her for Dustin, he thought. She fell for me. Women can't help but fall for my charming good looks and lavish plantation. He recalled her beautiful brown eyes, closing as he leaned in to kiss her. At least she was hot. He burned. The dog barking in the car had spoiled his triumph on the balcony. Tim drew a satisfying smirk on his face as he remembered the fate of the large mutt. He looked at the footprints again, facing toe to toe. Tim felt a twinge of jealousy that Grace would choose Dustin over him, and began to rehash his issues with Dustin in his mind. He always gets what he wants. Why is that everything always works out perfectly for Dustin Stone? Pictures flashed in his mind of Dustin helping him learn to tie a knot to earn a badge in Boy Scouts. He cringed that it wasn't the other way around. More pictures flashed in his mind of Dustin coming to the Sandling Plantation to announce that he had signed up for a gospel teaching course at church. The more bitter part of that day was when Dustin asked Tim if he would take the course to prepare as well. Tim had told Dustin that his grandfather had died, and the family needed him to work to pay for their needs. His anger grew as he remembered the words that condemned their friendship. I won't have the luxury of going with the church to New Mexico like you. Tim's memory betrayed him as he again saw Dustin's disappointment in him. He remembered making a vow to himself. He would find less self-righteous friends. Tim regretted not having a brother or a sister. He did all the work on the Sandling Plantation as the only young member of his family. He couldn't keep up both chores and his schoolwork. So his grades suffered. He told himself that he would never be accepted into college. There was no money to hire help if he left anyway. His jealousy flared as he reflected on the disappointment worn on Dustin's face and his consoling words of, well, it'll work out. Your sacrifice to God is serving here at home. He thought, it wasn't up to him telling me what my sacrifice is. It's not like he ever had to take over a huge plantation and give up his dreams. He didn't give up anything for that matter. The only compassion Tim had in his heart for Dustin was for the memories of the death of Dustin's parents when they were children. He knew Dustin's loss was the hardest thing he had ever went through. He recalled how Dustin found solace in the summer by riding his horse to the Sandling Plantation. He would stay for the day, helping Tim with all the chores. Tim had turned 10, and that summer they had been closer than brothers. Dustin would share his clothes and shoes with him until high school, when the clothes began to be too big. Dustin had a growth spurt around the age of 16 that sent his height over 6 feet, while Tim stayed thinner and shorter at 5 feet 10 inches. Dustin began playing sports after school. His activities took up much of the time he used to spend with Tim. He was called as the youth representative at church, but he didn't call on Tim to assist him as a co-representative. Tim scoffed at the echo of Dustin's words. I didn't feel that it was where the Lord wanted you to be at that time. I wanted you to be my co-rep, but I just didn't feel it was right. That was the point where their friendship began to sever. Everything always worked out perfectly for Dustin Stone. He imagined Dustin hand-picking Grace from hundreds of beautiful Christian girls from his church in Colorado. Tim squirmed at the thought of the girls he had to choose from. There were just a handful of girls he would consider dating for fun, two that were attractive, but only one that he had ever loved. She was a simple girl from a neighboring county. She wasn't flashy or loud. Tim remembered meeting her at a church youth revival in Monroe when he was just 17. During the youth dance, after the motivational talks, he gathered the courage to talk to her for the first time. He couldn't take his eyes off of her. Her hair was long and red. She had emerald green eyes and prominent freckles on top of her milky white skin. She was delicate, thin, and not more than 5'2". Her rare beauty enchanted him then and now. He had reached for her small hand and led her out to the dance floor. He could still feel her warm, tiny hand in his, and her face looking up at him with a closed smile that melted him, even today. She had shyly looked away when he complimented her. Tim remembered the words of the song they had danced to. "I'm forever yours, faithfully." He took a frustrated breath and let it out slowly, pained by the memory of all the other young men asking her to dance. A perfect smile rose to his lips as he bore in mind that she stared at him, and only him, no matter with whom she danced. He reflected on their long phone conversations and letters. She eventually moved out of state to go to college, and that's where they lost touch. He was the one who stopped writing. He couldn't imagine that she would want him over so many men who served at church with dedication that also attended her school. His confidence waned, and he had stopped writing without the courtesy of an explanation. Tim's love for a beautiful redhead turned into bitterness. Over the years he had allowed himself the consolation of whispering her name aloud to see if it would bring him comfort. Sarah Richards. It rarely did. Tim let go of the warmth of the memory and returned his thoughts to the cool, damp tunnel. His nose and lip rose in response to the general gamey smell as they traveled south. In his obsession, he continued to compare Dustin's life with his own, which seemed one disappointment after another. When his grandfather died, so did his retirement money that sustained them. High school turned into taking the GED because he not only had to keep up the plantation physically, he also had to get an additional job unloading trucks at the local grocery at night on top of his 8-hour-a-day job at the local quarry moving rocks. How else was he supposed to care for his mother and pay for his uncle's medication? His cousins should have been taking care of their father, not him. Working at the quarry developed his body into solid muscle. His already sea-blue eyes, soft curly hair, and sun-kissed skin made him quite the ladies' man. Tim went out every weekend with the men from the quarry. Sometimes he came home too inebriated to keep up with his chores. Occasionally, his newly developed big mouth got him into trouble. His mother had once pulled him aside to chastise him about his behavior. She let it slip that his grandfather had left him the deed to the entire Sandling estate, but that he was bringing shame to the family's name. Tim demanded to have the paperwork. He drove to Monroe that very morning to show a lawyer the deed. The family owned over 15,000 acres of land and several homes, including the main house. Tim asked the lawyer why his family was not able to sell parts of the land for extra money when they needed it. When the lawyer told him there was nothing holding anyone back from doing that, he became angry with his family. He could have hired someone to work at the plantation. He could have gone with the church to New Mexico. He could have gone to college with Sarah. Tim spent hours with the lawyer to plot the land that he could sell. As he sold 10-acre plots at a time to various farmers and builders, he spent the money on things he had been denied, like cars, clothing, and a new lavish lifestyle. He had justified the sale of land by saying, "Not much of an inheritance when there's no income coming in on what used to be the richest plantation in the country. I have given up so many of my dreams for this place. I deserve to have what I want for a change." The old antebellum plantation home was massive, but it was in such desperate need of repairs that parts of the home were not safe to even walk in. Tim's land sale was not for repairs. He wasn't about to share his inheritance with repairs. He knew this had put out the last flames of hope his mother had in him. Tim's stomach turned at the memory of his mother. His mind, as if directed by some higher power, forced him to recall the very difficult weekend he spent trying to avoid her. That weekend he spent the last of his land money. He was flat broke. All he had was his meager pay from the quarry to provide. He knew he was walking a fine line at his job because he was frequently late and hungover. His elderly mother, who had birthed him when she was just 45, had been after him since the previous spring to make repairs to the old home. His uncle's health had worsened to the point that he kept to his bed most of the day and in a chair for the rest of it. She wanted Tim to build him a wheelchair ramp. Tim refused to do it on the grounds that his children should come and get him and take care of him. He would always make his mother upset when he excluded her brother as part of the family. She was determined that he'd do something productive with his time that weekend. She very kindly asked him to pave the cellar floor. At his refusal, she said, "Then hire it out so it will get done right." Tim could still hear the disappointment ringing in her voice. He told her that he could do it himself. She had stared at him in surprise that he would volunteer for such back-breaking work. But then her face turned to disappointment when she realized his eagerness to take up the job meant he was out of money. She sternly told him where to find the shovel and to wash up by 5 for supper. Once he was safely in the cellar, he mumbled, "I own this whole place, but I'm the slave here." He had become bitter about his life and what he had given up. He wouldn't dare admit to himself that he would no longer choose those opportunities he'd sacrificed if he was given the chance. He had changed a great deal from the kind, true friend he was to Dustin at the age of 10. The day he paved the cellar, Tim had retrieved the shovel from the tool shed and began to dig out the cellar floor an additional 2 inches to prepare it for a layer of concrete. In the corner of the northwest wall, his shovel hit something. As he dug around the wood, it began to take the shape of a small, rounded-top wooden chest covered with a steel plate running down the center and a lock. It took every last bit of energy to pull it out from where it had settled. He tried to use the blade of the shovel to open the lock. When he jumped on it, the weak old lock stayed attached to the steel loop, but the loop broke off completely from the box. He could barely contain his excitement. The creaky lid protested when opened. Inside was simply one sheet of old yellow parchment paper. His shoulders fell. "But the box was heavy," he sighed, falling down on his back and placing his arm over his face. Tim took a deep breath, turned to look at the box, and sat back up. He carefully picked up the aged paper. He tilted his head to begin reading the words at the top. "The treasure of the South." He scoured the paper. It was a map leading to what he had imagined was a large treasure. He knew that this large plantation at the time of the Civil War was the richest in the country. His ancestor must have hidden his money from the Northern soldiers. Tim worked to figure out the location. The lines were faint, but he recognized the river. The faint words next to an X spelled tunnel. The X was just a short way north of a house. Dustin's house. Tim's mother came down the cellar stairs to check on his work.
"Oh, I thought you might be pouring the cement by now."
"I would be, but it was hot and went out to burn the garbage and get some air." He lied.
"Wow, I didn't even have to ask. Well, you've been motivated today. Good job, son."
Tim was surprised to get a compliment from his mother. She had always worked in the kitchen, barked out orders from there. Lately, she had been taking to her bed most afternoons to rest. Tim expected that she was just getting older. Within 6 months, however, his mother died from a heart attack. Tim felt like the plantation had a curse of death and poverty. His family had always been poor. They never seemed to be able to get ahead. Tim would often ask Grandmother Sandling why she wouldn't sell all of it for the money and move. She would always answer the same.
"Heritage forces our hand not to sell."
Tim always thought that meant there were legal things in place that prevented it. He now scoffed as those words replayed in his mind. He found great freedom in being alone in his big house. There was no one left to nag him or assign him chores that often interfered with his own plans for fun. The one thing he had always desired was more freedom, but it did not come with the pleasure he had imagined. Expenses built up as he ignored the mail. He pulled out a map of his property and began to plan the sale of all but 1,000 surrounding acres. The sale earned him just over $5 million. When the word was spread about Tim's new wealth, he suddenly acquired new friends, who ultimately became his partners in persecuting Dustin and developing a secret plan to find the tunnel that only he knew held the treasure of the South. Tim hired a contractor to restore his home to its original splendor. He spent nearly $1.5 million to restore the 10,000 square foot home, including the ballroom. The grounds were restored as well, to include flower gardens with gables, benches, and mirrored ponds. He had the slave quarters mended beyond their condemned state, but kept the impoverished look of the slave acreage to contrast with the grand plantation home. No greater home could be found within several neighboring states. Tim had the home registered and authorized as a historic home and opened for tours 4 years to the day he found the map in the cellar. Tim's ongoing renovation motivated many historic homeowners to renovate as much as they could, including the stone plantation. Dustin's grandmother, Iris, had applied for a loan to renovate and to help Dustin with his undergraduate degree. Before the bank's letter of decline went out in the mail, Tim persuaded the bank manager to allow him to fund the loan with the condition that it would appear to be the bank who held the note. Tim offered the interest as payment for handling the paperwork. The bank president understood it to be a kind gesture. After the loan was funded, Tim threatened the bank president that he would remove his millions from the bank if he told anyone about the origin of the loan. Dustin left for college just before the loan was funded. As soon as he was out of the way, Tim began his attack on the Ebenezer Plantation. The builders made a mess of the stone plantation grounds. The roof was repaired, the plaster was removed, drywall was put up in the whole house, and the foundation was reinforced around the outer perimeter. Tim would drive to Ebenezer late at night and dig on the grounds during the renovation. He inspected the digging around the foundation, but discovered no evidence of an underground tunnel. The more he had failed to find them, the more determined he had become. He began to pay Deputy Larry to fake citations for bogus laws or land covenants that the stones would supposedly break during construction. Grandmother Stone would take the citation to the courthouse and pay the fine. Tim called the Historic Home Society and filed a complaint that halted the restoration process until the representative of the organization was able to come and examine the work being done. The renovation should only have taken 6 months, but because of Tim's constant anonymous meddling, it took a year and a half longer. The cost almost doubled from its original bid. From his made-up fines and the expenses to rip out and replace the work not approved by the Historic Society. Dustin and Grammy Stone had planned to do more, but the money was gone and the payments started. Tim knew the possibility of them paying back the full amount was virtually impossible. Tim was sure he could evict them from their home and search unrestrained for the treasure. Tim knew George's gold history. Even last spring, when the farmer who had bought his land was plowing his new field, he found a tiny, small box of gold coin and jewelry valued at $41,000. Tim increased his efforts and his team of corrupt deputies and citizens to include the entire sheriff's department and nearly 10 men from the quarry to focus their energy on persecuting the Stones. Tim rationalized that the treasure belonged to his family since the map was buried in his cellar. But he couldn't imagine why the treasure would be buried on the Stone plantation. Before his mother died, he casually asked if she knew of a legend of underground tunnels in the area. He boasted that a buddy was telling ghost stories and included one about an underground tunnel in Ebenezer. She was doing the dishes and didn't even turn around to answer him. She just said,
"Yes, that old legend. No one has ever found the tunnels."
He asked, "Is that all you know about it, Ma? Is there more to the story than you've told me?" She stopped washing dishes and turned to look at him inquisitively.
"Timothy Garrett Sandlin, are you trying to find underground tunnels with your quarry buddies? That's a dangerous endeavor. Those tunnels are probably 20 feet deep with alligators running loose and hungry."
His eyes got big until he realized she was just repeating the inflated story she had heard as a child. She wouldn't tell him any more and commanded that he drop the matter. He kept thinking that it must be a big secret, or maybe the ancestor that buried the treasure is the one who dug the tunnel and the secret died with him. He read history books on the town. He concluded that the secret tunnel was indeed a made-up story, but that didn't account for the map. The map was real, and he became more consumed to follow it. Tim stopped reminiscing and walking. He shined the light behind him. Larry was sweating and breathing hard. Tim didn't realize Larry was so out of shape. He corrected his judgment from out of shape to misshaped and laughed to himself. Larry said, "What's the matter, boss?" Tim said, "How far do you think we've gone?" "I don't know, but my body's telling me too far. Can we take a rest for a minute or slow down, boss?" Tim's rage added to the force of his words. "Slow down, Larry? I have been looking for these tunnels since I was 17. It has been nearly 10 years since I've found that map. I cannot sleep, eat, or rest until I find the treasure in this tunnel today." Larry simply said, "Okay, boss." Tim began walking again. His pace was slower, but then he saw a figure on the ground ahead. He ran, yelling, "Larry, hurry up! Look at this!" Chapter 6. Trust by Faith. The cold and painful journey in the tunnel made Dustin's countenance crestfallen. Can I tell you a story of faith?" he asked Grace. "If you think it'll help," she answered. He began. "In the Bible, there's a story about the Israelites being led out of Egypt by Moses." Grace replied, "Oh, yeah, Grandma and I used to watch the 10 Commandments every Easter." Dustin said, "Well, Joshua led the Israelites after Moses. They were going to carry the Ark of the Covenant across the River Jordan. The water was deep, but before the river parted for them, they first walked into the water and got their feet wet. It's always made me think that you have to take a step into the dark and an act of faith, and then the Lord will light your way, even if it's just one wet step at a time." "Or one flash of the phone light at a time," Grace joked. Dustin laughed. "Yes, you caught my point. I wouldn't mind a dim light as long as it were all the time." Dustin said, "But that's just it. We can have a light all the time. We just have to live in a way that we can receive it. Sometimes we receive light like a switch in an aha moment, and sometimes it comes gradually like the sunrise. The point is, if we want light, we have to exercise faith." Grace said, "Well, we are really exercising our faith. We are walking in the dark here. Please, Dustin, open the phone and give us some light." He pulled out the phone from his pocket and shined the light ahead of them. The tunnel was bending slightly toward the forest, where there were longer roots growing in between the boards in the ceiling that dangled down on top of their heads. The ground was not as flat either. Bumps along the floor were easy to trip over. Dustin held the phone open for light until they passed the curve and could see a straight and narrow path ahead, with no ceiling obstructions to send Grace into a hair-tossing frenzy. Dustin asked, "Do you want me to continue? Is this helping?" Grace replied, "Actually, yes. It really helps keep my mind off of my crazy imagination. Keep going. It's working." "Okay. Well, light from the Lord is very important to strive to receive," he said. "I think about my own life and what I sometimes substitute for light. I escape my stress through the light of the television, or when I get lonely, I use the light of my cell phone to dial Grammy." I'm afraid I'm guilty of that as well," Grace admitted. Dustin continued, "It is important to ask the Lord for what you need. He knows what we need before we do, but we need to ask in faith. I want you to have faith that we'll make it to the cellar door and that it will open and that we can get safely into the house." Grace said, "Yeah, I'll do that. It makes sense. I also see what you're saying about turning to other things instead of him. I turn to food a lot." Dustin continued, "We need to pray, but also be patient and have faith. I've felt the power of the Lord guiding me before. These experiences help me have faith over and over again. That being said, don't be afraid. But something doesn't feel right anymore." Grace timidly said, "Okay, use the force, Luke. Get us out of here." They both gave a weak laugh, and Dustin asserted, "I know the Lord is watching over us. Remember, what happens down here will ultimately be for our good. We just need to trust the Lord on this one." "How do you do that? How do you trust?" "Well, how did you trust me? We didn't even know each other." "Well, you prayed like you were talking with God himself," Grace said. "The things you've done, like helping the poor in Mexico and trying to save your family, were noble and good things. You scream trustworthy." Dustin replied, "If a mere man can do good things, how much more can God do good things as the creator of man and all things good?" Grace said, "Okay. Well, I have started trusting by faith, and I already believe that it is all true. I'm ready to be baptized." "Dustin, what I need to know now is, How do I have faith here in the dark?" Dustin said, "Well, we pray and we ask for help, and he'll guide us. Then we move on with our lives as though he had already taken care of it. We can visualize giving him our burden and releasing our worry. We're creatures who always want control and want to see what's coming, like the way we want to turn on the phone light to see. When we give our burden to the Lord, we shouldn't try to take it back through worry. We show him our faith by being happy in the trial because we trust that he is already working things out for our good. Did that make sense?" Grace was quiet. "Grace?" Dustin prodded. Yeah, it makes sense. More than you know." Dustin said, "Grandma says things have to fall apart in order to fall into place. Look what we've found already." Grace said, "Yeah, I'm amazed. We found the gold." "Us, Grace. I was referring to us. We found each other." Grace blushed, but Dustin couldn't see. "Oh, Dustin, yes, I agree. Falling in the tunnel brought clarity not only to our relationship, but it revealed the stones as the builders of the Ebenezer Plantation." Grace reflected on the fact that she knew the name of their enemy. She thought of the men in the tunnel and began to worry. Dustin felt for her hand. He followed it up to her shoulders and hugged her in the dark. He slid his face next to hers and easily found her lips and began kissing her again. Grace broke the kiss and said, "I feel dizzy. I can't breathe. I need air. Please, can you open your phone light again?" Dustin said, "Let's pray." Grace placed her head against his chest. "I'm ready. Dear God, we thank you for finding the gold and for the love that we have for each other. We thank you for helping us find our way back in the dark. We thank you for all the blessings of safety and guidance since Colorado. But please, help us get to the house safely. Please bless our efforts to be successful. Bless our enemies to have their hearts softened and to protect us from their anger. Please protect Grammy. We have faith in thee, dear Lord. We pray in the name of the Holy One. Amen." Dustin opened the phone and held it in the air. He watched Grace to see if the prayer had brought her comfort. When he saw her panic, he searched for the cause. They were standing between two offshoot tunnels. Dustin exclaimed, "Are we supposed to take one of these? Or do we keep going forward? Which one are we supposed to take, Grace?" Grace thought for a moment and said, "I remember Duncan writing something about a secret code to find the way to life, and that the secret to the tunnel was in the scriptures. He built offshoots to confuse the enemies that might follow them. So, what do you know of the Bible, Dustin? What do you know that would tell us the way?" Dustin said, "I know Jesus Christ is the way to life and light, but how do we describe the way?" Grace blurted out, "The way to Christ? Oh, then we need to come up with adjectives to describe the way." Dustin shouted, "That's it!" and turned around to face north. "The tunnels were built with offshoots to confuse the enemy from following the way out, right? When we talk about the way in the gospel, we know the way isn't easy, and straight is the way, and narrow is the gate that leads to life eternal." Grace questioned, "So what does that mean down here exactly?" Dustin said, "Well, we need to look at the tunnel from the perspective of leaving the plantation and take the path that is straight and narrow. Turn around and look at these offshoots." They turned and faced north and saw the tunnel offshoots were more inviting if one were leaving the plantation. "Now we know how to tell if the offshoots are meant to confuse," Dustin said. "You're right. We can't see them very well from this perspective, so most likely it's not the way to the house. Dustin said,
I think we just mapped the way back.
Grace got excited and hugged Dustin, knocking him and the backpack into the plank wood wall.
Easy, Grace, he joked. You'll need your energy for the last hour or so.
I'm just excited to get out of here. Grace looked down at the curious sound of water dripping from a steady stream and asked for the light. Before he opened the phone to find the source, he knew that Grace's hug had punctured a water bottle and soaked the contents of the backpack. Dustin took off the backpack while Grace held the phone for light. He removed the punctured bottle and the soggy biscuits, then replaced everything else. Grace gasped. "Dustin, look!" He followed the pointing finger to see an increasing trickle of water flowing from the direction of the cave-in. Dustin replied calmly,
The rain must have flooded the river a little. It shouldn't be much water.
Grace cried out, "What if the tunnel floods, Dustin? What if we get to the end and we can't get out?"
It's just a little water, Grace. We should move faster then and do our best not to doubt the feelings that we had to use the tunnel.
This is the moment where we choose faith over doubt, isn't it? Grace asked.
You could choose to panic, but I wouldn't recommend it,
Dustin said with a grin. Grace held on to his arm and began walking faster through the water, filling the floor of the tunnel toward the hopeful entrance under the house. Chapter 7. The Enemy Arrives. Larry ran toward Tim. The large deputy slipped and fell in the flow of water beneath his seat.
Boss, the rain is getting in or something. The ground's not taking in the water, he exclaimed.
Don't worry about it. It appears this tunnel has flooded before. Look.
Tim moved the flashlight from Larry to the water running past the bones that were sunken into the ground. Larry examined the skeleton further as Tim shined the light on it.
Oh, boss, this here's a Union boy,
Larry declared.
Yeah, a dead one. He was killed by a Confederate, no doubt.
Larry noticed the small frame under the larger uniform.
You think it was a kid playing dress-up? That there uniform was hanging off him like he were wearing his daddy's clothes.
Tim scoffed and said, Your clothes would look like that too if you were just bones. Let's go. Larry was persistent.
No, the clothes are longer than the legs. Your meat don't make you taller.
Tim was puzzled.
Why would he be wearing clothes that are too big and lying dead in a secret underground southern tunnel?
Larry got excited when Tim asked questions.
Well, boss, the North might not, have the right size uniforms for folks, and this was a kid dressing up like a Union soldier and following some fool down here in the tunnel.
Tim looked at the bones. He shined the light toward the cave-in and exclaimed,
Lair, the water's rushing in faster. I want to find that treasure here today. Come on.
They began walking faster, placing their hands against the wall for support. Within 30 minutes, they were wading up to their ankles in cold river water. Tim stopped to check the map.
The tunnel we want is just up ahead around that last curve on the map here.
Their heads turned in the direction of a scream. Tim tucked the map inside his jacket pocket and began running through the water. Larry ran with one hand on his holster and the other holding up his pants that were slipping down over his belly with the weight of the water. The noise announced the arrival of the enemy to Grace and Dustin. Tim's flashlight flickered on and off, casting an odd light as the group met. Grace was standing behind Dustin, peeking over his shoulder as the confrontation began. Dustin said,
Tim? Why are you doing this to us?
Tim answered,
Who says I'm doing anything, y'all? I simply am here for what's mine.
Grace stepped out from behind Dustin and said, I am not a possession to be had, Garrett. Dustin stood between them, confused. Tim replied,
"Oh, don't flatter yourself, Grace. You're not that special. I don't want you. I never did. You were just a horse I had to ride to lead me to water." "She's a feisty little filly, Dustin, but I broke her. You can thank me later." Dustin dropped the backpack off his shoulders and tossed it to Grace. "I'll thank you now."
Dustin's right fist made contact with Tim's nose. Tim stumbled back, falling into the deputy. Tim felt his nose, saw blood, and cracked Dustin in the nose with the flashlight so hard the batteries released from their chamber and fell into the water. Now in total darkness, Grace could only hear the sounds of punching and a wrestling struggle. She heard choking and a gasp for air. She screamed Dustin's name and felt around to get into the fight, but she didn't know where to hit.
"Stay back, Grace,"
Dustin sputtered. Grace stepped on the flashlight and found one of the batteries. Her hand was stepped on and she cried out. The punching and wrestling continued. 2 violent bodies crashed into Larry, knocking the wind out of him. Grace found the other battery. Just as Larry rose, he received a hard head in the face. The deputy grabbed his gun from the holster and pointed in the direction of the struggle and fired. Grace screamed, "Dustin!" Dustin screamed, "Grace!" Cold water trickled over the bodies in the water. There was a pause of movement in the dark. Grace worked frantically to adjust the batteries to achieve light.
"Ah!
Groaned Tim.
You shot me, you stupid oaf!"
He continued crying out in pain, mixing in insults to the deputy. Dustin whispered, "Grace!" She whispered back softly amid the cries, "Here!" They found one another in the dark. Grace positioned herself by his ear and whispered directly, "Run toward the house."
"Just in case y'all getting any ideas," Larry said, "I will shoot in the dark again, unless you do what I say. Now, who has the flashlight?"
Grace said, "The light went out when Tim hit Dustin with it." Larry followed the sound of her voice.
"Now that I hear you, I know where you are. I have the gun pointed at you, and until you find the flashlight, I'll continue to grow impatient with my finger on the trigger."
Grace fumbled to put the light together while quietly moving away from her current position. When the light came on, Tim was holding his side, still moaning. He was very close to passing out. Grace looked at Dustin, whose nose appeared to be broken, and he was holding his thigh and pressing down. Grace squealed, "You've been shot!" Larry laughed and with pride announced,
"I got a 2-for-1. Well, now that I have your attention, how do I get out of here?"
Grace said, "Just go back the way you came." The deputy squinted his eyes and tilted his head at Grace.
What were you two doing here in this tunnel?"
Dustin silently held in his pain. Tim propped himself up next to a support and went limp. Grace said, "Look, stupid, you killed your boss. Your work here is done. Leave!" Larry cocked the pistol and pointed at her face.
"You will respectfully address me as sheriff."
Keeping the gun on Grace, Larry stooped down and checked for a pulse. His hand brushed the map that was falling out of Tim's pocket.
"Ah, what do we have here?" he said. "I think we're going for a walk."
Grace asked, "Is he dead?"
Larry yelled, "He'll be fine. Get up."
Grace shined the light upward to illuminate the tunnel and accidentally blinded the deputy. He yelled,
"Give me that light."
Grace handed him the flashlight and backed away on her knees. Larry shined it forward into the tunnel and said,
"Get going. We're going to find a treasure."
Grace helped Dustin up, and they began limping forward. She looked down and saw blood staining the water around Tim. Dustin leaned heavily on Grace to walk. Larry announced,
"We're going to need to turn right up yonder."
Grace said, "Sheriff, those tunnels are there to get people lost. If you want out, you need to move forward or back." Larry chuckled. "Aha! You know a little something about the tunnels, do ya? Then you must know about the treasure of the South, 'cause the way you told me not to go is the way to find it." Dustin looked at Grace with grave concern. His eyes were closing. "Dustin, stay with me," Grace cried. Larry barked, "Hey, he either walks or we leave him." Grace, in desperation, slapped Dustin, bringing him back to partial alertness. Larry announced, "Turn right. Turn right. There's the opening." He pushed them inside and ran into the offshoot, shining the light as far as he could see. "Nothing," Larry complained. He shined the light on the faded map and was unable to decipher where the treasure would be from that point. He angrily crumbled up the map and threw it down. The stream grabbed it and pulled it forward into the offshoot, disintegrating the paper under their feet as they walked. Grace limped slower with Dustin, trailing deliberately behind in the dark. Larry began to walk faster, seeing another cross-tunnel ahead. Grace turned Dustin back toward the main tunnel. Larry shouted, "Oh, no, you don't! You come back here now, or I'll finish him right here and now. In fact, let's just get rid of him." Grace stood between the gun and Dustin and stammered, "Sheriff, put the gun down, or I won't show you where the treasure is. I will help you get it, but I will have no reason to live without him. You shoot him, and you might as well shoot me too. Please, Sheriff, let us stay together." Larry pulled up his pants with the hand holding the gun. Without a word, he used his gun to wave her on to walk in front of him instead of behind. Grace noticed the walls of this offshoot were not covered with cypress boards. They had eroded and caved, leaving mounds of dirt to stumble through. She began to pray and felt an urgency to estimate how many steps they had walked from the main tunnel. She began counting from that point to create a map in her head. Time was relative. She knew it had only been 35 steps since they turned, but it felt like 100. Dustin's head bounced as she carried him along. Larry asked, "Okay, girl, here's the next offshoot. Which way is the gold?" Grace limped forward and felt more comfortable about turning toward the house than the forest, so she pointed left. Larry's energy increased, and he left Grace and Dustin behind again. She paused and leaned Dustin against the wall to give her back relief. Larry ran back to them and demanded they walk. Grace cried, "I am practically carrying him. Please, let us rest, or you can carry him a while." Larry positioned himself under Dustin's arm and began walking. His breathing became labored. The light bounced in Larry's hand, making Grace ill. She leaned forward, gagged, and shivered. Please, can I carry the light?" she asked. "The bouncing is making me sick." "No, girl, you come back here and carry him." She walked back and put herself under Dustin's arm again and asked Dustin to pray. She tried to compensate for the back steps she took. The confusion in back steps made the step count off. The deputy began walking faster again. Dustin became more alert. "Grace," he whispered. Grace felt comfort wash through her at the sound of his voice saying her name. He continued, "If I could rest a minute, I might walk on my own a little." Gary began running when he saw 2 offshoots ahead. "Which way do we turn, girl?" he yelled. "Left or right?" Knowing the direction of the house and the main tunnel, Grace desired to stay closer to an escape and yelled, "Turn left!" Grace paused to remember. 75 steps since they had turned left, and 150 since they had turned into the offshoot. She whispered, "To get back we go right, then walk 75 steps, then go right, walk 150 steps, then turn right and walk all the way to the house. Grace began counting again when Larry called out, "Right or left?" Grace thought about the left, but that would take them to a dead end because they just came from the cross point, so she yelled, "Right!" She hobbled Dustin forward faster as they were left in the dark to feel their way to the opening. She stopped to take note of the steps. Left 25, right 75, right 150 steps, then right all the way to the house. Grace stopped to contemplate the pattern that was developing and wondered if she should have told Larry to turn left when she heard him scream. She froze in fear. The light jiggled back toward them with the deputy. She blurted out, "I think we should have turned left, not right." He said, "That there was a dead end." She whispered, "Sorry, I'm just tired. Try turning left, Sheriff." He grumbled and walked quickly to the left tunnel. Grace stayed at the entrance. She angled herself against Dustin, pushing him against the wall so she could rest. "Girl, you better have some answers," yelled Larry from the left tunnel. He came right up to her, shining the flashlight point blank into her eyes. Grace said, "If I wanted to find the treasure, I would go look for it in the direction of the forest in the previous tunnel." Grace limped with Dustin back to the previous tunnel, recalculating the way back from the turn toward the forest. "Girl, there is no treasure here," yelled the impatient deputy. He found his way back to Grace and put the gun against Dustin's head. "Do you know where the treasure is or not?" Grace became creative and asked, "When you looked at the direction on the map, was the house in front of you or behind you?" The deputy thought and said, "It was behind me." Grace sighed with relief that her stall idea worked. "The house is south of us, so we should have turned down the other offshoot, not this one." "For the love of corn, girl, why didn't you tell me this before? Get going. The water's getting deeper." Grace stumbled along with Dustin, telling Larry which way to turn to get back to the main tunnel. As the three crossed the main tunnel, Larry shined the light back toward the cave. "Dag nabbit! Boss is gone. We gotta get her done, girl. You go ahead of me with the light, and I'll follow behind with your feller." Grace counted and walked, shining the light on the ground instead of upward like Larry. After 75 feet, a formation of stones caught her eye. It was in the form of an X at the mouth of the cross tunnel to the left. The rising water up to her calves made it more difficult to see the rocks at the openings. She turned left, and within 25 feet saw another X on the right. The last 10 feet took them to an empty room with an X by the door. Larry dropped Dustin and yelled, "I've had enough of your wild hunches, girl. I'm tired of carrying your fella. I'm going to end him right here, if and you don't find my treasure right now." She walked slowly toward the back of the room, which appeared to have 4 walls. The bend in the side wall hid an opening. When she shined the light in the opening, her face illuminated yellow from the reflection of its contents. Larry came running. "Woo, doggies! I can't believe it. It's really true. There really is a treasure of the South. I knew it," said Larry as he coughed and choked on his astonishment. The room was small but stacked high with gold candlesticks, silverware, solid silver, jewels, and gold statues. The treasure was fit for a kingdom. In one corner was a pile full of burlap bags in various sizes. Grace handed the light to Larry as he opened burlap bags and found gold coins. She rushed back in the dark to find Dustin. He was hunched over against the wall, losing consciousness, amid the rising water rushing over his lap. Grace splashed the water on his face and shook him awake. Dustin was startled. "Oh, okay, enough. I'm awake," he mumbled. Grace whispered, "Dustin, I found the gold Tim was looking for." The deputy is stuffing his clothes with it over there. Now is our chance to get out. You've got to stand and run." Dustin tried to talk, but the energy it took to stand prohibited him from using any air to speak. He limped toward the illuminated yellow room and stood in the shadows in awe of the mounds of jewelry, gold and silver. Grace whispered, "Dustin, there is no time to lose. We have to leave." He pointed at the gun laying on top of the pile of burlap bags. He motioned that he could steal the gun and run with her, leaving the deputy behind to find his way out. She shook her head no. "It's within his reach. And he'll hear you limping through the water. Let's just go." Dustin said, "I love you, Grace. I don't know if I can make it. If I get out of here." Grace had not heard Dustin speak since they left him in the main tunnel. She became shattered at his words and cried as she quieted him. "Shh, don't say that." She stood up on her toes, embraced him, and kissed his cheek. Officer Larry shoved more jewels into his pocket and noticed the couple out of the corner of his eye. He quickly grabbed the gun and pointed it at them. Dustin stood in front of Grace. The officer said, "Keep your hands up and to yourself. I've shot people before and I don't mind it at all." Grace became angry that this awful man might be the end of them. Larry continued shoving gold and valuables in his shirt and pants. He stopped and turned toward the couple. "Y'all get in here and help me carry some. You could be my pack mules." A sudden rush of water surged through the tunnel. Grace cried out, "Sheriff, we need to get out of here. The water is rising faster." Larry picked up the gun and pointed at them. "Then y'all get in here right now." Grace and Dustin limped into the room through the now knee-high water. Dustin used his eyes to direct Grace's attention to a long candlestick and his hands, in a motion of what he would like to do with it, to Larry's head. Grace looked at the proximity of the gun and wildly shook her head at him. Dustin shook his head yes and grabbed the candlestick. Grace mimicked Larry shooting him with his gun. Dustin conceded. Grace tried to reason with Larry. "Sheriff, the rising water, it takes longer to wade through, and with your extra weight, it will be harder." Larry angrily threw down the necklace he was holding and grabbed the gun. He walked right up to her and poked her chest as he enunciated his words. "Your weight will be dead floating on the water while my fat self is in Mexico." Grace quickly understood the misunderstanding and cried out, "I meant the gold. I'm concerned about getting through the water with the extra weight of the gold." Larry looked surprised that she wasn't trying to insult him, but save his life. Grace blurted out, "Please, Larry, can we go? The gold won't help you if you can't get out." Larry looked around at the water and realized it was up to his thighs. "Okay, take the light. Let's go. Lead us out of here." Larry grabbed the gun and put it in his holster to carry the heavy gold candlestick instead. Grace said, "I counted my steps and memorized the way backward in the other tunnel, but this offshoot had rocks that showed me where to turn. I can't see them, so... Larry, can Dustin hold the light while I go under the water to find the rocks?" Larry said, "Get her done." Grace reached under the water and felt the rocks to make sure which way to go. Grace was completely wet except for the top of her head. She began to shiver. The three waded heavily through the offshoot, reaching the mouth of the main tunnel. Out of the dark came a dark figure, swinging a small mechanical shovel. The object made contact with the side of Dustin's head. He fell back into the water, his hand holding the flashlight high in the air. Grace grabbed the light from Dustin's hand, holding tightly to him, and shined it in the eyes of their attacker. Dustin rose to his feet and punched Tim. The shovel released from his hand as Tim disappeared under the slow current of the water. Dustin grabbed him and brought him up out of the water. "Grace, help me!" cried Dustin. She positioned herself under Tim's other arm, still holding the flashlight. Larry quickly approached and cracked Tim over the head with a gold candlestick. His head dropped forward, dripping blood down his forehead and off of his nose.
"We don't have time for dead weight," Gary announced. "Besides, I'm the boss now."
Dustin and Grace began walking toward the house, Tim's weight pulling them down. Larry yelled,
"Cut him loose and get going."
Dustin yelled,
"As long as we walk fast enough, what does it matter to you?"
Larry replied,
"I don't get it. This is the man who's been trying to take away your plantation. He had me set fire to Grace's house. From what I hear, he might have made her use merchandise. Why would you want to haul his lifeless body out when you have the opportunity to get rid of him once and for all?"
Dustin paused. He groaned under the burden of the weight and said,
"Forgiveness."
Larry went quiet. The sound of the water only was trumped by the sound of Grace shivering. The tunnel ahead was smaller and shorter. The water funneled into it, causing the current to become stronger. Grace announced,
"Dustin, we're close. This is the part of the tunnel. It's shorter, but I think it empties into the room that leads to the house."
Dustin couldn't think how to get Tim through the shorter tunnel with only a foot of space for air at the top. He paused, staring at the debris that floated on top of the water.
"Let's float him face up,"
Dustin said. Grace and Dustin attempted to go through the short tunnel together, but it was impossible for the three to fit together.
"Hurry up," demanded
Larry. Grace looked to Dustin and said,
"I'll take him."
"You've been shot and it'll be harder for you." Dustin shook his head, but Grace wouldn't take no for an answer. She stooped down, releasing Tim from her support. He fell off of Dustin into the water, and Grace lifted his head in her hands. Dustin shined the light in Tim's direction. He coughed and fought to rise up out of the water, but his injuries and the chill of the water rendered him helpless. Dustin suggested he go first to be able to help when needed. Grace held Tim high enough out of the water to breathe. They entered the mouth of the small tunnel. They were surprised to see the walls were not planked with cypress wood, but dirt. The current pushed them through faster and easier than by their own strength. But there was only about 18 inches between the ceiling and the water. Tim struggled in a mortal panic. Larry demanded,
"Push him back out now. I'm not going to get stuck behind him and drown in this tunnel."
Grace pushed, but couldn't get him out against the current. She called out, "Sheriff, please just grab his feet and pull him through." Larry shoved the candlestick under his belt at the side of his pants where his belly didn't lop. He grabbed Tim's feet and pushed him away from the group into the tunnel behind them. The current caused him to push back in their direction. Dustin continued to shine the light in Larry's direction and walked back with Grace through the small opening. As Tim's head made it back into the larger tunnel, Larry hit him with the candlestick again. Grace screamed,
"What are you doing? He's practically dead already."
Larry shoved the candlestick back under his belt and grabbed his gun. "Leave him and walk." Grace saw the water come up within inches of his chin.
"I'm sorry, Tim," she yelled. "I'm so sorry for everything."
Grace waded back to the opening of the small tunnel and noticed Larry had entered and forced Dustin by gunpoint to walk in front of him. Grace was in the dark, walking bent forward as fast as she could to catch up. Larry yelled out,
"How much farther, girl?"
Grace yelled back,
"I don't know. I just know this is the way to the house."
There was a sudden rush of air, followed by a wave of water. The three were pushed forward and slipped under as they rounded what seemed to be a turn. They tossed about in the dark water, trying to gain footing. When the water settled, the space at the top had decreased to 10 inches. Dustin called out in the dark,
"Grace!"
Grace, coughing and sputtering, called back,
"I'm here."
The two knew Larry made it by his heavy breathing, coughing, and gagging. "Girl, how much farther?" coughed Larry. Grace cried and gasped for oxygen. "Girl!" yelled Larry. Dustin was praying about how to get through faster. "If we float on our backs like we did Tim, we could move faster and possibly not have to work as hard." Dustin and Grace found relief to their plan by floating, but Larry struggled with the concept. Grace sleekly moved past the deputy. He grabbed her foot, bringing her to a stop and causing the water to run up her nose. She choked and sputtered. "Let go of me, Larry!" Dustin stood up and grabbed her shoulders and pulled. Another rush of air pushed through the tunnel. Dustin cried out, "Take a deep breath and swim!" She broke loose from the deputy's grasp and swam behind Dustin, using the rushing current to push them out of the mouth of the small tunnel and into a deep pool of water hitting against the wall. Dustin, this must be it. Feel around for a door or something to pull open," cried Grace. Dustin felt the wall in front of him. They heard the gasping and coughing of the deputy as he entered the tunnel's end. "Get us out of here, girl," groaned Larry. The water was still rising. Dustin yelled, "I found it. Come help me pull. You too, Larry. Follow the sound of my voice." Dustin pulled the iron bar, but the current made it impossible for him to do it alone. Grace added her strength, and they began to pull in a pulse. Larry added his strength and almost opened the door in a single pull. Dustin commanded, "Okay, on three we pull together. 1, 2, 3. The force pulled the door open a few inches as it stopped against the dirt that had built around the bottom of the tunnel side. Dustin yelled, "Wait, let me dig under the dirt below the water." Grace joined him, digging in the dark under the water while Larry began to wedge himself between the door and the wall to force the opening. Larry's brute strength caused Grace's fingers to become wedged under the door, not allowing her to come up for air. Dustin came up when he felt the door open and pushed it further, with Larry causing Grace's hand to become wedged. Dustin felt for her and tapped her to come up. He dove under to find her stuck. He rose and pushed the door, barely shifting it a few inches with each try. Larry had disappeared into the dark cellar. Dustin exerted one last push to close the door. Grace rose out of the water, gasping for air. Dustin began pulling the door again, but it wouldn't budge. Grace cried, "Where is Larry?" Dustin answered, "He's inside. He's going to trap us, Dustin," blurted Grace. They pulled again in pulses, causing the door to peek open a crack each time. After 11 pulls, they were able to slip through the opening to the safety of the cellar, quickly closing it after them to stop further flooding. Dustin grabbed Grace's hand and ran towards the stairs. As they crested the top, they heard Grammy cry out, "Dustin!" They arrived in time to see Larry push Grammy to the floor and burst through the screen door into the pouring rain. Dustin ran as fast as he could, making impact with the gold-laden deputy. Grace followed after, checking to see that Grammy was okay. Dustin punched Larry repeatedly, and when they were not wrestling in a struggle, the deputy overpowered Dustin by clocking him over the head with the golden candlestick. Grace screamed and fell onto Dustin's limp, bloody body. Larry rose to his feet and grabbed Grace in a chokehold, dragging her along by her throat. He was headed toward the cruiser, just past the tree-lined entry. "You make a great insurance policy, girl. Don't worry, it'll be over for you as soon as I get to my car." Grace began to flail and kick in an attempt to break free. Grammy reached for Dustin, shook him, and screamed for him to get up and save Grace. He sat up, dazed. Larry countered Grace's wild arms and legs by squeezing his arm tighter around her neck. When she became limp, he loosened his grip, allowing her feet to touch the pavement. Grace knew he would kill her as soon as he gained his freedom. She acted quickly by elbowing him directly in the groin. Surprisingly, he was able to keep his grip on her as he bent over, sputtering for air. He grabbed his holster for his gun and pointed it at Grace's head. She screamed for Dustin and flailed her arms again. Dustin was finally to his feet when he saw the scene. He darted toward Grace and saw the deputy's thumb cock the barrel of the gun. Larry yelled, "I've had enough of you, girl. Goodbye now. You're dead." At that moment, out of the woods came charging a large and bloody Rottweiler. When the canine leapt, his huge mouth gaped open for the arm of the menacing deputy. The dog slammed into the deputy, and the gun went off. Grace screamed. The three fell to the ground. Boss tore through Larry's clothing and flesh. Larry began to pistol whip the dog as Grace lay on the ground. Dustin arrived as Boss was overtaken by the beatings. The deputy cocked the gun and aimed for the dog. Dustin tackled him to the ground, knocking the gun out of his hand. The two struggled and punched each other in a brutal fight of strength. The deputy found Dustin's neck and squeezed. He stood up, keeping his hands firmly on Dustin's throat, and lifted him off of the ground. Dustin's eyes rolled and began to close. The deafening sound of another shot rang through the air. Larry dropped Dustin and fell to his knees. He turned to find his shooter. Grammy stood holding a gun. She cocked the gun again and said, "Be a good boy and lay down on the ground, or I'll shoot you in the other side of your butt." Grammy walked over to Grace, who lay on her side, stooped down, and rolled her on her back. The shot had merely grazed her arm, but she had passed out. The deputy was crying over his stinging backside. Dustin was coughing and struggling to bring air through his choked throat. Boss lay still on the ground. Dustin was able to get up and retrieve a rope from the barn to tie up the deputy. They decided to keep Larry in the barn, his hands and feet tied up, laying on his side while the sheriff's department from the neighboring county came to arrest him. Grammy helped Grace into the house where she could rest until the ambulance arrived to care for them all. Dustin removed all the gold from the deputy and everything he and Grace were carrying and hid it in the slave house, covered with logs by the fire. He came in from securing Larry and the gold and told Grace he was going back into the tunnel. Grace cried out, "No, you are not. You can barely walk. You don't have the strength to go back." She could see his countenance lose its vibrant determination. Dustin answered with tearful eyes and a broken soul, "I can't let Tim die when I could do more to save him." Grace stood up, swaying in her weakness. "Then we go together." Dustin immediately said, No, you have to stay here and get treated. Grace, you can't argue with me about this. I won't have it." He stepped towards her and put his hands on her shoulders. He looked into her eyes, but she looked away. He put his face in front of her straying eyes and brought them back to his. "I will come back. I want to express my love and admiration for you every day for the rest of my life. You don't have to guess my feelings anymore. I promise to express my love for you every day for as long as you let me be in your life." Grace's smile filled his heart with rising courage. "What are you saying, Dustin?" "I want to spend my life coming home to you. I can't go another moment without knowing you're mine. I realized in the tunnel that meeting you was pure deliverance. Marry me." Grace kept opening her mouth to say something, but she was choking back tears. She cleared her throat and allowed the tears to flow. She gave up an audible answer and began nodding vigorously, but stopped from the pain that erupted in her head. She squeaked out an audible, "Yes." Grace threw her good arm around him tighter, and they shared a sweet kiss. Her smile that invaded the kiss disappeared as she realized he was walking away from her to enter back into the tunnel. "Dustin, wouldn't it be safer to enter through the cave-in? You could bring him out from there easier, too. I'm sure the small tunnel is completely flooded by now." He stopped, nodded, and paused. As soon as he thought through her words, he hobbled into a run toward the barn. He saddled his horse Tap and grabbed the longest piece of rope he had and a waterproof flashlight. He realized he needed someone to steady his horse until it was time to pull Tim out of the tunnel. He asked Grace to come. She grabbed blankets and threw them into a garbage bag along with some bananas, apples, and bottled water. They got on the horse and rode to the cave-in. The rain had completely stopped. The river had receded. Dustin tied the rope to the saddle of the horse and lowered himself into the cave-in. Grace looked down into the hole while he instructed her that he would pull on the rope a solid 5 times in a row when he had tied the rope around Tim. Grace was still worried. The water was lower, but still as deep as his armpits. Dustin saw the look on her face. "Don't worry," he said. "I will be okay. I love you. Be ready. I'll walk with the rope until it ends, then I'll go on my own to find Tim. My hope is that it tried to come back this way. Keep Tap steady and waiting. Ride him hard to pull us up, but watch for us to come out before he runs into a tree. I'll see you soon." With a wink, he disappeared from her sight. Grace couldn't imagine waiting there for hours, worrying. She tied the horse to a tree and lay down on the wet ground, holding the rope. Grace's injured body began to rest, and the warmth of her hooded jacket lulled her to sleep on the rope. The pain in Dustin's leg made him hunch over when he used it, but he pressed forward, calling out for Tim. He shined the light into the storage room to see if Tim had made it there to rest high on wooden boxes stacked up. The tunnel was quiet, except for the sound of water dripping. Dustin continued to call and listened for Tim. Just past the union-dressed bones, Dustin heard movement not far away. "Tim, it's Dustin. I'm here to help you get out of the tunnel. I know you must be close to death, and I truly want to save you. I'm not here to hurt you. There is a rope attached to Tap, my horse. He'll pull us out. And there should be by now an ambulance waiting for us at my house. Everything's going to be okay. I'm not mad at you. You're my friend, and whatever's made you change from the man I knew must have been hard, and I'm so sorry, Tim. Tim?" Dustin passed the offshoots and shined the light on the right. As he turned to the left, the light revealed Tim, holding on to the beam that braced the entrance of the offshoot. His eyes were sunken and distant. He acknowledged Dustin, closed his eyes, and let go of the beam. Dustin jumped to catch him from slipping under, but the 3 steps, wading through the heavy water, was all it took to lose Tim in the darkness of the dirty water. Dustin tucked the flashlight in his pants and dove under the dark water. It took too long. Dustin had little hope of reviving him. He pulled the dead weight from the water and checked his pulse. "Stay with me, Tim. I'm going to get you to a warm, comfortable bed. You're going to make it, buddy," Dustin pleaded. Dustin strained to pull Tim along in the water. Each step became more difficult. He was shaking so hard his hands could not find the strength to properly tighten the rope when he found it. He dragged him further to be able to wrap the rope around him and tuck it in. He tugged on the rope 5 times. Grace woke on the 5th tug. She questioned whether or not it was a dream. She yelled, "Dustin?" The rope jerked 5 more times. Grace tried to rise quickly to ride the horse and pull them up, but her muscles were stiff and sore. She finally loosened the horse and walked him gently until she saw a body rise out of the tunnel. She rode the horse back and saw it was Tim. She worked fast with her one good arm to get the rope back down into the tunnel for Dustin. "Dustin, I'm throwing the rope down. I don't see you, Dustin. Can you hear me?" She listened for any sound of movement in the water. She panicked and tied the rope around her own waist and jumped. The cold water was shock enough to wake her senses, but it weakened her already sore muscles and numerous injuries. "Dustin, please answer me," she called. She saw the shadow of the entrance to the supply room and increased her speed. Just as she turned into the dark storage room, she heard an exhale and a large splash. She imagined Dustin resting on one of the boxes and passing out into the water. She dove into the water in the direction of the splash. She came up for air twice before she found him. Her efforts were useless with just one arm. Forgetting herself, she lifted Dustin out of the water and held him against the wall with her weight as she caught her breath. She walked with him draped over her back to the largest box peeking out of the water. With her last bit of energy, she laid him on top. "Dustin, wake up! Wake up!" she cried. She slapped him on the cheeks and shook his shoulders to revive him. His face was hot. His chest rose and fell. "Dustin, you have to wake up so we can get out," Grace cried. She had enough slack on the rope to wrap it around Dustin. She wrapped it around him once when she felt a tug on the rope. She was quickly pulled from Dustin. The rope she had secured around him pulled him into the water. Grace was ripped from the room and pulled up and out of the cave-in. She stopped as she almost slammed into a tree. She screamed and gasped, "Tap! Tap, stop!" Her tears of loss weakened her screams. Tap ran back to her. She rode him back to the cave-in and told him to stay. She jumped in again and waded as quickly as she could to find Dustin. She tied the rope around him under the water and pulled on the rope. "Run, Tap!" cried Grace. She pushed his body and tried to hold him up. He was no longer breathing. She prayed a tearful plea. The silence of her despair ended when she and Dustin were ripped from the room and out of the tunnel. Tap stopped just as they reached him. Grace looked up and saw Grammy on Tap, with her horse on a rope next to her. Boss was lying on the grass by the tree, barking. Grace forced herself to move quickly and tipped Dustin over on his side to empty water from his airway when the strong hand of a paramedic took over. She fell back on her hands and cried as she watched the man try to revive Dustin. She prayed. She told the Lord there was much more that Dustin could do for good in this world, if he would just allow his breath to return. She pleaded for him to take her life instead. Her begging turned to faith that erupted into a miracle. Dustin began to cough. 299 calling Monroe Mercy. We have a male, approximately 30 years, drowning victim, resuscitated with a gunshot wound to the left thigh and multiple lesions on the forehead and right and left side of his cranium, broken nose and fevering. The second victim is responsive with a gunshot wound to the side, also fevering but somewhat conscious now, both suffering significant loss of blood. His radio lit up. 10-4. The sound of the radio trailed off into the darkness as Grace fell on her back, unconscious. Chapter 8. The Hospital. A handheld medical light flashed between Grace's forced open eyes as she lay flat on her back. She heard Grammy's voice call her name. Consciousness was more painful. She was first aware that her head was pounding and her body was weak. As soon as her mind caught up, she jolted to a sitting position and assessed the location of Dustin and Tim. Grabbing her head and turning to throw up was an annoyance in her quest to find her hero and her criminal. Her eyes relaxed when she saw an ambulance open with 2 stretchers inside holding the 2 men in question. Grace called out, "I need to go too. I need to go." The paramedic calmed her by saying, "We know you need to go. We work by severity of injuries, so we left you for last. Can you walk?" She asked for help to her feet. Grace was dizzy and weak. She turned back to see Grammy standing close, holding the reins of the 2 horses. Grammy whispered,
"Don't you worry about the fat man. Dustin gave me a phone number and I called it. A man will come take the deputy and assign state officers over Tim as well as soon as he gets to the hospital."
"Grace,"
It's a miracle."
Grammy's voice got louder as she fought tears.
"Boss is alive. He army crawled himself almost all the way to his kennel. I called the vet, and they're coming to take him to the clinic. You go get yourself better, and watch over Dustin. Don't worry about me. George is coming to sit with me."
Grace's mind fed her the information on repeat until she nodded vigorously in confirmation and limped into the back of the ambulance with the help of the paramedic. She sat on the metal bench that lined one side of the length of the vehicle. Dustin remained unconscious. The ambulance began to move. Grace looked out the back window, watching Grammy mount her horse and ride toward the house with Tap in tow. The vehicle bumped and jolted as they made their way to the house parallel to the river. No lights or sirens pierced the foggy morning air. Grace was anxious to get to the hospital for Dustin's sake. The 15 minutes it took to reach the house was agony. The fog hid the landscape up to 5 feet in front or behind. Grace could see the crude shape of the barn as they passed. The door was open, and a dark figure flashed in the corner of her eye through the fog. She stood up and limped to the back door.
"Oh, no! Sheriff Larry!"
She saw Grammy and the horses before the fog hid her view. Grace grabbed the door handle and tried to open it.
"Miss, sit down. You can't open it without my help, miss," said the paramedic.
"Open this door now!" screamed Grace. Dustin squirmed and whispered, "Grace." She ran to his side, realizing he was going to be okay. Grace demanded to get out. The paramedic notified the driver, and they came to a slow stop. The door was opened, and Grace limped to the barn where Grammy was last seen. She heard Grammy open the stall for the horses and ran in the direction of the sound. Grace was careful not to speak until she came close enough to Grammy to cover her mouth when she was startled. She whispered,
"I saw Sheriff Larry escape. He's limping badly. He headed toward the house, possibly to the truck or my car."
Grace heard Dustin's truck start. She told Grammy to go find George and hide in the house, and she would call her later. Grace hot-wired her car and headed to the road. The fog was swirling up ahead. She could tell Larry was headed toward Monroe. A few miles later, the brake lights illuminated his turn. He was entering the great Sandling Plantation.
"What are you going to do now?"
Grace mumbled as she slowed down. The fog was mostly lifted around the house. Grace stayed back by the entrance, but could see the deputy limp inside. He came out within a few minutes, carrying a duffel bag and a rifle on a strap over his shoulder. Grace's stomach turned. She put the car in reverse and headed back to the plantation to warn Grammy. A vet truck was out by the kennel. 2 men carried Boss to the truck.
"Boss,"
Grace whispered. She parked and encouraged them to hurry without telling them why. As they disappeared into the lifting fog, Grace told Grammy what she saw.
"Where's Mr. Bells?"
Grammy replied.
"He went to get his guns from his house.
He wanted me to feel safe."
Grace demanded, "Get in my car. I have to get you out of here."
Grace and Grammy drove through the tree-lined entry in fear of passing the armed enemy. They arrived at the main road without incident. Grace paused, rolled down her window, and listened. Slowly, and with dread, she said, "Oh, no." Grammy asked,
"What, Grace?"
"He isn't coming back to the plantation. He's going to go to the hospital." Grammy said,
"How is he still going? I shot him in the keister."
Grace answered, "It must have been just a flesh wound. I mean, he does have plenty of flesh." Grammy responded,
"I don't know, Grace. He might be powered by pure revenge."
"Or greed. I wish we had a cell phone. I need to warn the hospital." The fog that covered the road contrasted the resolute clarity of determination that empowered Grace to speed. She passed the vet truck on the right shoulder, traveling 70 on a 50-mile-per-hour highway. Various scenarios played out in her mind, all of which ended badly. She began to feel weak and nauseous. Her thoughts drifted. If I pass out, we will crash and probably both die, and so will Dustin. I need to get to the hospital to save him. If I don't pull over, I won't make it to save him. Grace pulled over. I need you to drive us to the hospital. Please, Grammy. I think I'm going to pass out. Grace pleaded. Grammy got out and did a light jog around to the driver's seat as Grace climbed into the passenger seat. A truck passed, and Grammy declared,
"Oh, look, there's the vet truck."
They saw brake lights and the truck pull over and stop. Grace noticed the lights were getting closer. Grammy, they're backing up to us. They probably think we're broken down. Maybe we can borrow a cell phone to contact the state police and the hospital. As the truck got closer, Grace saw it wasn't the vet truck. It was Dustin's truck. Grace yelled, "Grammy, get us out of here fast!" Grammy started the car and put it in drive. A gunshot shattered the front window. Grammy jolted right as she slammed the pedal to the floor. A thud, coupled with a short vibration, alarmed Grace. She yelled, "You hit him!" Grammy exclaimed, "Sorry!" Grace didn't notice her giggle. She could see the deputy rolling on the road, then yelled, "He's getting up!" Grace and Grammy heard a gunshot and felt a jolt in the trunk area. Grammy exclaimed, "He hit us in the rear! I guess it's only fair. I did shoot him in his." Grace declared, He's out of sight. I'm sure he's going to chase us. You need to go as fast as you can. The steering is sensitive. Don't make any sudden movements. The fog should lift before we get to Monroe. We will be in plain sight. My car's faster than Dustin's truck, so just get us to the hospital fast." Grace tried to keep her eyes open to watch for lights or listen for Dustin's loud truck. She watched through the passenger side mirror, but her eyes kept rolling back. She leaned her seat back and said, "Grammy, when we get to the hospital, tell them there's a shooter coming, and go and stay with Mr. Bells at his house for a few days. Grammy called her name as Grace fell unconscious.
"Honey, we're here. Grace? Wake up, Grace," prodded Grammy.
"I'll get her from this side, and you live there," one nurse said to the other. The sudden movement of her body gave her consciousness a window to assess that she was at the emergency entrance of the hospital.
"Grace, we're here," Grammy explained. "You will be fine."
Grammy asked the nurse,
"Is there a phone I can use?"
Grace was becoming conscious again. She was placed in a curtained room between other patients. She remained on a gurney as the nurses scrambled to grab the sheet under her to move her into a hospital bed. "She has blood on the back of her head. Huh. Notify the doctor there's a possible hematoma. He will want to write an order for an MRI. Stat!" Grace faded in and out as her desire to heed her adrenaline was conquered by her feelings of temporary security. She allowed her heavy head to sink into the sterile pillow. The lights were bright, but her mind was dark. The scurrying left her side, and faded voices trailed off in the distance, except for one.
"Oh, help, help,"
a small voice pleaded from the next curtained space. A curtain moved, and she heard a strong voice say,
"Mr. Sandling, rest assured we're here to watch over you."
"I'm next to Tim," she thought. "What cops are watching over him?" she heard.
"Mr. Sandling, you are under arrest. Anything you say can and may be held against you in a court of law. You have the right to a lawyer."
The officer continued to read Tim his Miranda rights. Grace felt for sure the officers were from the state or a non-corrupted county. She pulled the sheet over her head and rested. The officers spoke to each other, loud enough for Grace to hear.
"What did they tell you he did, Frank?"
"Oh, a bunch of things. Damage to private property, assault with a deadly weapon, attempted murder, arson, terrorism, a few blue-collar crimes like blackmail, theft, and a list of others," said Frank.
The other officer questioned. Well, who called it in? Officer Frank speculated. I heard it on the scanner a few, 40 minutes ago. Grace was curious. Who knew what Tim had done to her? She had not reported it to anyone but Dustin. Maybe Larry knew everything he had done and was trying to get Tim out of the way. Part of her wanted justice for the Stone Plantation, but another part felt sorrow for Tim. One of the officers stepped away to look around the corner as a rush of nurses came running in the direction of a man, yelling, "Code Blue! Code Blue!" The officer stepped over to the nurses' station. He walked back and informed the other officers. "Looks like the poor soul that came in with Sandling just flatlined on the surgical table." Grace cried out, "No! No!" Her hard sobbing caused her to vomit on the sheets in her lap. An officer called a nurse for her. The nurse arrived with a sedative. Grace fought. No, I don't want drugs. I want information. Who is the man that flatlined in surgery?" Grace demanded. The nurse said, "That is confidential, unless you're a family." Grace cried vehemently and exclaimed, "I am his fiancée." "Miss, I don't know many of the details. They brought him in unconscious. We determined early on that the loss of blood would require a transfusion, but we learned the records on file didn't match his blood type. His body rejected it, and he went code blue. He's being resuscitated and will receive the correct blood type. He should stabilize quickly, so don't worry." They had already removed the bullet from his abdomen and sewed him up when he flatlined. Grace was relieved to hear there was still hope. She closed her eyes to pray. Her eyes popped open and she blurted out, "Dustin was shot in the leg. Did you say abdomen?" The nurse said, "How do you know? Were you with him when the incident happened?" Grace emphatically replied, "Yes, I was there when Dustin was shot in the leg, when Tim was shot in the side. Oh, no." Grace jumped out of her bed and limped over to the curtain next to her bed and pulled it back. 2 officers stood between her and the guarded patient in the bed. "I need to see his face. I think you're guarding the wrong man." The senior officer commanded, "Stand back, ma'am." Grace pushed through the officers as they grabbed her. "Dustin! Dustin, is that you?" she screamed. The officers held her torso, allowing her to be free. Grace used her legs to move the curtain and saw a glimpse of dark hair. I saw him! That is Dustin Stone! You are guarding Dustin Stone! You're supposed to be guarding Timothy Sandling!" "Nurse, can you sedate her and move her to another location?" an officer asked. The nurse began to comply. She pushed Grace away on the gurney. "Dustin! Wake up, Dustin! Please!" Grace continued to yell. The nurse pushed her into a room with walls and doors and asked, "So you saw the face of the man being guarded?" Grace breathlessly replied, "Yes, it wasn't Tim. He was shot in the side. Dustin was shot in the leg. I was there. You have to believe me." The nurse said, "I'll go check him. I gave him a pain shot. It should only last a little while. He is due for surgery as soon as the anesthesiologist sedates him." Grace blurted out, "Wait! We have been in a battle with the corrupt police department of Ebenezer and many officers in Monroe. Tim Sandling has purchased the whole police department. Those police officers are guarding my Dustin. They might be corrupt, and they may know that they're confusing the patients to protect a criminal and punish my Dustin. Please, you have to believe me. There's too much to tell. You need to hurry. Don't tell them you know or believe anything. You will be endangering yourself." The nurse nodded and briskly left the room. Grace hobbled to the door and opened it. She couldn't hear anything. She walked down the hall and stood at the corner. She saw the nurse walk in and check the patient's leg and look at his face. She told the officers he was going to go into surgery and that they had to stand outside, not inside the door. Grace went back to her room and climbed into bed as the nurse came in. The nurse said, There's no way of telling who that patient is. You say he's Dustin, but the cops say he's Tim. Grace was frightened and asked, "They insisted that it was Tim?" The nurse replied, "No, but they're guarding him and not the other one. How do I know you aren't a criminal trying to mess this thing up?" "The Sandling Plantation. Do you have a phone book?" The nurse jogged to the nurse's station and grabbed the heavy book. Grace said, "Good. Look up the Sandling Plantation in Ebenezer, Georgia." The nurse saw pictures of the plantation and ran across a close-up picture of a curly-haired, blue-eyed man wearing a Confederate uniform among the others, dressed the same in the large photo. The caption stated his name as Tim Sandling. Grace blurted, "That's Tim. He owns that plantation and he's the president of the group that he's posting with. The man in the bed has dark hair and blue eyes, and it's my Dustin." The nurse said, "You're right. The blonde is the one in code blue. I'll go tell the officers and correct it in the computer." Grace pleaded, "Wait. If the officers are from the state, they won't fight you. But if the officers are from Monroe or Ebenezer, there'll be trouble because they're trying to switch identities." The nurse asked, "What should I do? I know the truth." Grace thought quickly. "Switch the men after Dustin's surgery. Bring Tim to a recovery room and tell the officers the patient they are guarding is there in recovery." The nurse said, "I can do that. I will even ask the nurses to leave the cap on so they can't see the hair color. They already think the dark-haired one is their man. Hang tight here. I'll bring Dustin close by when he's through surgery." Grace got emotional and thanked the nurse profusely. "I'm Julie. I'm the nursing director. Now get some rest. I'll be back in a bit." The nurse went to her desk and switched the names on the records. The anesthesiologist sedated Dustin for surgery, and he was pushed back into the surgical room. Tim was in another room for recovery. After ample time, but before Dustin's surgery was finished, Julie notified the officers Tim was coming out of recovery and into ICU. They followed Tim and Nurse Julie to the ICU floor. Julie ordered them to stay outside the room due to germ exposure and open the curtain so they could see through the glass at the patient. Julie pushed Grace fully covered to a private room on a higher floor than ICU to protect her. Grace asked, "How is Dustin?" Julie replied, "He's in a supervised recovery room for a few minutes, and then I'll bring him up here next door to you. I couldn't get him in the same room because you're not married, and the hospital rules do not allow men and women in the same room." Grace laughed, thinking about Dustin's strict personal standards, and said, "Well, I'm glad it worked out that way. Believe me, we don't want to break those rules. I'm going to turn you over to the floor nurse, Jen, now. The doctor will be here in about 10 minutes. He'll get a good look at you, and when he clears you, we can get you something to drink and eat." Grace wasn't listening. She was still trying to figure out how the hospital got the names of the two men in the first place. Grace knew they were both unconscious when they left. She knew Dustin didn't have his wallet in the tunnel. "Grace? Grace?" asked Julie. Grace was alarmed and asked, "How did you get Dustin's, and Tim's names? I wasn't here to tell you. I mean, no one else was in the ambulance, and I didn't give any information to the paramedics." Julie thought about it and said, "They were checked in that way." Grace asked, "By whom?" Julie said, "I believe one of the officers called it in. The other nurse in ER answered and took down the information. We followed the instructions and labeled the men dictated from the phone call. I think something odd is going on here, Grace. I do know what Tim Sandling looks like now, and the man with the gunshot to the leg is not him. If there is any way I can help more, let me know. I want you to know the only cop at the scene was the one who shot the two men. It wasn't out of an infraction of the law, but out of his own corruption. I need a favor. Call the state's attorney's office. Tell them everything you know about the situation as soon as you can. Oh, and write this name down. Ron Ball. He is a detective in Broomfield, Colorado. Have the state's attorney's office call him, and one will educate the other. Can you do that?" Julie nodded and said, "I'll do it right away. I'll let you know if something new comes up, okay?" Grace asked, "Oh, one more thing. Do you remember an elderly woman with me when I arrived?" Julie replied, "I do remember her. She left not long ago with a tall black man." Grace sighed in relief. "Oh, good. Then she's safe." Grace thanked her. Julie retreated back to her desk to find the number and make the call. She passed by Tim's room and checked on him and glanced at the officers now sitting in chairs by the door. She took the elevator down to the ER. Just as she picked up the phone to make the call, an officer limped up to her desk. He said, "Good morning, little lady. I'm her office chief deputy." He cleared his throat. "I'm here to relieve a fellow officer, and I need the room number to Tim Sandling." Julie noticed he was sweaty, breathing hard, and seemed to be in pain. She said, "He just got out of surgery. He's in ICU number 3 on the first floor. Walk down the hall to your left, follow the signs." Thank you, ma'am. Now, is he the one with the gunshot wound on the leg, right?" Julie froze. She managed to say, "We were told when they came in that the one with the gunshot wound to the leg was Mr. Sandling, and the other with the gunshot to the abdomen was Mr. Stone." The deputy replied, "Dandy. Have a good rest of your day." Julie called the Georgia State Attorney's office and relayed the information given to her by Grace. She pleaded with them to come quickly and relieve the local officers. While on the phone, Julie received the okay to move Dustin from recovery to his room on the 4th floor. After Julie and 2 other nurses moved him to his bed, she asked one of the nurses to stay in his room and not let anyone in. Julie retreated back to her desk, where she changed Dustin's and Grace's names. Only she would know where and who the 2 are. Julie called the ICU and talked to the floor nurse, Bren, about Tim and his entourage. Bren replied,
"One of the officers left, but the other one who replaced him doesn't look very well. He's already asked for some ibuprofen, antibiotic, and a pain shot. I gave him some ibuprofen and told him he needs to get an order from a doctor for the shot and antibiotic. He is sitting funny and acting agitated. I don't like it."
Julie replied, "Keep the other nurses away from that room and in that section, except for Jack. He's a volunteer fireman with a black belt, and I think he'll be well suited for this. Have him stay where he can watch them. If Jack needs to leave for a second, tell him to get a replacement before he leaves his post. Move all the patients from that wing to the north wing, about 1 person every 10 minutes. If he questions you, make something up about taking x-rays and MRIs. Got it? I want to isolate that group and keep our other patients and nurses out of any possible trouble." Grace had fallen asleep after seeing the doctor. Julie walked in the door and sat down next to Grace and tried to wake her. "Grace? Grace? I just read the report the doctor wrote about your injuries. I want to talk to you." Grace opened her puffy eyes. Grace mumbled, "I keep passing out about once an hour. I told the doctor. Oh, my head is throbbing. What is wrong with me?" Julie said, "It appears that your prior injury, where you had stitches, has swollen not only on the outside, but due to the multiple bumps in the same spot, it has swollen at the base of your brain as well. It means you're not getting enough blood flow to your brain. So, with some steroids, ibuprofen, antibiotics, and time, you'll get better. It is dangerous because you could fall and hit your head and die. Dr. Watson is checking for other causes, to be sure, but it means you need to stay in bed. How is your arm feeling?" Grace replied, "I forgot about it. It was just a graze. It's my head. That really hurts. I feel nauseous. But my arm, it's okay, Julie whispered. Yes, but there is more. She told Grace all that had transpired since their last conversation. Grace was alarmed. Was he fat with dark, sweaty, messy hair? Julie replied, yes, and I forgot to mention, he specifically asked if Tim was the one with the gunshot to the leg. What do you think is going on? Grace gasped and exclaimed, he's trying to kill Dustin. Since you switched them, he might kill Tim instead. Julie said firmly, no one is killing anyone in my hospital. She grabbed the room phone and called security. Hello? I need to talk to Roy, she demanded. Roy left. The local police are taking over on security, said a voice. Julie fumed and replied, upon whose authority? The voice replied, the Ebenezer Sheriff's Department. The prisoner is from our county. We are here to assure he comes back to our county for prosecution. I see. I'm the nursing director, and it is my job to know everything. The voice on the other end hung up. Grace had heard everything. She explained to Julie again that Tim owned the police in Ebenezer. Julie asked, so are they going to try to protect him? Grace replied, I think they're going to try to kill Tim, Dustin, and me. The officer you met downstairs is the one who shot Tim and Dustin and nearly killed me. Listen, Dustin and I are not criminals. Tim is. I can't explain everything right now, but you need to call the state's attorney's office back and tell them to send a SWAT team. Julie answered, I'll do what I can. By the way, Dustin is in the room next door. There's a nurse guarding him. She is not letting anyone in, but I'll slip over and tell her you're the only one allowed besides the doctor. But you can only stay a few minutes. You really shouldn't get out of bed at all. But I have a feeling that won't stop you. So use your wheelchair just in case you faint. Grace cried a barely audible thank you and asked, how is he? Julie said, I found out the bullet went all the way through. It wasn't too bad, but he has an infection. He should start to feel better in a day or two. He won't be walking well for a few weeks, and some physical therapy. He should be waking up any time now. I'll be back to check on you and Dustin soon, okay? Grace said, the bullet went through Dustin's leg and into Tim's side. It was at close range, too. The man you described watching over Tim is Sheriff Larry. He is the man who shot us. Julie asked, are you sure? Grace said, yes. Hurry and call for help, Julie. We need backup. Julie left the room quickly to make the phone calls. Grace wrestled out of bed and maneuvered the wheelchair to Dustin's room and knocked. The nurse let her in and stepped outside to give them privacy. Oh, Dustin, look at you, mumbled Grace. You have color in your cheeks. You look so peaceful. I have missed you. I love you so much. Dustin stirred, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. Dustin, can you wake up? She asked. His eyes blinked slowly open. Grace prodded gently. Wake up and talk to me. Dustin opened his eyes wide and acknowledged her. He mumbled, Grace. Yes, it's me. She bent down and kissed him on the lips. He smiled. She kissed him again. He groggily asked, Are you okay? You okay? She replied, I'm okay. He moved slightly, wincing from pain, and asked, Tim okay? Grace was silent. She contemplated telling him everything, but settled on just answering his questions. I know Tim is in the ICU. He has had surgery and needed blood, but I think he's stable now. He smiled lightly and said, Good. Then added, Sheriff Larry? Grace paused. The good news is that there are a set of officers watching over Tim to bring him to justice when he is well enough. The bad news is one of those officers is Larry. Dustin tried to sit up. Grace exclaimed, "No, Dustin, you need to rest. It's going to be okay. Larry doesn't know the hospital staff knows what he's done. I don't think he will do anything until no one is watching. The other officer might be from the Ebenezer Police Department or from the State Department. I don't know. But the Ebenezer Police Department just took over the security in the entire hospital." Dustin's breathing became rapid. His blood pressure monitor sounded an alarm. The nurse came in and checked Dustin. She said, "Bryce, you need to remain calm. Danielle will have to leave if she gets you too excited." Grace asked, What did you call us?" The nurse answered, "Aren't you two Bryce and Danielle?" Grace realized Julie must have camouflaged them from the sheriff. "Oh, yes, that's right. That's us." Dustin began to speak, and Grace put her hand over his mouth and said, "Shh, honey, you heard what the nurse said. We need to calm down and get you rested and keep your blood pressure down." The nurse reset the machine and left the room. Grace whispered to Dustin, "The head nurse over the hospital is hiding us here on the 4th floor. There's no reason for any of the Ebenezer cops to come up here. They think I think they think... Uh-oh, what do they think?" Julie raced downstairs and called the State Department again. The call was directed to a voicemail and left an urgent message. She left her desk to check on the sheriff. When she stepped out of the elevator, Larry was wrapped in a blanket and drinking hot coffee. "Sheriff, are you not well? Can I get you something?" Larry replied, I spent much of last night and all the way into today trying to get this guy. I don't care how I feel. I need to make sure he gets it." Julie knew she had to act fast. She asked, "Do you want to lay down in an empty bed, or could I get you a doctor?" He mumbled, "I'll go home as soon as I take care of my prisoner." Julie asked, "Can I get you a shot to take down your fever and maybe something for pain?" Larry replied, The other nurse said you needed a doctor's order to do it." "I have authority. Don't you worry. I'll fix you right up." Julie ran to the supply room, mumbling a formula for his weight and the strength of a sleeping sedative by injection. She loaded the syringe and walked quickly to the sheriff with a few alcohol pads. As she rounded the corner, she could see a heated argument with 2 new officers, Sheriff Larry and his partner. A tall officer drew his gun and pointed it at the sheriff. Julie walked back around the corner and peeked. Jack was gone from his post at the nurse's desk. She took a deep breath and knew she had to act fast. Chapter 9. Finding Justice in Peace. The other officer grabbed for his handcuffs and walked in front of the officer holding the gun. Larry reached for his gun and shot the officer with the handcuffs in the stomach. As the officer fell, he shot Larry in the shoulder. Larry took his gun and aimed it at his partner and told him to run. The young officer did as instructed, while Larry attempted to shoot him in the back. After 5 missed shots, he gripped his chair with both hands. Pure rage filled his body with energy. Sheriff Larry opened the door to Tim's room. As soon as he did, Julie began running toward the officers on the ground. Larry held up his arm to take aim at Tim. He shot twice into the bed and once into the ceiling as Julie jumped on his back and jammed the sedative on the side of his neck. He walked backward and slammed her into the wall. He turned, cocked his gun into her face, and pulled the trigger. The impotent click sent Julie running. She looked back to see him loading his pistol. He dropped his gun and ammunition as he fell limp to the floor on his face. Julie continued to run to the nurse's desk and called for Nurse Jack to return to ICU, when something from under the desk tapped her leg. "Jack?" exclaimed Julie.
"Is he gone?"
He trembled. Julie said, "You could say that. Come up here. I need you to watch him with this loaded syringe. Give him an IV stat. He will be out for at least 2 hours. If he moves, inject him with the IV. I need to help the officers who were just shot." Julie used the intercom to get the doctors and nurses to the South ICU. She ran to the officers and assessed their injuries. As the doctors and nurses arrived, she yelled to take the second officer shot into surgery, and the other to the morgue. Jack asked,
"Aren't you going to check the patient?"
Julie exclaimed, "Oh no!" She pulled the covers back and yelled, "He shot both lungs. There's no saving this one." Julie saw the handcuffs left behind from the officers' bodies being removed from the location and grabbed them. 2 state officers ran towards Julie, their hands placed on top of their guns still in the holster. Julie handed them the cuffs and stated, "I'll have my staff take him to the ER to be treated for his injuries. He killed the cop that was just taken to the morgue. I don't want him hurting my staff. I trust you will watch him until he is brought to justice." The officers both nodded and said,
"Yes, ma'am."
Grace's wheelchair squeaked. The wheels rolled unevenly across the floor. She exerted herself, using one good arm to roll herself out of Dustin's room to check the hall. The hallway was quiet, except for the metal cart delivery staff knocking on doors to deliver lunch. Grace didn't see the guard nurse outside Dustin's door. She awkwardly and with great effort made it inside his room again. She immediately desired to lock the door behind her. The absence of a lock kindled anxiety in her weary heart. Dustin's face was pale. Grace watched and listened as the heart monitor delivered the beats that comforted her. "You're going to be okay," she whispered. Grace could hardly see his face through the tears that stung her eyes. She stretched herself to kiss Dustin's hand. Grace called his name. A deep breath rose in his chest. The stirring of his arms and head gave Grace energy to stand. She kissed his cheek. Dustin turned his head, blinking and rubbing his eyes, struggling to stay open. His eyes locked on hers. His face brightened, and her name escaped his lips. Yes, it's me. I'm here. I'm okay, and so are you." His eyes became wet with tears. He tried to speak with a dry mouth. "You saved me. You saved my life. You saved the plantation." Grace grabbed the water on his stand and placed the straw in his mouth. She replied, "I was determined to live, and I refused to live in this life without you. Now drink." He sipped through the straw while blinking slowly, staring at her face. His content smile caused her to smile too. She asked, "What?" Dustin said, "I love you." Grace's eyes twinkled. "I love you too." The guard nurse walked in the room and yelled, "Hey! You aren't supposed to be in here!" Grace's unconscious hour had come. She passed out on top of Dustin. Dustin called out, "Help her!" The nurse put her in the wheelchair. Grace's head fell back, and her mouth hung open. The nurse asked Dustin, "What did you do to her?" Dustin answered, "Nothing." The nurse called Julie on the room phone. She explained, then listened intently. Dustin tried to get up. The nurse hung up the phone and insisted he lay back. "I'm going to take Danielle to a room next door." Dustin exclaimed, "Danielle?" The nurse pushed her out the door and called to the floor nurse for help. They lifted Grace, or Danielle, into her bed in a safe breathing position and returned to Dustin. "Are you okay?" asked the nurse, in a voice that would indicate he was deaf. He whispered, "Yes." He brought himself to consciousness, worrying about Grace. Dustin looked at the nurse's name tag and replied, "Thank you, Karen, for asking. How is Danielle?"
"I don't know the extent of her injuries. I'm just going to go to the desk and talk to her nurse and possibly call her doctor."
Dustin questioned, "Possibly? She needs care now?"
"I can tell she has had a head injury, but she's likely has a concussion. We wouldn't want her fainting and getting hurt."
Dustin's mind played an array of possibilities. He called out, "Wait! For some reason, you were put here to watch me, but I don't need it. Danielle needs it. Would you please watch over her?" Karen stood thinking about his request and replied, "You are right. I believe she's the one who needs extra attention, but I wasn't placed here due to your injuries. No one is allowed in your room." Dustin looked around his room and pointed to the other side of the room and exclaimed, "Bring her in here with me. There is space here for another patient, and both of us can help watch her, and you can do your job, please." Karen agreed to call Julie to petition the changes. Julie sat at her desk by the ER doing data entry. Her phone rang, and she picked it up on the first ring. "This is Julie," Karen asked. "Brass wanted to know if his wife Danielle could room with him." Julie replied, "That's against hospital policy." Karen stated, "I should be watching Danielle instead of Brass. She passed out. Well, due to her head injury right on top of him. If she does it again, she could hit her head." Julie answered, "I understand her condition. The doctor wants her to stay overnight for observation, but otherwise she could go home. Danielle's aware of her condition and has been instructed. Though the policy is clear, I am in agreement with you. There are reasons why I think we might bend the rules a bit. I'll explain another time, but I'm going to say yes, move her stat. I'll change the names on their new room right away. Keep this to yourself for now." Karen agreed and hung up to move Grace's hospital bed to Dustin's room. Julie hung up the phone and resumed making the changes when she noticed a dark figure standing over her from behind. She swirled around, stood up, and confronted the large, long-haired officer who greatly resembled Sheriff Larry. "It's against hospital policy for you to stand in this location. We obey strict HIPAA privacy policies here. You are welcome to stand on the patron side of my work area." The officer, who resembled Sheriff Larry, walked to the other side of her desk and asked, "It sounds like you change the rules when you want to. It shouldn't matter if an officer of the law does the same." Julie maintained her composure and stated, "I do not change the rules. I'm sorry, what is your name?" The officer boldly announced, "I heard you might bend the rules a bit." She stood up and said, "I do not answer to you, sir. I am in charge of room placement, and frankly, I am the one who makes the rules as I see fit. I ask for your name." The officer asked, "I am Sheriff Larry's brother, Officer Barry, and I'm looking for 2 suspects in a gold theft. The male is tall with dark hair, and the female is attractive and has long, dark, curly hair, and their names are Dustin Stone and Grace Dowling. I need you to look to see what rooms they're in." Julie scrambled in her mind for a normal and protective response. She remained calm and said, "Yes, let me look up those names for you. She typed the names given in her computer. She made sure they would not come up before she replied, "Oh, do you have papers like a warrant or something?" Officer Barry replied, "Ma'am, I am an officer of the law. I am in pursuit of 2 gold thieves. I know what they look like. I can just look room to room." Julie said, "Sir, I am supposed to ask for a warrant for a search. I think you know that. You cannot go room to room without a warrant. Federal law prohibits that. I can tell you that I typed their names into the computer and nothing came up." Officer Berry gasped. "What? Let me see." He barged around the desk to look. Julie said, "Now, Officer Berry, I told you it was against hospital policy for you to be behind my desk." He continued looking at the screen. "Well, I be. You were telling me the truth. What the?" Julie nicely asked. "There have been state officers in the building all morning. I can get you the officer in charge or a member of his team to talk to." Officer Berry stammered and replied, I can. I already talked to them. I am, looking for different folks than them, but I appreciate your time." He began to walk away, then turned and asked, "I was told, I heard on the scanner, or, is it true that, Tim Sandlin was shot dead?" Julie said, "Are you family, officer?" He replied, No, I'm not. I used to work for him out of state. I was a fireman for him." Julie said, "I cannot discuss information with non-family members, and I don't see anyone listed as being acceptable to receive information on his forms. Since you do not have a warrant, I'm not going to be able to tell you Sheriff Larry shot into Tim's bed twice." He smiled and said, "I already knew that." Julie said, "Then you knew he had already been shot once before the sheriff shot him twice." He replied, "I knew that too." Julie said, "Sounds like you already know everything." He stated, "I am an officer of the law. It's my job to know. Plus, I have a scanner." Julie suggested, "I can go buy a scanner for about $150 and hear everything as well. Is there information pertaining to the law for which you are searching?" He answered, "Yes. I'm searching for 2 gold thieves with injuries. One was in the same ambulance as Tim Sandling, and the other followed in a car with an old woman. What else can you tell me?" Julie paused before answering. "I wouldn't have record of anyone who didn't accept treatment in the hospital. It's possible for small wounds they would have been treated by the paramedics at the site and released. Let me check the records." She typed in yesterday's paramedic run, hoping that if he jumped behind her again, he would see that their names were not there. "Nope. No one by those names here either," she insisted. He turned the monitor to glance down the list. "Well, I'll be. That's impossible. If Tim's here, then the other should be here too." Julie suggested, "I'm here at this desk all of the time. I supervise 4 floors. I don't make mistakes. My staff knows I'm meticulous with details. They would never slip anyone in without me knowing. I suggest you check Mercy General. We have been nearly full for the past 2 days. From the wreck out by the new Civil War Museum, it was a pile-up. It's possible. Wait. I'll check with the paramedics. They're out right now. But I can call them." Officer Berry nodded and said, I'll just go get me a cup of coffee real quick." He walked away to the waiting room and served himself. Julie called the paramedics and asked them if they had names of the men they brought in this morning. They answered that they only knew them by their injuries. They reminded her that by the time they got to the hospital, someone had called and identified them by name and injury. Julie wasn't sure what to tell the officer that would make him leave. He arrived with his coffee and asked, "Well, any news?" Julie stated, "They have brought an anonymous man here that was named a short time later. However, he was taken into surgery and he flatlined." The officer questioned, "Well, what do you mean by flatlined?" Julie said, "Oh, his heart stopped beating." "Oh, Wait, I know where to look. She quickly typed Dustin and Grace's name into the morgue and said, Bingo! The names just came up in the county morgue. They must have died from their injuries in the ambulance or before. Now it makes sense why I don't have their names in my system. He ran behind her and looked at the morgue's list. Well, okay, I guess I'll report to my senior officer with the information and be on my way. Before I go, which room is Mr. Sandling in? Julie smiled and said, You know I cannot give you any information without a warrant. He rebutted, I didn't see Mr. Sandling's name on the morgue list. That means he's still alive. Julie said, If he died recently, he may still be in transit to the morgue. You see, when somebody dies, they have to be identified. Family or someone who knows them has to identify the body. After identification, the person's name is then put in our system and can be sent to the funeral home for processing. He replied, Ah, family. So he's dead. You just gave me what I need. Thank you for your cooperation, ma'am. He turned and left the building. Julie collapsed back in her chair, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She darted up and said, Oh, no. She picked up the phone and called Dustin and Grace's room. Karen answered. Hello, Karen speaking. Julie hesitantly demanded, I need to talk with, Danielle. Quickly. Danielle is unconscious at the moment. Is this Julie? Asked Karen. Yes, it's me. Is Bryce awake? If so, I need to speak with him. Karen handed the phone to Dustin. Hello? It's Julie. I'm the hospital's head nurse. I have much I need to tell you, but first, there was an elderly lady here this morning with Grace. She asked to use the phone, then left with a tall black man. Is she family or a friend? Dustin panicked. She's my grandma. Is she okay? What happened? Julie replied, Oh, nothing. Well, yet. I think an officer of the law who is not honorable might be paying her a visit very soon. She summarized the visit with the officer and suggested that since he thinks they are dead, he might be going to interview the family or the various funeral homes to confirm. Dustin stated, Call the state's attorney's office for help. The whole Ebenezer Police Department, as well as many here in Monroe, is owned by Sandling. Tim Sandling? Yes, she asked. Do you know why the cops he owns wants him dead? Tim is dead? The cops think you are all dead. You are safe where you are. I don't believe your grandmother is safe at home. Dustin said, I'll call her from this phone and see if the state police can send a car to check on her. Don't forget to catch him up on what's happened. Julie replied, I'll do it. I have more information to tell you, but I'll contact you in a while. Dustin pressed and released the button to hear a dial tone. He punched in Grammy's home number. While listening, he turned to see Grace passed out. The phone rang 4 times before the answering machine picked up. He hung up, then dialed again. After 3 tries, Dustin used the wheelchair to retrieve and put on his clothes. He could not rest comfortably without knowing Grammy was safe. Karen returned to the room to find Dustin putting on his pants and attempting to leave. You cannot leave, Karen insisted. Dustin emphatically argued his desire. He said, I have the right to refuse care. I can leave. I studied law. Karen agreed. Okay, Bryce, you are right. You can leave, but it would appear you are safer in the hospital than anywhere else. You will worry Danielle. What is it that you think you need to do? My grandmother is alone and at the very home where the trouble is centered. She didn't answer when I called. Karen replied, I get off in 2 hours. Where do you live? Dustin explained.
We live in Ebenezer, the North Plantation with the tree-lined entry.
Karen replied, No, it's okay. I've driven past there before. I could take my husband with me and check on your grandmother. He asked,
Why would you do that?
She replied, I have a grandmother too. Besides, I don't think you should go home until you're cleared. Maybe tomorrow? Danielle is staying overnight. You should also be able to recover at home. Unless it's not safe. Dustin argued.
That is why I want to go.
Karen blurted. If it's not safe for her, it's not safe for you. In your condition, what do you think you could possibly accomplish? You are struggling to remain standing right now. You're fevering. You need to get back in bed and get some rest. Dustin agreed. Karen sat in a chair outside the room. Dustin and Grace slept better in the safe company of each other. The new nurse, Mitchell, was briefed and kept watch while they slept. He periodically checked their IV fluids and vitals as they rested. The stark ring of the room phone bluntly interrupted the hours of peaceful rest. Grace made her way to stop the noise. She answered, Hello? Hi, it's Karen. I was the nurse taking care of you, Danielle. Grace replied, Oh, okay, I remember. Karen stated, I'm here at your grandmother's house in Ebenezer. Listen, she isn't doing well. I know Bryce couldn't get her on the phone, so I found a door in the back and I looked around. I found her in bed. Her vitals are weak. She woke and whispered her 2 grandchildren died today. I told her Bryce asked me to come, but she didn't seem to know a Bryce. I'm not sure what's going on. She won't be comforted. Her pillow is wet with tears. Grace blurted out, The hospital, they gave us different names to protect us from being found by some powerfully bad people, some of which are cops. Our names are Dustin and Grace, not Bryce and Danielle. Karen answered, Oh, okay, I'll explain it to her. I'm a good friend with the doctor in Monroe. I'll consult with him about her vitals. She was most likely low from grieving. Don't worry, I'll make sure she's stabilized. Grace began to thank her when Karen interrupted, saying, Just a second. Your grandmother's trying to speak. Grace heard Karen ask Grammy, Say it again, please. Oh, okay. Okay, you just rest now. Karen put the receiver to her face and repeated, Your grandma just told me a cop came to the door, asking if she had identified the bodies of her grandchildren in the morgue. Grace asked, What did she tell him? Karen asked Grammy, then replied, She told him no. Grace asked, What does this all mean? Clearly we aren't dead. Karen speculated, Maybe you're in a witness protection program. Grace replied, I'm sure it was the head nurse, Julie. She's been helping us stay safe. Karen gasped, Oh, that makes sense. Julie said she would explain to me later on the reasons why she was asking me to bend the rules. She never bends the rules. Do you think the cop will come back to the hospital? He might check the morgue to see if you guys are really there. But I don't think they allow just anyone in the morgue. But since he's a cop, he could probably get in. Grace asked, How long ago was the visit? Karen asked Grammy and responded, She said it was about an hour and a half ago. Grace panicked. Oh no. That could mean... What should we do? Karen adamantly reacted. Well, I'll call Julie and I'll let her know. Wait, she's probably off by now. I'll call you back. Grace asked, Would you please tell Grammy we're alive, but the cop needs to think we're dead? Please ask her to call George to tend to her until we can make it home. Thank you so much for all that you're doing for us. Please stop in and visit sometime." Karen agreed to visit and assured Grace that Grammy would be okay. Fear again punched a dissipating hole into their peace. Dustin hung on every word as Grace explained. He responded, "Cop? There was a cop at her door? That isn't good. The cop could be on his way to the morgue or the hospital to search room to room." Grace crept to the door and listened to the silence of the fourth floor. She found her way back to her bed and pulled the covers over her head and prayed. Dustin asked, "Come to me, Grace. Come lay next to me. Let me hold you." She slipped out from under her covers and walked slowly with her IV to his bed. Dustin lifted up the top blanket and she slipped in. Grace laid on her side with her head on his shoulder. Dustin tried to comfort her by saying, "Grace, there is a guard outside our door. We are together. We made it this far. It will turn out well. You'll see." Dustin heard sniffling and light bursts of crying. He began to console her again and stopped mid-sentence when he heard men talking in the hall. "Grace, there are 2 men in the hall. Get under the covers and don't say a word." He heard a thump against the door and grunting. The door flew open, and standing in the opening stood a tall man who looked like Sheriff Larry holding a pistol. He was the same cop Dustin sacked in Grace's living room. Dustin yelled, "Stop! Wait! Don't shoot!" The large Southerner yelled, "You shot my brother!" Dustin rebutted, "I didn't shoot anyone. Who is your brother?" The cop said, "I call him Sheriff Larry." Dustin said, "I didn't shoot him. We're in the hospital because he shot us. He also shot your boss, Tim Sandlin." The cop had a confused face. "Enough! He said he was shot at your place and you tied him up and left him for dead." Dustin tried to calm him down. "Just take it easy. It was an honest mistake. We haven't done anything to anyone." "Shut up. I knew you were still alive when your grandmother didn't know you were dead. I let her know you were shot. I came to the aid of my brother. He is no liar. He said you have gold that isn't yours and you've been hoarding it for yourselves. I'm here to make sure you don't get in the way again. That is what he wanted." Dustin tried to stall, hoping somebody was coming to help. "How did you get out of jail in Broomfield?" "My precinct sent papers for me. They brought me here. My fellow officers let me out of jail when the U.S. Marshal left. I ain't done nothing wrong. I was just doing my job." Dustin continued to stall by asking, "You must be really talented to get away from a U.S. Marshal. Was there more than one?" The cop boasted. "No, but there's another fella with them, a detective of some sort. There were 2 of them. I got away, though. Can't hold me for long." Dustin replied, "That is an amazing story. We helped Sheriff Larry a lot in the tunnel. We did everything he asked us to do. What can we do for you, officer?" Sheriff Larry's brother dropped his hand slightly while talking. He thought about the submissive question. He regained a definitive composure, pointed his gun at Dustin, and said, "My instructions were to kill everyone who knows about the tunnel." He cocked the gun and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. Goodbye, Mr. Stone." Dustin closed his eyes and braced himself for death. Flashes of thoughts and pleadings to God for grace flew through his mind. He heard the shot and waited for the pain. He heard another shot, and his eyes flew open in horror that he must have shot Grace instead. Sheriff Larry's brother fell to the floor, revealing Broomfield's Lieutenant Ron Ball standing behind him, still holding up the gun from shooting. Dustin's face lit up as he screamed, "Run!" Ron ran in and checked his fugitive. "He's dead," he confirmed. Dustin said, "He was pulling the trigger to shoot me when you shot him." 2 officers ran in the room and immediately checked the situation. Ron spoke to the officers in hushed tones. He looked back to Dustin and revealed, "He was alone. Are you okay? How is Grace?" Dustin lifted the covers to find her passed out again and drooling. Dustin replied, "We are both alive because of you." Ron shook his hand and said, "Good to see you, buddy. I listened to what you said. Once the prisoner was being extradited, I called the marshal's office to ride along. I told them about the corruption in Ebenezer. We hung out watching the Ebenezer police station. When the prisoner left the building, we followed him to your plantation, then here. We notified the feds. They are here to contain the Ebenezer Police Department as we speak. They are under a full investigation." Dustin excitedly proclaimed, "That's amazing! You saved our lives!" Ron modestly replied, Is Grace okay? Is Grace okay? I can't believe she slept through the shooting." Dustin explained, "She has a concussion. She can only be conscious about an hour before she passes out again." "Ron, I am horrified to imagine what would have happened if you didn't come right when you did." Ron smiled. "I was guided, Dustin. I felt compelled. It's the Lord that you need to thank. I wouldn't have gone otherwise." Dustin confirmed with a nod, and they shared a solemn moment. Ron said, "Looks like you and Grace got closer. So, what's happened since you left Broomfield?" Dustin smiled, nodded his head, and said, "It's a long story, Ron, but I must say, you were right. Standing my ground was the best thing I could have done to protect what is mine. Like I said, it's a long story. I know Grace will write it someday. Grace found the gold and the bad guy. We didn't secure all his minions, as you see, but thanks to you, we are alive and have a bright future. I asked Grace to marry me." Ron patted him on the back in congratulations. "When's the big day?" Dustin said, "I hope soon. I love her so much." Ron smiled and nodded his head in an "I told you so" sort of way. 2 male nurses came to extract the body from the room to take it to the morgue. Dustin said, "This guy's brother is the cop that's been digging holes on my land. He was trying to find the tunnel full of gold." Ron asked, "What tunnel? You really found gold?" Dustin replied, "Yes. Grace and I were walking along the river and she fell through the ground into the tunnel. The rest is a longer story, but we stashed away some of the gold, and we'll be going to get the rest when we are well." Ron asked, "Did you know the tunnel was there?" "No, I didn't. My plantation's been around long enough for all of it to make sense. Grace found a letter from a great, and I don't really actually know how many greats, but this grandfather explained the history. The letter is still in the tunnel. We're excited to go explore again. I just don't think it'll happen anytime soon due to our health." Ron suggested, "I think you should hire security without telling them what they're guarding. Don't make this public until you remove all the gold and your letter. I'll check around to see who's trustworthy for the job. In the meantime, spend some of that gold to give Grace a nice wedding." "Thank you, Ron. I want to make her happy. First, she needs to get well." Ron said, "I'll be here a few more days to tie up the paperwork, and I'd love to come over and see your place." Maybe you'll let me help you remove the gold? You could use a good gunman around. Are you sure you're doing okay? Will you be out soon? Dustin said, I was shot through the leg. I had surgery a few hours ago. Right now, I'm living on pure adrenaline. But yes, I'm okay. I was told I could possibly go home tomorrow. I can call you from the hospital phone when I find out. My new phone has been underwater. I'm not sure where it is right now. Ron stated, just call my cell. Here, I'll write it down. I'll get some phone calls made for you as soon as I can. I'll see if I can get a federal agent to watch over you two here and possibly at home until we get all the corruption cleaned up. Dustin pleaded, Please, Ron, we're bed and breakfast, and you're now our special free guest. Please come. Ron agreed. I have details to clear up here downstairs and at the station. I think I'll stay in town tonight so I can drive you home tomorrow if you need me to. How about when you get home, I'll come stay with you for a few days till we secure your property, and you'll have someone to care for you. Dustin accepted and thanked Ron for his generous offer. Ron added, For now, you get some rest. Tell Sleeping Beauty hi for me when she wakes, okay? Dustin thanked him again. Ron walked around the blood smear on the floor and left. Dustin turned to Grace and had an idea. Sleeping Beauty, huh? He questioned. Dustin scooted down in his bed, grunting from the difficulty. He leaned in and kissed Grace on her lips. Nothing, he spouted. He tried again. Grace wearily blinked her eyes and looked at Dustin. She smiled. He said, It worked. She asked, What worked? Ron was here, and he said you were Sleeping Beauty, so I kissed you, and it worked. You're awake. Grace smiled, then grimaced and said, Ron? Dustin kissed her again and said, It's a long story. The bad guys are contained, and we are safe. I want to know how soon you can be mine. Grace muttered, I am yours. He replied, When can I marry you? Grace smiled. When do you want to marry me, Dustin? You found the bad guy. You saved me. You saved our plantation. You found our family history. You found the gold. Then again, it might have something to do with how my heart will pine and ache for you until you are Mrs. Dustin Stone. I can't imagine my life without you now. I need you. I love you. Grace wearily smiled and mumbled, Get me out of here and into a dress. Dustin laughed and kissed her forehead. You need to heal a little first, then we should begin planning. How long does it take to plan a wedding anyway? 2 weeks? Grace whispered. 1. He beamed and responded, That's my girl. Grace, you deserve a beautiful dress. I hope you'll let me come with you to pick one out. Grace looked at him and said, You can't see the dress until our wedding day. Besides, I've already decided. I'm going to try to use the white silk we found in the tunnel. The white silk Duncan Stone made. I'm sure Grammy and I can make a beautiful dress. If the material doesn't fall apart. Dustin looked forlorn. Grace said, What? He replied, Does it take a long time to sew a wedding dress? Grace laughed and kissed him. A knock on the door interrupted. Dustin, with no more fear of stray cops, called out, Come in. Nurse Jack walked in and said, I'm here to mop up. This is the 3rd shooting today I've cleaned up. Dustin and Grace perked up and said almost simultaneously, What? Jack answered, Oh, yeah, 4 cops were shot today. Only one made it. Unfortunately, he was the one who shot Mr. Sandling twice in the chest
while he lay in recovery. It looked like he would have been shot a third time, but Nurse Julie jumped on him from behind with a tranquilizer shot to the neck. Oh, he tried to shoot Nurse Julie and then fell to the ground. He went into surgery after that. Turns out he had a pretty bad shot wound in his shoulder on his left buttock.
Grace's hand had clamped to her mouth. Dustin asked, "The cop went to surgery?" Jack replied, "Yep." Dustin's joy in the moment of resolution faded as his hopes to help Tim change his life were gone. He asked, "So, Tim, Mr. Sandlin is dead?" Jack laughed. "Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention Nurse Julie hid Tim away under a different name and put the CPR dummy in the room marked with his name. So the cop shot the dummy." She was so mad because those dummies are $500 and now she has to pay to replace it. She didn't tell anyone what she did. I think she must have known what was going to happen. Jack continued mopping. Grace asked, "So the dummy was shot and Tim is still alive?" Jack stopped and answered, "I think so. I don't know how to check because only Nurse Julie knows his new name." Dustin's breath he had been holding slowly released. He asked, "Is Nurse Julie still here?" Jack replied, "She should have left maybe hours ago, but I know she won't go until everything's under control. I've seen her sleep for a few hours in the break room and go right back to work. Julie is a very dedicated nurse." Grace asked, "Would you ask her to come visit us when she can? Let her know I will replace the dummy. I am positive we owe her our lives." Dustin added, Yes, I agree. I agree." Jack finished up and replied, "Oh, well, I'm sure I'll see her in the next few minutes. She's the one who sent me here to clean up. Please don't walk on this floor until it's dry. See you later." Dustin and Grace looked at each other in amazement about the last 24 hours. Grace said, "First, tell me later why a nurse just cleaned up blood on our floor. Ron was here? Wait, I don't want to know that either. I want to talk about Tim for a minute. I need to talk about some feelings I've been having. It's too much to hold in. I need to get this out." Dustin lay his head back on the pillow with a worried heart. They both stared at the ceiling. Grace began. "In the tunnel, when we lost Tim, a small part of me felt justified because of how he treated me and countless other women. But the larger part of what I felt was I was frightened for him. Just now, when I thought Tim was dead, I was very sad and burdened. I don't understand my feelings. What is wrong with me?" Quivering emotion pulled down a resolute smile on Dustin's face. He replied, "You are the perfect example of Christianity. You have forgiven your attacker. You're not acting like or feeling like a victim. You have a genuine concern for him. I am so proud of you. Of course, I already observed your feelings of compassion in the tunnel. At first, I was jealous." Grace smiled a satisfying smile. Dustin continued, "But I realized your feelings were rooted in forgiveness, not affection. It was then that I knew you'd be able to fully recover from his attack on you. I studied a rape case in law school where the victim justified her later murder of a different man with the fact that she was a victim of rape. I read the scriptures many times, and I've seen a pattern that many people call the victim mentality." Grace prodded, Go on, he explained. There's a difference between a victim and having a victim mentality. The mentality causes the person to justify all their bad behavior to anyone else or anything other than themselves. There's always an excuse, but no accountability, no moral comfort or forgiveness. Victims often become aggressors or mentally ill. A person with a victim mentality often complains about everything but does nothing to heal. They want others to feel sorry for them so they can feel protected or safe and use others for what they can get. Grace, you are not a victim. You have taught me so much about personal courage, change, and forgiveness. You are the strongest woman I have ever met. Grace's smile turned to healing tears. She responded by saying, I was confused why I felt sorry for him. I know I should probably hate him, but I don't. You are right. I feel completely healed from what he did. It might be partly because I put up quite a fight. I scratched and punched and flailed, and then I kneed him in the groin and punched him in the face, and I knocked him into a glass coffee table and left him there bleeding as I ran. He hurt me physically and toyed with me emotionally, but if I had really fallen for him, I might feel the way you described. The whole time, it was the love I have for you that kept me from feeling attached to him. I knew I didn't want to get involved with him. I mean, you can't expect a wet sponge to soak up more water. I couldn't let you go out of my heart. I knew you loved me. I felt I needed to wait. Wait for what? Dustin prodded. She replied, I was waiting for you to want to love me more than you wanted to fight it. Besides, you confessed your love for me when you thought I was sleeping. You know, at the bed and breakfast when you were sick. Right after that, you put up a wall between us. Dustin's response was silent shaking of his head with astonishment in his eyes. You know me better than I know myself. You heard me tell you my feelings. I was being so stupid. I didn't realize how ridiculous I was until the night of the ball. I was going to tell you the next morning that I wanted you to be my girlfriend. I couldn't find you or boss anywhere. I thought you might have left to go to the store. I took up some chores, and I was on my way to the hardware store when I saw your car. Grace blurted out, At least you didn't drown your feelings in a new abusive relationship. I was the stupid one. I should have just told you my feelings. I should have just told you I would wait. Dustin retorted, It was my fault, not yours, that you ran into that new relationship. I was the dumb jerk that told you to date other men. I became irritated daily with jealousy. I treated you worse. I'm so sorry. You lost your home and almost your life because of me. It is not your fault, but mine. I drove you to it. I should have been more honest with my feelings to you and myself. Grace smiled and asked, Really? You were jealous? Dustin embarrassingly admitted, For the last week I chopped wood for an hour every time I left your presence. Grace's body vibrated from her silent laughing. He defended, Be nice. It just feels good that your aggression was jealousy and not annoyance. Dustin laughed. Oh, you annoyed me every time I knew you had been with some other guy. But I didn't hate you. I was mad at myself for not giving in to my feelings. It was my pride that kept me from you. Once my pride was gone, I felt desperate for you. Grace's heart filled with comfort. When did you beat your pride?
It was when Grammy pulled out the dress you wore for the ball. I could imagine you in it. I knew all eyes would be on you. I could imagine you would have every man in that room envious of whoever was dancing with you. Dancing is so intimate. It's a rhythmic embrace. Feeling the slow, deliberate movement of your partner in sync with you. It's, well, heaven. When I started imagining you dancing with other men, I broke. I dusted off my uniform. I decided, since it was a masquerade, that I would make myself anonymous.
Grace said, "At first I had no idea it was you. You came to me seeking my attention. It felt so good. I had so much hope, especially when we stood in the kitchen, after the ball. I could tell you wanted to kiss me."
Dustin interjected, "I've never had to work so hard to hold back my impulses as I did in that moment."
Grace laughed and blurted out, "You didn't! You kissed me!"
Dustin said, "I wanted to express all my love for you in a kiss, but I was afraid of Niagara Falls, so—"
"You gave me a long, warm kiss on the cheek," she finished.
He added, "I felt everything all at once in that moment. I knew if I kissed you on the lips, I might dishonor you with my passion as a man. I didn't want you to think I was like that."
Grace replied, "You honor me, Dustin. I date and get abused by another man, and you blame yourself. I equally didn't express my feelings for you, but still, you blame yourself."
He interjected, "Maybe I should have kissed you like I wanted to. Maybe you may not have cared about retrieving your shoes and keys the next morning. I am so sorry you had to experience such disrespect and horrid brutality."
Grace responded by saying, "You are the opposite of a victim mentality, Dustin. You are selfless. You would rather I run off with another man if that would make me happy. My happiness is your happiness. You are a lover, Dustin."
Dustin rebutted, "No, Grace. I was a prideful and stubborn man. You did get one thing right. Your happiness is my happiness. And it is out of love that I asked you to come to Georgia with me. I love you with all of my heart. You'll never have to worry about me hiding my feelings ever again. So, 1 week?"
Oh, Dustin, if someone said the only way I would be able to find the love of my life was to go through the last 2 weeks, I would do it again. I love you. I want our wedding to be so special. I want us to be at our best. But that won't be soon. And I say that we start planning when we are well and we see an end to all this."
Dustin smiled. "You mean you'll marry me when you see a light at the end of the tunnel?"
Grace rolled her eyes. Dustin leaned in and kissed her.
"Dustin, look at the time.
I've been awake more than an hour and I haven't fainted."
"The worst is over, Grace. We are together now. You don't need the stress. Let yourself rest."
Grace agreed. She left the sliver of warmth in his bed to obtain a deeper sleep in her own. The swirling of events in her mind's eye slowed and stilled, and Grace Dowling finally slept. Chapter 10. A Little Gold. The Georgia autumn peeked its humid head once more before the winter breezes came. The trees of the plantation were beginning to look bare from the storm that had helped the leaves find their rightful places on the ground. Dustin and Grace said heartfelt goodbyes to all the staff in the hospital that took part in their protection. After thanks was expressed to head nurse Julie, she promised to notify them as to Tim's health and release. Ron drove them home in Grace's car that he hot-wired to start. Though sore and weak, Dustin propelled his crutches and entered into the house. The crutches made a distinct click when he released his weight from them onto his right leg. He clicked straight to Grammy's room. Dustin opened the door all the way before taking up his crutches to creep across the floor. His right leg stepped on a board that creaked in rebellion to his weight.
"George?"
Grammy asked.
"No, it's me, Dustin," he answered.
Grammy burst into sobs in relief. Dustin questioned,
"How are you feeling?"
She whispered,
"I think it's my heart. I'm just so weak. I can't seem to want to get out of bed, but don't worry. Karen has already come by this morning to take me to the bathroom, and she fed me oatmeal."
"She did?"
marveled Dustin. He added,
"We sure have great friends. I've been concerned about you. I am so sorry for everything you had to go through."
She whispered,
"I am thankful for you, Dustin. You saved the plantation. It's yours now. Both our names are on the loan, but I'll sign whatever you need to make sure you have it all."
He stated, "Quitclaim deed.
That's the name of the form."
She replied,
"You need to finish, Dustin. You will make a great lawyer."
Dustin's heart swelled in fear of losing his Grammy, the only mother he could remember.
"Grammy, Grace and I are getting married. You need to get better," he added.
Her joy gave her a burst of energy. She tried to raise up, but fell back down in her pillow.
You finally swallowed your pride," she declared.
Dustin laughed and said,
"That's right, Grammy. I did, and I'm never letting her go. Grammy, we want to plan the wedding and get married as soon as we can. We have a little bit of healing to do first, and so do you. So you could probably see that day when we came out of the cellar with Sheriff Larry that we were loaded down with gold."
She nodded. He continued,
"Well, there's a room in the tunnel that's packed with gold. The room glowed yellow. Everything is going to be great. We can pay off the plantation, fix it up, and do whatever we want."
Grammy said,
"Miracles always follow the faithful, Dustin. I know I can get better, but
I should get up and fix dinner."
Dustin replied, "You strong women don't know how to rest. Stay in bed." She mumbled,
"Thank you."
Dustin pulled the covers up to her chin. He whispered,
"You rest, and I'll watch over you this time."
He clicked to the door and again stepped on the creaky board. He looked down, taking note of the location of his foot to later fix the noisy floorboard. Dustin met Grace and Ron in the kitchen. Ron said, "I'm here until tomorrow if you'd like me to go do anything for you." Grace was talking on the phone in the background, so Dustin reduced the volume of his voice. He said,
"I have been thinking about a box in the tunnel. It's lightweight. It has historical papers in it from an ancestor that once occupied this plantation. I wondered if you would travail the tunnel to retrieve it. I mean, if you find some gold while you're down there, and I wouldn't be upset if you felt like grabbing it."
Ron asked, "Are you asking me to clean everything out of the tunnel?" Dustin replied,
"No, not everything. Now, I'm curious to read the letter Grace found. I want to know more about the secrets of Ebenezer."
Ron said, "Honestly, I would go down right now. I'd love to explore that tunnel." Grace hung up the phone. She was crying and blurted, Boss is alive. The vet said he needs to stay several days for them to get him to the point where he can recover at home, but he will live." Dustin hugged Grace and exclaimed, "What a miracle!" Grace walked out of the kitchen saying, "I'm going to go tell Grammy." Ron said, "Sounds like things are turning out well. I worked until late yesterday on the paperwork. The investigation doesn't need me. I petitioned for 2 private company agents to watch over your place. They should arrive in a day or so. You'll have to pay them by the week. I guess I'm free to go back to Broomfield, but I'd like to stay and work on getting your gold out and putting it in a secure location. If anything, it will help pay the bills so you can spend time in recovery with Grace without worry." Dustin said, "Ron, you have been so kind. I don't know if the tunnel is still flooded. I mean, it was close to the top. Come with me to the cellar. I need you to help me open the door to the tunnel." The cellar floor had a foot of water still standing. Ron took off his shoes and socks and walked in the murky water. "The shelves there are mounted on the door to the tunnel. Grab and pull right there under that shelf. You might get pushed by a fall of water," stated Dustin, still standing on the stairs with his cast yet dry. Ron pulled on the shelves. Once the door opened a few inches, he grabbed the opening and pulled, then pushed the door open. Ron exclaimed, "Dustin, the water's gone down. It's the same depth as the cellar. It's not deeply muddy on the bottom as much as it should be, considering the amount of water you described. There must be an opening where it was able to escape. I think I can get through pretty easily. What do you think I'll need down there?" Dustin questioned, "You want to go in right now?" Ron laughed and replied, "I'm already wet." Dustin said, "Let me get you some rubber boots and a flashlight and take your phone." Ron walked over and sat on the stairs to wait for Dustin's return. Grace popped her head in and exclaimed, "Oh, the water's almost gone. I can't believe it." Ron declared, "I'm going to try to get some gold out for you. Dustin mentioned a box with a letter he'd like to have as well." Grace said, "I don't know if it's safe for you in there." Ron probed, "Well, why not? The bad guys are contained and the water's gone down." Grace rebutted, "The gold is hidden in an offshoot tunnel to the right. You'll have to wander past the shorter stage of the tunnel in the beginning, and then it's the first tunnel to the right. If you get to a skeleton on the right side, you've gone way too far. Don't burden yourself with too much at once. If it's not that hard to get in there, it would be better to take several easy trips than one really hard one." Ron smiled and asked, "Good idea. I remember the condition you were in at the hospital. How do you remember all this?" Grace explained, "It was a very tense time in the tunnel, but I went over it in my head so we wouldn't lose the location. I told Tim and the sheriff I knew where the gold was to save our lives. I led them down the wrong tunnel and almost got us killed, but they were too greedy to kill me. I believe God led me to the gold, and as I saw the markings and thought, whoever put the gold there was trying to help themselves not lose the location." "Remarkable story, Grace. You need to write it down." "Well, I'm happy to retrieve some gold to help out. I'm excited to be a part of it," Ron blurted. Grace wished she could go with him. She felt the need to rest. The door opened and Dustin had a bag dangling from his crutches. He unhooked the bag and handed it to Grace. She opened it and gave Ron its contents. He geared up with a headlamp, rubber shoes, a water bottle, and a phone. He put on the boots, headlamp, and shoved the phone in his front pocket. He threw the bag across his back. Dustin reminded, "Ron, you don't know where the gold is." Ron stated, "Grace here just told me." "Well, here I go." Dustin and Grace wished him safety, and Ron clicked the flashlight on and disappeared into the tunnel, leaving the shelf door open. Dustin and Grace retreated into the kitchen.
Grace, Ron has secured security men to watch over our tunnel and us. I thought that might make you feel more comfort, said Dustin.
I feel leery of trusting others right now, but I'm sure Ron did his research about the security company. I'm in need of sleep. Did you check on Grammy? Asked Grace.
Dustin replied, I did. I think she's sleeping now, but why don't you take a nap and pop in to see her later?
Grace agreed and slowly made it up the stairs to her room. She sunk into her pillow, laying on her stomach, and fell asleep. Sounds and visions of people walking in the tunnel magnified in her mind. Grace turned on her side. Again, she saw people walking through the tunnel, but they motioned her to come to them. She tossed and turned as she heard whispers and cries. Suddenly, she sat up listening intently to hear what the voices were saying, but they slowly faded from her ears. She mumbled to herself about head trauma and fell on her pillow to sleep until 4:30 p.m. Grace opened her eyes and sat up, blurting out, "Ron!" She ran downstairs to find Dustin and Ron drinking lemonade and eating pizza in the kitchen. Stacked on the table and counters were gold necklaces, lamps, candlesticks, coins, and a few small figurines. Grace looked frightened and was trembling. Dustin jumped up and felt Grace's forehead, asking, "Are you all right, Grace?" He pulled out a chair and asked her to sit. Grace sat on the edge of the chair, almost missing it. Dustin gave her his lemonade, and she sipped. She checked Ron as though she would find wounds or tears on his clothing. Grace questioned, Did anything strange happen in the tunnel? I mean, was it easy to get to the gold?"
Ron answered, "It was hard drudging through the muddy water back and forth. The gold was heavy, so it wore me out. I was only able to do 3 trips and fill and carry 1 backpack each time. If we had more of us going back and forth, we could get it out faster. I mean, I don't think anything strange happened. It was scary imagining what happened down here for you. Under the best circumstances, drudging through that tunnel is strange and most certainly not easy. I plan on going again in the morning."
Grace asked, "Did you hear anything in the tunnel?"
Ron's brows crunched down and answered, "I did hear water dripping and a critter or 2 in the water, but nothing unexpected."
"Are you not feeling better, Grace?"
Grace blurted, I had a strange dream, and I guess it made me feel worried for you."
Ron consoled,
"I'm doing well. I had a great time. It isn't every day you get to recover treasure and be in a very historical location with a great story. I really am just loving it. But my wife and family need to hear from me."
Ron stood up and finished his lemonade. He continued, "I'll see you in the morning if that's still good for you."
Dustin enthusiastically said, "Thank you, Ron. Next time you come, you need to stay with us."
Ron enthusiastically agreed and said,
"The department covered the hotel, but I'll come again and stay with you."
Dustin blurted,
"Before you go, Ron, I wanted to offer you a souvenir. Please, take a piece of gold with you from the tunnel. You saved our lives. It would make me so happy to give you something."
Ron laughed.
"Thank you, Dustin. I'll take you up on that and grab one of those gold necklaces for my wife. She will squeal when she sees this one."
He held up the gold necklace with a jewel at the bottom. He continued,
"This one is fit for a queen. Wow, I can't thank you enough. Keep in touch with me and let me know how security is working out."
Dustin agreed and shook his friend's hand and grabbed his shoulder in a light squeeze in gratitude and said, Truly, Ron, thank you for everything." Grace hugged him goodbye. She and Dustin walked him to the rental car and waved goodbye. Grace needed to clear her head. She decided to write a letter to her deceased grandmother to help clarify her thoughts. "Grandma, as you can see, I chose Dustin. My heart wouldn't let go of him. I believe I was waiting for him to come to his senses. But I am in awe of all we have been through. I can look back and see the hand of God in everything. You always did say, hindsight is 20/20. My faith has increased, and I am living by faith again. I think I always have. Dustin and I are home from the hospital. We're doing well. Dustin is in physical therapy for his leg. I just finished my medication and chiropractic care, and I'm back to my old self again. Ron is going to come back soon to help us retrieve the rest of the gold. Ron set up a security company to protect both the exit of the tunnel a few miles north and the hole that I fell in. We hired some men to add a gate at the exit and put a lock on it. It nearly reaches Tennessee. They also patched the inside of the hole in the tunnel where I fell in and covered it with dirt. Dustin and I have decided that we will be married in a month. I'm also going to be baptized. More good news. I've decided to continue our story. As I learn new things, I'll go back and fill in detail until it's all complete. But I just wanted to write a note to you because I feel closer to you when I do. I really miss you, Grandma. Now, for the bad news. There have been 2 intruders trying to get into the tunnel. We don't know who they are. The security officers made a police report with the local sheriff's office, but I'm not sure that the minions are cleaned out from the precinct as of yet. But we had the gates and the patch on the tunnel put in just after it happened, so we didn't catch them. So Boss hasn't been chasing anyone. Well, he keeps to his kennel more these days. I've been walking him in the morning after the fog. I let him stay in my room at night. I feel safe when he's close. I think he feels safe with me too, though. The worst news is that Dustin's grandma, our dear Grammy, has taken ill again. She was ill since we came home from the hospital, and, well, she was almost back to normal. Then, again, she fell ill. The doctor said to give her some time to rest, that she's had too much excitement and hasn't been eating properly and getting enough sleep. He said that it was her heart. I've been attentive to her and in service and prayer. Dustin visited Tim in the hospital, well, until he was released to go home. Dustin will not file charges. You remember that Tim is Garrett, right? Just checking. I am conflicted. Dustin told me I should file charges the day it happened. I didn't press charges that day because, the county sheriff's office is corrupt and I fell in the tunnel and, well, you know the rest. Dustin keeps telling me he'll tell me about their conversations when he's ready. I have felt as though Tim hasn't changed. I feel like the 2 incidents of intruders are somehow his fault. I feel he's being a decoy by making Dustin believe he's changed while whatever minions he has in control steal the gold. I had forgiven him, but I feel myself getting confused about forgiveness. It feels more like pain, not peace. I have a wedding and a baptism to plan, and I don't want to think the worst. I feel hope and great excitement when the sun is up, but as soon as it sets, so does my joy, and the colder nights have released a fog of foreboding in my heart. Fear runs through the halls here like a ghost. Maybe they're my fears and my ghosts. And maybe Tim is convincing Dustin to walk away from me. Maybe he's lying to Dustin. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that to you or myself. Until we're married, I don't think my nerves or my brain will leave me in peace. But there is something else. There is so much more we don't know about Ebenezer. Why did they leave the gold? What happened to Duncan and his family? There is something coming. I can feel it. The impending arrival of it gives me both terror and elation. Ebenezer is my home now, and I'm still going to fight for it. But please, linger with us here in our little stone of help. We need angels now. I fear the discovery of the tunnel has dug up more demons from the past and our future. So, stay close. I love you, Grandma. I miss you deeply. Love, Grace. Chapter 11. Tunnel Vision. The Ebenezer Plantation, November 20th, 1995. The late November evening in Georgia was a brisk 62 degrees. Dustin entered the kennel to feed and water Boss. Grace walked out through the kitchen door in search of Dustin. She let the screen door slam behind her, scaring herself. Dustin saw her jump. He laughed, asking, "Why so jumpy, darling?" She walked toward him, rubbing her cold arms, and replied, "The house feels creepy this evening. It's groaning and creaking." Dustin laughed. "It's empty and it's getting colder at night. You gonna be okay tonight, sweetheart?" Grace shrugged her shoulders and kicked at the grass below her feet. Dustin jogged closer to her and lifted her chin to peer into her eyes. He whispered, "I love you. It's breaking my heart to see you this way. What have I done?" Grace's smile comforted him. She embraced him, then tucked her arms in for warmth. She replied, "I haven't seen you much lately. You leave me in the morning without saying a word, and I don't see you until supper. Sometimes I don't see you until close to bedtime. We're engaged to be married. Neither of us have a job, and we still hardly see each other." Dustin rubbed her back and pulled away enough to look directly at her and, chuckling, replied, "We don't have jobs because we're barely healed from our injuries, from discovering about, I don't know, maybe $1 million worth of gold." "Exactly. So where do you go every day?" Grace implored. Dustin remained quiet. Grace reacted. She backed out of the hug and stood with her arms folded. "Your physical therapy stopped last week. Even then, you stay away all day. Now there is no apparent reason for you to be gone, and yet you are. Are you having second thoughts about us?" she meekly asked. Dustin walked close to her and placed his hands on her shoulders. He confidently replied, "I am not having second thoughts. I have never been more excited and happier to marry you, Grace. I have been preoccupied, yes. I tend to deny myself the things that bring me joy and comfort until the job I have is complete." "So you got a job?" she asked. He drew in a long breath and let it out slowly. Grace reacted. "Oh, no. What is it?" "You did that breathing thing that says you've done something that you've been keeping from me." "Oh, Grace, it isn't like you to be so insecure." Dustin sighed. He continued, "I will tell you. I have been seeing someone." Grace interrupted. "What?" She turned away to hide her pain. Dustin ran in front of her, smiling and trying to hug her. He rebutted, "It's Tim. I've been visiting Tim every day." She threw herself against his chest and hugged him in relief. Dustin kissed her head and explained, "Since I came home from the hospital, I've been visiting Tim. You probably didn't notice because I had so many appointments and therapy and, well, if you remember when Ron was here, he would drive me since you couldn't. He would drop me off to see Tim at the hospital and pick me up later. He stayed a few times to talk with Tim as well. He wasn't here long, so Karen started taking me to my appointments to see Tim. He had staff to take me home until I could start driving again. Grace took a deep, cleansing breath and replied, "Well, why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want you to be upset. He was horrible to you. I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable," he explained. "Like I feel now? Please tell me what you're trying to accomplish," Grace appealed. He hesitated to answer, causing Grace to become more frustrated. Dustin carefully replied, I want him to know I am his friend. I want him to know we saved him in the tunnel because we forgive him. I've been reading to him from the Bible for weeks. He's been in his bed most of the day. He is a captive audience." He slightly laughed at his joke. He continued, "I want to rekindle his once strong desire to be saved. I want to bring him to know the love of our Savior, Jesus Christ." Grace asked, "I understand he needs saving, and I'm glad to know that you don't give up. Well, not easily. It gives me hope that you won't give up on me." "Oh, Grace, never! I can never give up on you. I am so smitten. It's everything I can do not to run to you at night and just kiss you and hold you. I have so much in my head. Not just about you and Tim, but about Grammy and the gold. And I talked to Tim about everything, so he knows I'm not hiding anything from him. But I want him to know I'm genuine." Dustin paused, becoming more impassioned, saying more than expected. He continued, Tim just doesn't understand. Since I showed him the archived letter, he thinks confused." Grace asked, "The letter from the tunnel? Wait, archived letter? I sent that letter. I got an answer to the archive and you didn't tell me? You opened my letter?" Dustin's eyes enlarged and then closed tightly, knowing he was caught. She held her words, knowing the awkward silence would constrain him to speak. The 20 seconds of silence compelled him to burst. He confessed, "I meant to show you before him. I got the mail early one morning on my way to his house, and before I went in, I saw the address of the archive and opened it and read it right there in his parking lot. I sat there an hour before gathering my thoughts to go in. I stuck it in my back pocket, hoping to subdue Tim. I felt compelled to read the letter first. I made it worse. I planned on telling you that night, but it didn't feel right. I decided to tell you once I helped Tim overcome his problem with me. I am sorry, Grace. I wish I wouldn't have kept it from you this long." "You didn't willingly confess. I caught you." "Where's the letter?" she hurtfully argued. "I'm sorry, Grace. I didn't plan it. It just played out that way. Please forgive me," Dustin pleaded. Grace playfully said, "Yes, I will forgive you. Eventually." She smiled and asked, "Can I please have the letter?" Dustin pulled her in and kissed her softly. Grace kissed back. She lay her head on his chest and said, "Where is the letter now?" He replied, "On the side table of my bed. It is the legend of Ebenezer. It's an account of the last moments my family was in possession of the plantation. I know the oldest son, Nathan Daniel, came back to possess the property because Grammy told me he was the first one of our family to live here. Of course, we know now our family has been the only ones to ever live here." Grace broke free and ran toward the house, saying, "Slowpoke." Dustin smiled and felt relief. He knew if she was teasing him, she was happy. He walked slowly to give her the satisfaction of getting there first and reading uninterrupted. When Dustin walked in, she exclaimed, "How much would you bet that the place where I fell in was the place where a bag bay ran into the beam. After these few 100 years, it became weak. Who knows what would have happened if we didn't find the tunnel that day? "I bet you're right, Grace," Dustin declared. He began to speak again. She put up one finger and said, "Wait, let me finish reading." He climbed in his bed on the other side from where she was sitting. He closed his eyes to wait. When she finished, Dustin had fallen asleep. Grace took the letter and shoved it in her back pocket. She sat for a moment watching Dustin sleep. The blanket she lay upon him didn't quite cover his shoulders. The moment her lips touched his, he returned her kiss. He whispered good night and raised his arms to encourage a hug. Grace leaned down and Dustin grabbed her in a tight hug. He rolled her onto the bed while she squealed, then kissed her. "I'm sorry for everything. I love you. Please, please forgive me. It hurts me to hurt you," he confessed. "I understand, Dustin. Just be open with me. Let me know what's going on in your life. I'm here for you. I love you," she reassured. "I can't lose you, Grace," he emphatically whispered. Grace consoled. "We are in this together. And I guess we're both feeling a little vulnerable. It is so weird. You would think when we got engaged we would be more confident." He remained hovering over her, staring with a smile. She began to get up, and he stopped her. "What is it?" she asked. "You're gonna be my wife. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world," he professed. She kissed him and stayed in an embrace as she whispered, "Oh, Dustin, I love you so much. I can't wait until we don't have to part at night. I would love to sleep in your arms all night in my room." "Your room? We will live in my room," he teased. She looked up and saw the quilt on the wall. She remembered the archive letter that described the escape of the Stones in the time of the Civil War. Grace spoke forcefully. "Dustin, look!" He followed her finger to look at the quilt. He realized the picture was of the family after they exited the tunnel near Tennessee. "Grace, I don't believe it. I don't think I would have thought of that." "I think you're right. It's a quilt of a depiction of my family's escape from Ebenezer." "Wow! I wonder if this is what they actually look like," he muttered. "It is amazing, the secrets that have been revealed to us. Look at them. This must be Duncan. See how he's laying face down on the ground with the Yophame, was it?" she questioned. Dustin moved closer and touched the embroidered fabric and whispered, "I never really valued this tapestry. Wow, it means so very much to me now." He turned to Grace, picked her up, twirled her around, and kissed her. He exclaimed, "You keep helping this blind man to see. Help me, Grace. Help me. Help me not to get so focused on one thing that I become blind to everything else. Help me see." She laughed and said, "It's not so strange that you, Dustin Stone, on this plantation, has a tunnel vision problem." He laughed and kissed her again. Grace replied, "I'll try to keep on the straight and narrow and not go off into any offshoots, but we did find the gold in one of them." Dustin was amused by her and said, "Who needs gold when I have you?" Grace felt relief that all was well with them as a couple. She hugged and kissed him good night and began to leave. "Grace, pray for Tim to see too?" Dustin meekly asked. "You bet." "Good night," she answered. Grace went outside to retrieve Boss to sleep in her room by the fire, as she did most cold nights. The wind had picked up. Boss was in a playful mood. "Want to play, Boss? Get the stick. Get the stick, Boss." Grace prodded. She held the stick high above her head as Boss jumped around. She turned and teased him from getting the stick. He bumped into her many times as she finally threw the stick. She laughed and called to him to come in for bed. They raced upstairs together. Though Boss was slower due to his recovering injuries, she changed for bed. Grace picked up her jeans to retrieve the letter to read again, but it was missing from her pocket. "Shoot! I must have lost it outside," she scolded herself. Grace searched her drawer for a flashlight and settled for the light on her phone. The wind was still blowing and the air was colder. She looked around and walked in the direction of the wind in hopes to find the pages quivering against the barn. Nothing. She questioned aloud. A breaking branch pierced the air with its scream. Grace's head turned, and she turned off her light. She crept closer to the barn to hide in the shadow of the moonlight. The crunch of dried foliage on the forest floor betrayed the escape of a dark shape that darted away. She knew better than to chase that figure. Calling the county sheriff's department would be a waste of time. "Where is our security team?" she thought. The intent of the close encounter flew through her mind. Curious, Grace walked in the direction where the intruder was watching. She opened her phone for light. She saw something brightly colored laying on the ground. "A bouquet of flowers?" she asked aloud. She looked around and listened. The wind was clearly not on her side as its bluster increased to muffle the sounds of the forest. She ran inside and locked all doors before returning to her room for a sleepless night. Chapter 12. Regrets. Dustin woke in a night terror. He shouted, "No!" He felt prompted to check on Grammy. He flew down the stairs and slowed his pace to quietly walk in her room. The floor offered a familiar creak that unfortunately woke Grammy.
"Is that you, Dustin?" she prodded.
"Yes, Grammy. Do you need anything?" Dustin asked. He smiled and knew the answer before she asked.
"How did you know I needed something?"
"Oh, Grammy, you know the Lord," he answered.
Dustin reached his hand to feel the temperature of her forehead. He scolded,
"Grammy, you have a fever. If you needed me, why haven't you called for me?" she reminded.
"The Lord sent you, remember? I've been praying for help. Please, could you get me a fever reducer, water, and a biscuit?"
"Of course I will,"
Dustin lovingly replied. He walked toward the door, and the floor creaked in the same spot that awakened Grammy. He made a mental note to fix the creak and rushed to retrieve her meds. Dustin rushed in the room and again was reminded of a noise that needed quieted. He gently administered the medicine and food. He asked,
"Grammy, would you like it if I stay downstairs until you're well? You can leave your door open and I'd be able to hear you from the parlor."
"Dustin?"
Grammy whispered.
"I'm right here," Dustin replied.
Grammy's breath was shallow. She closed her eyes. She asked,
"Why wouldn't my father tell me about the tunnels? How could I live here my whole life and not find them?"
He supposed and said,
"The tunnels were used here to help deliver the oppressed to safety. Grammy, you know the name Ebenezer is Hebrew for stone of help, which is reference to Jesus Christ. You know this town was named to be a light on a hill, to help those who long for religious freedom. These tunnels are sacred. If they were well known, they would no longer be of help. Maybe he meant to tell you before he died."
"Oh, Dustin, if he knew the tunnels, he would have known about the body and the gold,"
Grammy stated.
"Well, we know our family left in a hurry because
We have the record Grace found in the tunnel, he added. Grammy asked,
We know our family left. When did they come back? We come from the oldest son of Duncan Stone. He had to have been the ancestor that returned to occupy our home. Why did the secret stop with him? Why didn't my father tell me about our ancestors before he died?
That I don't know, Grammy, Dustin admitted. Dustin anguished in Grammy's frailty. He sat quiet next to her bed until he knew the fever reducer was helping her sleep comfortably. He considered telling Grammy about the archived letter describing the family's exit, knowing she would want him to read it, and since Grace had it, he refrained. He prayed, "Oh God, thank you with all my heart for delivering us from our enemies. I'm grateful to be home with Grace and my Grammy. She's a saint. Please bless her with comfort. Please heal her. Help us find answers about our ancestors and our home. Please forgive us for our sins and weaknesses. Please watch over us continually. Please help Tim to soften his heart. We love you, Lord." Dustin began to leave. He stepped on the same noisy board. He vowed to himself to fix it. He returned to his room and became more restless. Shutting down just for sleep was not a talent Dustin possessed. Thoughts of Grammy's illness and the difficult conversations with Tim over the gold and his gross neglect of Grace continued to vacillate in his awareness. He grabbed his pillow and blanket and made a bed in the recliner chair in Grandma's room. As he settled in, feeling comforted that he would be able to know quickly if she needed him, Dustin fell asleep. The morning came swiftly. The house was quiet. Grace worked in the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the 2 guests they received 2 nights before that were leaving in 3 hours. She made Grammy a plate and walked to place it next to her on her nightstand. Walking in woke Dustin when the floor announced her arrival. Grammy didn't wake. Grace felt her head. She was cool. "Grammy? Wake up. Grammy?" she prodded. "Dustin," she called out. Dustin darted to her side. He picked up Grammy's hand. It was cold. He turned to Grace and said, "Call 911. He stood staring to discover the faint rise and fall of her chest. Grace ran to the kitchen and made the call. Dustin continued to work with Grammy to wake. He began to pace back and forth in the room, then dropping to his knees, he prayed again. Within 20 minutes, Grace directed the newly arrived paramedics to Grammy's room. She prompted Dustin to stand back and held his hand while Grammy was transferred to a stretcher. "Follow the ambulance, Dustin. I'll stay behind until the guests leave, and I'll be on my way to join you," Grace instructed. He nodded, then darted upstairs to change. Grace handed him some breakfast to go. While grabbing the food, Dustin tripped over the cord to the Christmas lights that illuminated the early morning kitchen, a holiday reminder of the only precious family he has. "Please, Dustin, call me as soon as you know anything," Grace sweetly requested. He nodded and left abruptly without a word. Grace became uneasy. She knew in the face of danger, Dustin recluses into his own mind and shuts out those in which he should find comfort. "Now this is the type of thing that gives him tunnel vision," Grace said aloud. The number of visits Dustin made to Tim over the last month stabbed at her heart with the reminder that her fiancé had somewhat abandoned their relationship daily as a result. Dustin stayed most of the day and late into the evening, many nights, to talk with Tim. Grace felt ill by her imagination of the conversations they must have had. It doesn't seem like it could be about him not sure about our marriage. It feels like it's one of Dustin's dutiful feelings that kept him focused on Tim. He is determined to help him change. I know he wants to turn him to Christ. But why is he so obsessed with Tim that he forgot about showing me the letter? Maybe he feels responsible that Tim lost his faith. She pondered. He almost fell apart. When I figured out he didn't tell me about the letter, he was acting as though he realized that he had not told me, but thought he had. That means he intended to show me. He must be seriously troubled about Tim. I hope Grammy's sickness won't be the straw that breaks him. What can I do? Grace hung up her apron, wrote a note for the guests about the emergency, and to find the food in the oven. Boss barked from his kennel. Then, when he saw Grace enter her car, she ignored him and raced down the tree-line entry, squealing her tires as they hit the crossroad turning. She gawked at the lane to the Sandling Plantation. There were no cars parked anywhere. She wondered if he shut down the tourism for Christmas or if it was out of shame. She glanced again and slammed on her brakes. Dustin's truck was parked at the service entrance. She pulled in and parked behind him at first, then decided she would hide her car. She parked on the grass behind the trees next to the graveyard. She walked close to the house by the bushes. She heard the servant's door open and ducked down. Tim cried out, "Stop it, Dustin. It will happen. I told you what's in the cards for me. It's a matter of time. You watch. You will see I will get what's mine. You better pay attention to your girl. You'll see I'm right." Dustin was jogging to his truck and called back to Tim. "Grace loves me. I'm not worried. This is important. I cannot agree with you about your conclusions, Tim. Desperation makes people do things out of character. You may think you are right, but I can't believe it. I'll come back soon and we can talk about it further. I'm sorry we can't go to the mines this morning. I'll call you. Maybe we can go in a few hours. I'll give you a call. And of course I wouldn't mind driving your car." Grace's mind replayed the exchange repeatedly. She felt ill. Was Tim talking about me? She thought in a panic. Tim is trying to convince Dustin that I love Tim more. What is going on? She jumped when the door to the house slammed. She heard Dustin drive away and ran to her car. She sat, not knowing what she should do. A part of her, a very large part, wanted to storm into Tim's house and find out what's been transpiring between them. The other part wanted to follow Dustin and gently probe for answers to her questions. She replayed in her mind something Dustin had said weeks ago. He said, "If I don't keep in contact and work with him, he might think we are his enemies. I don't think men have ever changed for the better because they are threatened. Men change because they are loved." Grace remembered his smile and wink. Grace drove slower to the hospital to let Dustin arrive first. The front desk was empty. She looked around for help. She gasped, "Julie! How are you?" Julie walked briskly over to Grace and hugged her. Julie replied, "Oh, I'm good. I just saw Dustin fly through here to the ER. I heard on the scanner about Grammy. I already know they will admit her. They are running tests right now, I know that. I'll find you if I know something more. Keep me posted as well. We're busy back here today. Hurry, run back here and give him a hug for me." Grace thanked her and jogged to the ER waiting room. The room was nearly full. Dustin was at the front desk getting information, and Grace walked up behind him and overheard the nurse tell him to come back with her to the room in which Grammy was resting. Grace walked with him. Dustin startled. "Grace, you made it!" She hugged him. Grace declared, "That's from Nurse Julie, but this is from me." She held his face with her hands and kissed him on the lips. "Thank you," Dustin whispered. Grace held both his hands and said, "Dustin, I don't want you to worry. Just have faith." Dustin embraced her, leaning down to place his cheek against hers. The ER nurse, Karen, interrupted. Iris is in here. Are you ready to see her? Dustin broke the hug and nodded. I just put her in the big room to the left. We want to keep her in here until the tests come back. I'll let you know what we can do as far as the cardiologist and the radiology report. The ER doctor will talk to you right away and tell you what they suspect. In the meantime, we just want her to be calm and not to get excited, the nurse implored. Dustin answered, We'll do our best, but thank you. Nurse Karen hustled off into another curtained room. Dustin's eyebrows were scrunched together while his eyes wildly searched the ceiling. Grace asked, Dustin? Dustin answered, Do you hear that? He spun around, following a faint mumbling. He pulled back the curtain to Grammy's room. Her bed elevated her to a faint sitting position.
If you fix it, you will understand. If you fix it, you'll understand,
Grammy repeated. Dustin drew near and held her hand. He asked Grammy,
Grammy, what does that mean?
Grace stood on the other side of her bed from Dustin. Grammy asked,
Daddy, fix what, Daddy? Fix what?
Dustin looked at Grace with a fearful look on his face. Grace whispered, I'll go find someone. Before she left, Grammy's eyes opened wide. Grammy called out,
Don't go, Daddy.
She closed her eyes. Her chest heaved up and down slowly. As Grace pulled back the curtain to find help, Dr. Allred stepped in and checked his patient. He asked, Was she mumbling again? Grace responded, Yes. The doctor checked her heartbeat with his stethoscope and spoke after a long pause. I suspect it due to her atrial fibrillation that she might be needing a heart valve replacement. I also think that she has dementia. I don't believe that there's been a heart attack, but I am waiting to hear back from the cardiologist to confirm. Has she been incoherent like this at home? Dustin replied, She isn't like this. Grace jumped in and said, She'll randomly sing a song, start mid-verse, but she'll carry on a conversation doing the dishes completely alone. She is always tired. She forgets where she puts things, but she is kind, gentle, and happy. Dr. Allred mumbled, That sounds like it could be dementia. He continued, Dementia, at its worst, causes paranoia and outbursts of violence and anger in some people. It doesn't sound like she's there yet. When did you notice her energy failing her? Grace answered, Just in the last 2 weeks. She's declined rapidly. She has been diagnosed with dementia, but it's never been scary or much concerning. Dustin continued to hold Grammy's hand while she slept. Dr. Allred said, I heard her talking about her father dying. Well, she was sad and wouldn't be consoled. Her heart is beating irregularly, and it wore her out to be upset. We can try to get her heart to beat in rhythm, but I don't want to move forward until we're clear on a possible mitral valve prolapse. Grace responded, Thank you so very much. Dr. Allred nodded and left abruptly when Karen parted the curtains and called him to come out. Grace turned to Dustin and asked, Have you heard her talk about her father's death like this? I only know she was at his bedside when he died. She has never given any details other than he died in the room in which she now occupies. Dustin responded. Grace was in thought when the nurse returned with the news. Karen stated, We're moving her to the 2nd floor. It's a recovery floor. The doctor said she has an irregular heartbeat, dehydration, and the flu. No sign of a heart attack. We're going to keep her a day or two to give her fluids and, when she's stable and well, we can talk to her about treating her atrial fibrillation. But in the meantime, you're welcome to sit with her in the room or come back when she's aware of her situation. Do you have any questions? Dustin asked. Will you let her know we were here? Sure will. Anything else? Nurse Karen probed. Grace and Dustin shook their heads no, and Nurse Karen left. Dustin stood up and declared, "Well, the day isn't getting any younger. I had better get going on it. I think I'll call her later today to check in with the nurse about Grammy. I wondered if you would like to go out to dinner tonight? I'd like to talk to you about our engagement." Grace allowed time to pass too long before realizing she wasn't breathing. She gasped for air and answered in a blurted exhale, "Okay, fine." Dustin shoved his exit into a disguise with vague promises. He boldly said, "It might be sooner than later, too, or later than sooner. I'll call you or I'll come get you." Dustin continued in a mumble, "I need to get this off my mind." Grace stopped him and said, "Wait, Dustin, you can't go running off." He stopped as though he were caught. She continued, "Without a kiss." His countenance changed, and he kissed her softly. The frantic wrestle with the curtain to gain his freedom left Grace uneasy. She thought, talk about our engagement? What does he need to get off his mind? I think I'm going to be sick. She sat watching Grammy sleep. She grabbed her hand. Grammy sobbed. "The truth about whose family, Daddy? Fix what, Daddy? Don't go. No, Daddy. Daddy, come back. Daddy, come back." Grammy sobbed into a quiet sleep again. Grace pondered upon her words, and she gingerly stroked her frail hand. Dustin occupied the greater part of her mind. She remembered they were to visit the Georgia mines. She kissed Grammy on the forehead and darted to her car. By the time she arrived to the Sandling plantation, Tim's car was gone. She entered the plantation through the service entrance. Mr. Bells rounded the corner, looking at his watch. They collided.
Oh, Miss Grace, what can I do for you?"
he prodded. She apologized. "I'm so sorry. I was looking for Dustin." He hesitated.
"I believe the master and he have gone. Out."
Grace noticed a hesitation in his voice. She thanked him and turned to leave.
"Miss?"
Mr. Bells questioned. "Yes?" Grace turned and replied.
"How is Iris today?"
He prodded with softness in his voice. "Oh, yeah. Your George, her, friend. Grammy was taken to the hospital this morning for dehydration and the flu. She's resting, but should have her full recovery. You should go visit," Grace happily answered. He stated,
"I most certainly will."
Grace began to leave, but again turned to ask, "Do you know where Tim and Dustin are going?" Mr. Bells hesitated, then replied,
"Let us say they're trying to come to a resolution to an age-old question."
"Okay, but do you know where they're going?" she asked again.
I do. Have a good day, miss."
He turned to attend to his duties. Grace bent eyebrows, sparked agitation, and she called him directly. "Mr. Bells, I have been forthright with you about Iris. I expect the same level of disclosure from you about Tim and Dustin."
"I am sorry, miss. Master asked me not to disclose his location today, but I would not have known but I was nearby when he and the master were discussing."
He disclosed. Grace stated, "I know where they're going." Why wouldn't he want anyone to know that they were going to the Georgia mines? Mr. Bells asked.
"If you knew where they were going, why did you ask me?"
Grace said, "I wanted to make sure. The Georgia mines are a long way to travel to find out that's not where they went." He prodded.
"You're going to meet them?"
"Not exactly," she stuttered.
"You are following them,"
he suggested. "Okay, yes, I'm following them," Grace admitted. Mr. Bells stood staring at Grace, uncomfortably long, as if he wanted to say something, but refrained. He blurted, "Well, have a safe trip." He turned to leave yet again. "Mr. Bells?" she asked. He turned around yet again to face her, prodding. She confronted him. "Do you know what the age-old question is?" "You know I do, miss," he stalled. "Please, won't you tell me?" she asked. "No, I cannot. I am not at liberty to say," he replied. "Did Tim ask you not to say?" she asked. His shoulders relaxed, and he heavily said, "Yes. May I ask how you know?" "I was also close by when they discussed postponing the trip today. I wasn't sure they chose to go despite the delay. Honestly, something doesn't feel right here. Has Tim seemed angry or uptight lately?" Grace disclosed. "Miss Grace, listen carefully and compassionately. Master has made himself a victim. He justifies every action he feels he must take to obtain what he feels was taken from him. Miss, you of all people should know his desires," he unveiled. "Me?" Grace questioned. She realized he might be alluding to Tim's affection for her. "Oh, no," she said, staring at the floor. The conversation she overheard between Tim and Dustin at the door of the Sandling Plantation confirmed her fears. She replayed Tim's words in her mind. "You better pay attention to your girl. You will see I'm right." Mr. Bells cleared his throat and asked, "What are you thinking?" "I think I need to follow them." She turned abruptly to leave. Turning back around, she desperately asked, "Do you think after saving his life, Tim would hurt Dustin to get closer to what he wants?" Mr. Bells looked away in thought, closed his eyes tight, and nodded his head. "Yes." "Miss Grace, you must know Master Tim went into the mines yesterday without Master Dustin. I don't know what he's planning." "I have to go," Grace blurted. Mr. Bells called after her. "They just left. Be careful. Your presence may trip Tim's anger." Grace continued to run to her car. She ultimately stopped at the gas station and filled her car. The attendant knew of the mines just an hour and a half away. The landscape was beautiful, but she didn't notice. Grace nearly passed the sign pointing to the turn. The parking lot to the museum was just off of Stockmar Road. She saw Tim's sports car at the front. There were only about 10 cars and 2 buses in the lot. Grace parked next to a bus to hide her car. Children ran past her to the museum. She began asking other patrons if they saw 2 strikingly handsome men, one blonde, one brunette, walking around. Her quest ended when a young teacher knew exactly where they were. The teacher said,
"I nearly bumped into them getting off the train on the last cave. They are really good looking."
She stopped and pointed.
She said, "I saw them go in to the glory hole side, to the manhole tunnel south. Do you have a map?"
Grace nodded and thanked her. She sprinted to the entrance. The pole marker had a sign that stated the site was closed for lunch. Grace began to walk away, but heard men talking from inside. She grabbed a hat with a light and walked in and started following the small tracks into the dark. "Great, another tunnel," Grace grumbled. She heard men yelling and picked up her pace. Chapter 13. Greed and Friendship.
"What are you doing, Tim? These mines are dangerous. It's completely dark in here. We need to light the lantern. You aren't supposed to drive the train anyway. Will you stop the train?" yelled Dustin. "I want to take a look at these mines. Turn on the lantern if you want to. I can see fine with the light from the train," screamed Tim.
Dustin was already trying to light it when Tim scolded him. They picked up speed as they turned the corner and entered into the dark. The lantern lit. Dustin stood up to hold it up to see the road ahead. He called to Tim.
"Slow down. We might need to stop quickly."
Tim stopped suddenly, throwing Dustin into him. Tim punched him and yelled,
Get off me, Dustin defended. I didn't mean to fall on you. You stopped suddenly.
Dustin noticed Tim seemed extra agitated. He pushed Dustin away and stepped out of the train.
Why are you so angry? Dustin questioned.
Shut up.
Does anyone have to like you for you to feel happy, Dustin? Or is it hard for you to believe that I don't actually like you?
Tim blurted. Dustin froze, looking at Tim's red face.
I thought we were friends,
Dustin questioned.
Grace and I saved your life, and we didn't press charges for anything you've done to us. What are we really doing in this mine, Tim?
Dustin prodded.
I am grateful you saved my life from that bumbling idiot sheriff. It is much easier to get closer to what I want being friends with the man from whom I want to take it,
Tim yelled. Dustin was standing away from him with darkness behind him when Tim walked up to speak loudly within inches of his face. Tim yelled,
You are a stupid man. You had to try to convert me. You read me your letter proving my family put the gold in the tunnel, and yet you won't let me have what is rightfully mine and obviously Sandling gold. You were humble and good. Just before I read you the letter, you told me you felt God's love. You were there, ready to accept Jesus as your Savior. I thought showing you your ancestors are thieves would make you want to change even more. It was amazing. We were friends again,
Dustin reminded. Tim grabbed Dustin by the shirt and avowed.
It was replaced with feelings of being victimized by your greed.
Dustin spoke through clenched teeth.
Your family robbed other families of the South to satisfy their greed. Are you going to let greed rob you of your only friend?
Dustin questioned. Grace turned off her light as she walked quietly closer to the stalled train.
Friends don't put money before friendship,
Tim affirmed.
Exactly. Did I put the gold first when I saved your life in the tunnel? Did I put the gold first when I encouraged my fiancé not to press charges for sexual assault? I wanted more time because I thought you were inherently good. I wanted to help you find your way again. My friendship with you has nothing to do with the gold, Dustin pleaded. I would say the gold is what brought us together after you abandoned our friendship years ago, Dustin. I have a map from under my cellar floor that shows me the gold is on your property. I thought your family took it from us. Now that your family letter shows the Sandlings put it there, it is further proof that it belongs to us. Possession is 9/10 of the law, Tim. Your greed will get you nothing from me,
Dustin asserted. Tim agreed. So you are agreeing to give me 1/10 of the gold?
No,
Dustin said through clenched teeth. Tim pushed Dustin and yelled,
You're a dead man.
Dustin tipped backwards, holding on to Tim. He fell over the side of the fence, protecting visitors from falling to their death into the 3-story deep mining hole. As Dustin's back hit the fencing, the top tier of the 3 that make up the fence broke. Dustin fell backwards over the second tier. Tim hit his head on the broken fence, knocking him out. Grace came running, turning on her hat light. She screamed as she saw Dustin holding onto the post with one hand and holding on to the unconscious Tim with the other. Grace crouched down with both hands supporting Dustin's arm, holding the fence. Dustin yelled,
I'm slipping, Grace. Let go of me. Please. Place 2 hands on Tim.
Grace replied,
No, I want to save you.
She held onto his arm and pulled as hard as she could.
Grace, if you don't help me save him, you will lose us both. I can't hold on with his weight. I'm slipping. Now grab him now.
I need to save him, Dustin rebutted.
Because amid his evil game he gets hurt and suddenly he's not guilty?
Grace bitterly answered, "No, because he is guilty," Dustin said softly. He added, "Grace, there isn't much time. If he dies right now without accepting Jesus as his Savior, he will be lost. I'm not lost. Please, Grace, if you must choose him. I'm slipping." Her emotions weakened her grip on Dustin. "I will not let you sacrifice yourself, Dustin," Grace insisted. She pulled Dustin slightly higher to at least give him support with his wrist around the pole instead of his hand. Dustin had Tim laying on him in a hug position over his right arm, pressing him against the cliff to gain relief and hold him steady. "Grace, I can't hold him. Please grab him with 2 hands. I'll put my arm around the pole to gain better support to help hold him so we can pull him up together." Okay, I've got Tim. Now climb over him. Use him as a stepping stone, and then quickly help me save him. Do it now! Dustin, I can't save either of you if you do not save yourself first. Something clicked in Dustin's mind. His countenance changed. His continued prayer in his mind turned to action. Dustin thought to himself, "I had to be saved before I could help lead others to Jesus. I must also live to help Tim live. It makes sense." Dustin placed one foot on Tim's hip, stumbling up his shoulders and landing his knee with force on Grace's arms that released Tim. A body fell next to Grace, grabbing the slipping arm of Tim. Dustin and Grace both grabbed with the helping hand to raise Tim to safety. Grace yelled, "George, help! Hurry!" George checked Tim. "He isn't breathing," George declared. Dustin moved in and began to administer CPR. "Call 911, Dustin demanded. George made the call. After the cycle of compressions, he began mouth to mouth. George looked over to Grace and said, "I was asked by Tim to follow loosely behind, just in case he wanted to leave sooner than Dustin. He told me he often felt uneasy around him." Grace said, "What? Uneasy around Dustin? Did you not know what he has done to me and probably countless other women? Did you not know he's been trying to illegally take the stone plantation from Dustin? Did you not know, despite all of these things, we have not turned him into the police, but instead, Dustin has tried to convert him to Christ?" George sat watching Tim's lifeless body. Over and over, Dustin worked on Tim. He didn't stop to check for progress, but continued. Grace watched, horrified. During compressions, Dustin whispered under his breath, "I was going to sacrifice myself for a dead man." George saw Dustin's energy fade. George cried out, "I'll take over." George continued the compression cycle while Dustin rested. "Grace, I know everything. Tim has been on a destructive path since before he found the map. He doesn't trust anyone," George declared as he continued the compressions. Dustin asked, "I saw him holding a map in the tunnel. What do you know about it?" George quickly replied, "He found it before his mother died when he was digging out the cellar to pour concrete. He has since been obsessed with finding the treasure. All this time you have spent with Tim, you haven't asked him about it?" Dustin declared, "My time with Tim was to rekindle our friendship, offer forgiveness, and help him on a better path. But he mentioned the gold a few minutes before we went over the fence." Dustin crawled closer to Grace and embraced her as she cried, "George, you knew all that he was doing. Why did you befriend us? Grammy mostly. Were you trying to protect us or Tim?" George began compressions as he declared, "Both. I knew Tim was too consumed with justifying himself in the eyes of others to listen to me. I saw 2 innocent people being persecuted, so I secretly offered my help and fell in love with your grandmother Iris. I began alarmed when he started dating Grace. I knew it was for the wrong reasons. George began mouth to mouth. George, Dustin whispered in a calm voice. I don't think he's coming back. He added. George wouldn't stop. Dustin's compassion increased. Dustin said, when Jesus had compassion on the people, he healed as many as he could. We need to pray. We need to feel our love and compassion for Tim and pray in faith. He looked at Grace to make sure she would add her love and faith. Then let me say it, please, Dustin, Grace implored. Do it, implored Dustin as he shrunk inside, thinking about his anger with Tim that sparked the attack. The sound of George working on Tim filled the silence. Grace began. Oh, God, please listen to our faithful prayer. We might be the only people in the whole world that love Tim in a pure and faithful manner. We are also the people who have suffered by his hand many horrible things. We forgive him. Please, we ask in the name of the Lord Jesus that you breathe the breath of life back into his body. We want to help him know you, so that love and peace will be his new quest in life. Oh, please, please. The sound of coughing stopped her prayer. Tim, breathe! Breathe, Tim! Grace yelled. He coughed and gasped for breath. He lay still. Breathing became easier. Tim was weak. His eyes blinked several times before they opened. He saw everyone sitting close to him with hopeful, tearful eyes. When the realization of the events of the last 30 minutes returned to his mind, adrenaline pumped as fear took over his response. He scrambled to a sitting position and fearfully crawled a few feet away. Tim asked, What are you doing? George responded, Master, we gave you CPR to save your life. We? Tim asked. Grace interjected. Dustin and George took turns when I prayed for you to breathe, and then you did, and you did. Why do you keep saving me? Tim cried. We're not the ones with the power to save, Dustin declared. Grace said, We only have the power to forgive. You see, Tim, with that same power to forgive, we are also able to love, and with that love, we prayed in faith for you to live. It was God who granted our request. George added, Master, it is no surprise to you that God delivers. You told me about the morning your mother died. She asked you not to become like other greedy men of the South. She asked you to become a good man so that you can be happy. God keeps showing you mercy through these two people, the very people to whom you have become an enemy, and they have become your only true friends. Well, including me, of course. You have another chance to be that good man your mother knew you could become. Grace and Dustin sat on the ground, on their knees, nodding their heads in agreement. Tim weakened and fell to the ground on his back. His eyes poured with tears, and he covered his face. He curled over on his side and wept. Dustin crawled over to Tim and rubbed his back in consolation. Dustin whispered, We need to thank God for this miracle, Tim. Would you like to offer thanks? Tim grimly spoke. I'm not worthy to pray. Dustin gently said, That feeling is not of God. The Lord said in Luke 21 that we should pray always, that we might be counted worthy to escape the snares of the world. You have been twice saved from death, and if you have not yet thanked the Lord and accepted Jesus as your Savior, you're due, buddy. Tim wearily tried to sit up. Dustin helped him and found him too weak to sit up without support. Tim leaned against Dustin. Through tears, Tim spilled regret. He cried, I am not well. I need water. My head hurts. I'm sorry. Oh, Dustin, please forgive me. Grace, I'm ashamed of everything. I wish I could change everything. I'm sorry. I want to tell God, but I don't know how. Dustin spoke through tears. Just say his name and pour out your heart. He is already listening. He just restored your life. He loves you and knows you want to change. Tim wiped his face with one hand and began to pray. Oh, Lord, please forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please help me change. I accept you, Jesus, as my Savior. Please help me change, Jesus. Tears overcame Tim. He could no longer speak. It's going to be okay now. Let's get you feeling better. We need to get you to the rail car. Can you walk? Dustin asked. Tim nodded and replied, I'll try. Dustin asked George to help walk Tim to the train car, just 20 feet away inside the mine. Grace walked in front of them, holding the light of the lantern high in the air. The small train with 2 cars was still in the forward position. They placed Tim in the first car with George and sat in the second. Dustin shifted the engine to reverse and hopped to the back of the car with Grace. He held her close and kissed her cheek. Grace declared, I love you, Dustin. I'm so sorry for everything. Dustin answered, If it were not for you, I would be in jail in our plantation in the hands of the former Tim Sandlin. The Lord has a beautiful way of working everything out. I hope we can truly help Tim change. We are going to need to show him we have truly forgiven him. Grace paused, then said, Dustin, when I prayed for Tim, I wanted him to live as much as I wanted you to live when you were hanging off from the cliff. I have forgiven him. God trusted us with him enough to bring him back. We can only help him move forward with faith to make better choices. We can't control him, but we can love him. Dustin kissed her cheek and said, I love you, Grace, darling. You amaze me over and over again. I am sorry I have been spending so much time with Tim. I realize I have neglected you. I don't know what you must have thought of me. She replied, I thought Tim was trying to talk you out of marrying me. Dustin answered, He was trying to do more than that. He still wants the gold, and if he thought he could win you from me, he would have you too. Grace laughed, wanting to lighten the mood, and said, a girl does like to have her choices. Dustin squeezed her tightly, laughing with her. They shared a bumpy kiss as the car turned a corner and daylight brightened the way. The day had slipped away into early evening. After getting immediate care for Tim's injuries, he was released to go home and rest. George drove Tim home in his car. Dustin and Grace drove separately, the other 2 cars. Dustin and Grace followed George to the Sandling Plantation and helped get Tim into bed. Dustin asked, Tim, can I stay with you and watch over you tonight? Tim replied, No, I have George. You and Grace should go home. Dustin replied, I really would like to care for you. I'm worried for you. Actually, I would like that, surrendered Tim. Grace hugged them all goodbye. George walked her out and assured her he would get them some food and watch over both men. George brought a light soup for Tim and a sandwich for Dustin and himself from the restaurant. The lateness of the hour prevented any further conversations. Tim was in his bed. Dustin slept on the couch, and George fell asleep in the armchair. Back at the stone plantation, Grace let Boss out of his kennel, then into the house. She walked into Grammy's room and stood looking around at the empty room, shaking her head at the turn of events with Grammy's health and Tim's change of heart. The floor creaked under her right foot. She remembered Dustin telling her he wanted to fix the floor before Grammy came home from the hospital. She went into the shed for a hammer and nails. She tried hammering more nails in the board, but they just appeared to have not hit any support. She took them out. The only nail holding it was loose as well. Grace decided to take off the board and see where she could reattach the board. Using the hammer, she pried up the board. There in the crevice of the floor sat a small square cypress box. "What is that?" whispered Grace. She pulled it out of the hole and opened it. The paper book on the inside was yellowed. Behind it was stacks and stacks of old letters addressed from Sarah Beth Stone to Nathan Stone. Sarah Beth and Nathan were both children of Duncan Stone, Grace muttered. She continued her discovery, saying, "It was Nathan that came back and occupied the plantation after the escape from Ebenezer. These letters are from the Old West." She opened the gently bound handmade book and slowly scanned the pages. "This is the same story we received from the archive." Grace opened the handwritten book. Pictures fell out from within the handwritten pages. She gasped. "The people sewn on the tapestry are the same people in these pictures. It's complete. This is the whole story of the Stone family. I don't believe it. It's been right here in Grammy's room the whole time." Grace cried. She inhaled suddenly and realized what Grammy's mumbling meant. "If you fix it, you will understand," Grace repeated. The heavy box squeaked when she opened the lid and placed the thin book and letters back inside. She didn't know what the pages contained or that it would change everything. Chapter 14. The Mystery of Ebenezer. The sunset dissolved into the horizon, sending the landscape to gray. The Mustang's headlights ghostly lit the lane as Grace headed to the Sandling Plantation. Grace's eyes darted to the trees as her slow pace cast eerie, moving shadows behind the trees. She felt as though the living oaks, the sentinels of the plantation, were in protest of the sharing of the revelation of its secrets. Grace became uncomfortable, taking the amazing treasure she found in the heart of the Stone Plantation to the home of its enemy. Her thoughts drifted to Tim. Grace pulled to the side of the lane by the Sandling Plantation. She closed her eyes and prayed. "Dear Lord, thank you for helping me find this treasure. I feel to share it with Dustin, Tim, and George. I'm feeling scared and awkward. Maybe I'm just spooked. Would you please help me know what to do? Help me to have the courage to continue if it's okay to share, but if not, help me to have the courage to go back home." A repetitive protest of barks hit her like a gunshot. She slammed her foot against the pedal and arrived quickly to Tim's service entrance. The gunning motor caused the fat Doberman to run away. Grace scampered inside with the box without knocking. Scurrying up the marble stairs echoed like an army of men running up behind her. Grace scaled the gate, too frightened to stop or look behind. She tapped repeatedly against the door until a sleepy Dustin opened it. "Grace, what's wrong? Is Grammy okay?" he questioned. Grace darted in, closing the door behind her. She reached for a hug like someone cold, reaching for a blanket. She consoled. "No, everything is fine." "What is that box?" he answered. The terror she had experienced on the way melted into tears. "In the hospital, Grammy was saying something her father said on his deathbed. If you fix it, you will understand. If you fix it, you will understand." Dustin, I tore up the board in Grandma's room to fix the squeak, and I found this box, she cried. Grace handed him the box, and they sat down on the couch next to the lamp. Dustin opened the cypress box and gingerly moved his fingers across the handmade book. He lifted up the book to discover the hoard of letters. He opened the book and began to read. "Grace, this is the same story from the archive," he blurted. She added, "It's the whole story, Dustin. I haven't read it. I saved it to read with you. I can't wait any longer. Let's read." His conscience stung as he realized how Grace must have felt when he didn't immediately share the archive letter with her. He leaned over and pursed his lips. She rested closer to him, and they kissed a tearful kiss. He opened the book and thumbed carefully to the section just before the archive letter left off. Dustin and Grace took turns reading. Dustin began. "Here's the part where the other letter ended. Sarah Beth thought about the day and recited it over and over to herself so that she would never forget about her two families and their exit from Ebenezer through its sacred tunnels of help. They felt the Spirit of God assure them that they would be protected. Gratitude filled their souls, and it made everything that they had enough." Abagbe encouraged the group to keep the brisk pace following the river. He transferred Duncan's limp body to Ayo, who carried Duncan like a sleeping child. After an hour of complete exhaustion, Abagbe stopped the group for them to rest and check Duncan. Abagbe said, "Ayofame, bring our brother to the river where I can clean his wound again." Duncan's body was carefully placed on his side while the two men removed his clothes. Sarah Beth assisted bringing water back and forth from the river to pour over the wound. Ayo handed his knife to his father. Abagbe brought up Duncan's leg to curve his back. Abagbe turned to Sarah and said, "We have need of a clean white cloth to dress the wound around the stitches. Would you provide it, my child?" Sarah blushed and ran behind her mother. She slipped off her petticoat, ran back and gave it to Abagbe, who gave her the dignity to face the other way with the other men. When they turned to her in gratitude, he said, "Watch closely, child, for it's good for you to learn the healing art." Sarah Beth watched closely as he applied pressure with a folded piece of cloth and tied it around her father's chest. Abagbe adjusted Dustin to be more comfortable. He was breathing, but had not spoken since the tunnel. Abagbe announced, "We need medical supplies and a place to stay the night. Duncan told me Tennessee is under Union control. We must be careful not to offend either side. Though we look like master and slaves, we are one family. Then, when we approach others, we will let Master Nathan speak for all of us. It is the way of the South and the North. I'm confident that we'll find an abandoned house along our way. Please, family, be prayerful. Now let us eat and go with God." The tired group ate and walked on, carrying both children and Duncan. Before long, they approached a road. Ayo could hear a horse-drawn wagon coming. The family hid while Nathan, his mother, and Diana approached. Nathan recognized the young slave driving the team from the dickey box to be owned by the Sandlins. The carriage was empty, much like the eyes of its driver. Nathan yelled, "Ford, stop!" Nathan ran up to the wagon and jumped on. He took the reins and the horses and stopped them. Ford looked frightened. Nathan smiled at him and shook his hand, saying, "My family are running from the soldiers. We need a ride in your wagon to Tennessee for medical supplies. My father has been shot. Would you please help us?" By that time, the whole family had come out of the bushes. Ford made eye contact with the beautiful Jasty, Abagbe's middle daughter, who smiled at him. Ford smiled, then nodded energetically to Nathan. Abagbe insisted on sitting in the dickey box to drive the team. It was a very tight fit, but a welcome change for everyone.
Jasty looked at Ford and said, "Hello, my name is Jasty. Are you Ford?" He nodded. She asked, "You were traveling fast. Where were you going?" "Don't tell me some emergency retrieval of the latest shoes from Paris for Mrs. Sandlin's fat feet?" Nate cleared his throat and said, "I apologize for my sister Jasty. She and Mrs. Sandlin had a falling out one day when Mrs. Sandlin tripped over his feet watching the beautiful Jasty get into the stone carriage. Mrs. Sandlin yelled at her for a full 10 minutes. Since then, Jasty tries to trip up Mr. Sandlin, and Mrs. Sandlin sharpens her scowl." Ford laughed and said, "I know everything about that family. They were going to go to Whitney tonight for the wagon moving when Mrs. Sandlin was getting in. She fell and soiled her dress, and it became my fault. Mrs. Sandlin was going to tell him to give me a sound beating when he got home, but I didn't come back. I decided since the soldiers hit Atlanta that they would be coming soon, so I ran. I found the wagon on the side of the road just waiting there, and I stole it. I'm not going back." Jasty asked, "What are they like, the Sandlin family?" Ford said, "Mr. and Mrs. Sandlin act like they love each other when others are around, but when they're alone, they fight. The kids, like the parents, are consumed with themselves and their money, except for Master Michael," Jasty asserted. "Is he the one in the wheelchair?" "Yes. He's so kind to everyone. He has a girl who takes care of him. She told me Master Michael has told her he loves her. He tells her they're going to be married. Some day she'll be mistress of the house," Ford proudly stated. Jasty questioned, "She told you? You have gained her trust. If you told someone else, she'd be removed." Ford replied, "Her name is Corina. She is my sister." Jasty's face fell sullen. She said, "Oh, it must have been so hard to leave her. Did she know you were leaving?" "Yes, I spoke with her before I left. She was sad for Master Michael. His brother is quite mean to him. Corina was with Master Michael when Master Matthew came into the room wearing a Union uniform with black on his face. It scared Master Michael. Master Matthew laughed at him a long time. Corina thinks that they're up to something very bad. They dress up like Union soldiers and leave early in the morning and late at night. I think they did not return today because they were pillaging the homes of those who are getting ready to run. You know, before they bury and hide their gold." Both Nate and Jasty were listening intently. Nate has met Master Matthew a few times on supply runs in Springfield. He moved closer to Ayo and repeated the story. He looked pained. He placed his hand over his eyes. Nate stayed with him. Jasty witnessed the scene and remembered the boy in the tunnel. Jasty put her hand on Ford's shoulder. "You must be scared for your sister. Don't fear. I know you will be welcome to stay with us, Ford. We're running too." He smiled as though he was holding back emotion and simply nodded in gratitude. Jasty suddenly smiled and snickered. Ford questioned her with his intensive look. She whispered, "Just think of Mrs. Sandlin's face when she knew you picked me up, the slave girl that turned her husband's head in her stolen carriage." The thought made Ford smile a little, but the seriousness of his situation didn't allow the humor to hold up the sides of his mouth for long. The wagon arrived to a long entrance to a small abandoned farmhouse. The weary group began to unload the goods they brought with them. Abagbe and Ayo warily carried Master Duncan to the house. Chevy noticed a potato sack lying under the dickey box. He grabbed the end and worked to lift it. He heard metal banging together. Looking up, Chevy called for Ford to help him. Chevy said, "I don't remember anyone from our group bringing this heavy sack with them on our escape." Ford scratched his head and suggested, It might have been in the wagon when I took it from the side of the road. I did hear the metal as I went over rough road. Both men struggled to carry the heavy sack as they walked it into the farmhouse and placed it on the work table in the kitchen. Chevy opened the bag and said, "Gold candlesticks, coins, bracelets, necklaces, rings, brooches, pocket watches, silver forks, knives, and spoons. These belong to the Stone Plantation." "Ford, where did you get this wagon?" He replied, "It was sitting by the grass in the forest not 500 feet from the Stone Plantation entrance. The team was restless until they recognized my voice. I calmed them and guided them out of the forest." Chevy asked, "So, this wagon is a Sandling's wagon?" Ford asserted, "I know it is. I took care of all their carriages and wagons. I'm familiar with the horses. I sat in the dickey box and held the reins." Chevy ran to find Abagbe. He relayed the information Ford had given him. Abagbe nodded and said, "Ayo confirmed with me it was the Sandling's oldest son that came into the tunnel. I heard Mr. Sandling tell Duncan that some day the land on which he now owns would be Sandling land. They must be stealing from their southern brothers to come back and buy up the abandoned homes from the government. The gold is proof." Mrs. Stone came over to see what the men were huddled over. She gasped, "Praise God, he has delivered us. Duncan didn't get the greater part of our gold coins because he was shot. I shoved as much as I could in my pockets. It was then I discovered he was shot. We will use this gold to sustain us." Chevy said, "Madam, it was Mr. Sandling and his son that chased us from our home. The wagon Ford took was near our home. Ford recognized it as the wagon and the team of the Sandlings. They're not only robbing us, but our southern brothers. There's more gold here than you had in the main house." Estelle cried, "If it was gold he wanted, why did he shoot my Duncan? Only God knows. I can tell you, the Sandlings' God is gold, and power is their worship. Do not get between a man and his religion of greed, or you will become the enemy. Greedy men will always justify evil for their own reward," Ayo proclaimed. Mrs. Stone cried again, "Then it is justice that we keep this gold as a form of restitution." Abagbe said, "It is not restitution if the enemy you don't forgive. This is your gold now. It is a gift from God." The group turned toward the sound of moaning. Duncan was finally awake. Estelle darted to his side. The others gathered around the two. Duncan was pale. He muttered, "Water." The men looked at each other and immediately looked for water. Camille had already searched for the pump and came running with a cup of cold water. Ayo helped him into a sitting position, holding the wound with a firm hand to protect from bleeding. Duncan slowly muttered out, "I knew it was the Sandling boy. It was my fault he shot me. I went back to the kitchen for Diana's dolly. He saw me through the kitchen door. He chased me into the tunnel, and I'm sorry. The Sandlings have become a plague. I give my desire for justice to God, and I forgive my neighbor. I know now we will be blessed," Estelle declared. Camille called out, "Supper! Sit, let us eat." We brought loaves of bread and dried meat. They blessed and passed the loaves. After all, they were filled. Abagbe checked Duncan's wound. He declared it's healing. The coarse horsehair is working well. Ford left with Abagbe to unhitch the team and get them settled in a small barn behind the home. Nellie, Abagbe's wife, began to sing while the family settled in. They were comforted to have nearly made it to Tennessee by nightfall. Nathan, Ford, and Chevy ventured out, found little but more supplies from nearby abandoned homes. Dustin stopped reading the book as Grace handed him one of the letters to read. He asked her to take a turn reading within earshot of Tim.
Dear Nathan, to spare the sacred experience of being terribly overrun with my own emotions and a terribly immature perspective, I chose to write the story of Ebenezer as though I was a friend of the family who knew intimate details. I have a great need to release an urgent feeling that tells me I must share more with you. I feel it is upon my shoulders to declare the change that came upon us in the valley of the desert, the hardships that befell us, that would not have appeared to society man to be worth our transformation, the change that enveloped us, even in the moment we arrived in the Western Valley, was worth leaving our beloved home, suffering the ravages of war, poverty, and losing dear ones on the trek. The very thought of the future of our family, without having found the most precious above all things, shakes me to the very center. I must declare the miracle in detail that we have found truth to sustain us for all eternity. Oh, my dear brother, you must have felt it when you were here. I know your heart was yearning for home. But home is here with the family, not in Ebenezer. We love and miss you. I will continue to send you word of our experiences here. I have sent you what I have so far, but I will write more of my narrative through letters for you to read for your future children with Miss Fanny Young. You told me when you left East with Fanny, you were traveling back to Ebenezer. I did tell Father as you asked, and he told the family. We decided if you would like to tell her family, a letter to them would be best. We would like to maintain civility with your wife's family, as now we continue to be the center of gossip and pity. I appreciated the letter that you sent from an outpost in Springfield, Georgia. I could tell it had not been written in your hand. So please thank Fanny for the gracious time she took to pen the letter. We all have been eager to hear what had become of our friends and neighbors, and of course the Sandlings. Father was not surprised to hear of Mr. Sandling being shot to death wearing a Union uniform after stripping his own home of his fortune to hide it like any other Southerner. However, the lack of knowledge by the rest of the family as to the location of any gold or valuables that would sustain them may be the cause of Mrs. Sandling having taken ill to her bed. The news Michael Sandling secretly married his girl and is the master, and she is the mistress of the house, warmed my heart. I would imagine poverty would be a joy for them to bear together. Eliza Jane, his sister of 16 years, will try to run the house, but without servants, she will soon learn the life of work. Father will be sad to hear Michael will have to struggle, but I can hear him say, "Justice is for the Lord to give, and will give it far worse than our own imaginations, and to the saving of their souls." Please write of your safety and love again soon. Oh, Nathan, how I miss you. I am quite envious of you enjoying our childhood home. I feel comfort when I imagine you there with a beautiful wife and children. Tell me the grass is green and the apples are more plentiful than the lizards. Entertain me with the descriptions of the trees in the fog. Tell me, is my room the way I left it? Is the castor field growing? Are the silkworms yet alive? If not, what will you farm? Oh, how I imagine our home frozen in time, waiting for our return. I must admit, my heart is here, especially now. I'm to train with a midwife and a doctor. As soon as the school is set up, I will finish my education. Fanny's father is grieved you two are gone. Her mother is pained she will not return. The congregation has declared all to include you and Fanny in our fasts and prayers, whether or not it yields your return. I know you, Nathan. You are a good man. I know you will cherish her and give her a good life on the stone plantation. You both have our love and blessings. There is more to say. I have resolutions about the contention you experienced on the journey. If you knew the details I have learned, you and Fanny might return. Your leaving has made you look guilty, though the truth will set you free. Alas, Ebenezer may have already cast its enchantments upon you, while we continually pray for your heart to return to us. I am sad that there is no wealth there for you since Mr. Sandling has taken it. I wish you safety and peace. God bless you, Nathan and Fanny. I love you so. Please write soon. Sarah Beth Stone. Chapter 15. The Vanquishing of the Curse of Coveting Stones. Grace finished reading the letter from Sarah Beth and looked over at Dustin. He was looking into Tim's room. She followed his line of sight to see Tim sitting up in his bed with a grimace on his face. Dustin knew he had heard the reading of the letter. He stood up and walked into his room. Dustin asked, "Tim, are you okay? Do you need anything?" He replied, "Yes, Dustin, you know what I need." With a puzzled look, Dustin asked, "Would you tell me anyway?" Tim continued, "I need you to help me break this curse." "What curse, Tim?" asked Dustin. Tim continued, "I have had a powerful contempt for all things stone. There must be a curse of the Stone family to have the Sandling as enemies. Why has my family always tried to take away what your family has, when we have had more to begin with? I must have been under this curse to turn into such a terrible friend and become a criminal." Tim used his blanket to wipe his face. A beautiful hand offered him a box of Kleenex from the opposite side of the bed. Tim nodded in gratitude to Grace for the kind gesture. Dustin chose his words carefully and said, "We cannot pursue happiness, Tim. It is not a focused acquisition for something we tell ourselves we need or that will make us happy. It is when we tell ourselves, 'I'll be happy when I have this or do that,' that would turn happiness into a focused acquisition instead of the simple act of being content and grateful for what we have now. Unfortunately, it's the carrot on the stick in front of the donkey scenario. He keeps walking, hoping to eat it, but he will never reach it. When we think happiness is something gained, we will always have a carrot just within reach, and happiness will never come. There is always something for which to be grateful. We need nothing but to reflect on our blessings to be content. When we're grateful for what we have, everything we have is enough. I think we have forgotten, but Thanksgiving is tomorrow. And what better way to celebrate than to commit ourselves to be grateful?" Tim let his head drop back against the headboard of his bed heavily. He looked as though Dustin's words hit him in an epiphany. Tim replied, "That's it. You are right. The Stone family must have always been content with what they had already had. You appeared to have so much more than me because you were always happy. I wanted to feel the way you look like you felt all the time. I assumed it was what you did or had or wore. The story you read helped me see the Stones were happy people. They use their money and lives to give freedom and to help relieve the suffering of others. I can never have that kind of joy unless I change what my heart wants. My ancestors had more than most, and yet they wanted to take from others to have more for themselves. How do I begin to break the curse of coveting stones?" Grace said, "I think you should know we forgive you. I forgive you. I feel more sorry for what I did to you. Ben, I feel sorry for what you did to me. Sometimes I think about that day in your room and I have to forgive you all over again. But I do tell myself that I hurt you worse. I truly believe giving you forgiveness will give me peace, whether or not it helps you change. Oh, Grace, after what I did to you, you could have killed me and it would have been in self-defense. Don't get me wrong, you can handle yourself with great precision. It's indisputable that you can put a hurting on a man. But I have believed myself to be the victim that day. But I started it. I started it all. My pride, my lust, my greed drove me to covet everything you had, Dustin. Tim choked out. Dustin smiled, put his arm on Tim's shoulder, and declared, "You are my friend, and I forgive you, Tim. If you could stop trying to take away my home and my girl, it would make it so much easier." Dustin looked at him with a wink and a cheesy smile. Tim lightly punched Dustin in the arm and said in a humorous submission, "Oh, okay. I guess since I'm already rich, I could give up the idea of having the gold. You figured out I bought your mortgage?" Dustin interjected, "Yes, about that." Tim interrupted, I wish I could afford to forgive the note, but I can change the terms to include 0 interest and calculate what you honestly owe. You can even pay it off early. Since you're rich and all, I wouldn't mind. Now that I understand I have no claim on the gold, the Sandlings put it there, but our personal fortune was confiscated. No, the gold should belong to the Stones, for all the trouble we've caused your family now and, well, a few 100 years. I'll make sure the county police department know we are no longer enemies. I am confident some have gone rogue, but I will weed them out." Tim couldn't help but look back and forth at Dustin and Grace. He looked at Grace an uncomfortably long while. Tim turned to Dustin, smiled wide, and asked, "I wonder, since I'm retracting my claim on the gold and all my persecutions, and I want to be your new church buddy, would you at least let me end up with the girl?" Dustin threw his head back and laughed, then declared, "I'd rather give you all the gold." Grace had an embarrassed look on her face and shook her head, rolling her eyes. Tim submitted, "Deal!" He laughed at the worried look in Dustin's eyes. "No, buddy, I'm joking. I'm done with the curse of coveting stones, and you two saved my life twice, and I don't want to push my luck. I want to be content with what I have," Tim resolved. Grace whispered, "Tim, your life from here will be the envy of many. You already have a woman and a baby girl who love you. The change in your heart will only let you see that you are a rich man beyond money." Tim nodded and remained quiet as his thoughts ran away with his attention. George woke, stood up from the recliner, and walked in begging, "I apologize for my inattentiveness. Are you well, Master Timothy?" "I am, Bells. I truly am. My childhood friend and his fiancée has saved my life twice, despite the fact I haven't been kind at all to them. I felt something powerful come over me in the mines. I think I found God, Mr. Bells. I think I found God," Tim replied. Mr. Bells asked, "I hope you will be continuing to feel it, sir. If I may interject, is there anything I could do for the master this very early morning?" Tim looked at Dustin, then turned to look at Grace. Tim nodded his head and said, "Yes, I believe there is something you can do. Call the best wedding planner in Springfield. We have a big wedding to plan. Oh, and Mr. Bells, let him know the venue is the Sandlin Plantation. What a better way to bridge the wall between Sandlins and the Stones than to throw a wedding? Who knows? Maybe we can have a double wedding. It's about time I settle down and have a Mrs. Sandlin. Dustin and Grace's faces were stuck in shock of his enthusiastic and generous offer. "Thank you!" exclaimed Grace. Mr. Bells replied, "Mister, it is after midnight. Today is Thanksgiving Day. I hope you will permit me to postpone the phone call for a wedding planner until Friday." Dustin replied, "Let's get you better first, Tim. I want to marry Grace so badly that I would marry her in the tunnel tomorrow, but I can't imagine a more beautiful venue than the grand Sandlin Plantation." "You two think about it. Would you at least allow me to host Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow? Or today?" Tim yawned. He added, "I need to get some sleep, but I'd like to know more about this god of yours later today, say 7? "Dustin, I have a question or two to ask you later." Dustin nodded. He and Grace said their goodbyes and walked outside to leave. Grace slowed her pace and stood standing by the driver's side of her Mustang. She turned to Dustin and said, "Do you think it's possible that the Sandlings keep persecuting the Stones because of a curse?" Dustin suggested, "But what is a curse but something lived until it's overcome or broken? Maybe the Sandlings of the past were not able to break their curse, and it took the modern-day Sandlings and the Stones working together, saving each other to do it. I, too, wonder when it started. We should take a look at those letters from Sarah Beth Stone. They might have the answer." Grace said, "Or they could lead to more questions. What then?" Dustin put his arms around Grace and kissed her softly. He stated, "Then we will just have to kiss and make up." Grace replied, "I'm not kissing him. I don't really know if we can trust him yet. I am both cautious and flattered that he wants to host the wedding. Honestly, I want to be married in a church by a man of God. The fact that he said that God of yours makes me feel like he is still not ready to accept God. I'm not sure I want him in charge of our wedding." Dustin retorted, "I also share your concerns, but if we marry here, it just might bridge the gaps between our families. You know, break the curse. Let him make restitution so we can all be friends again." Grace looked down. Dustin lifted up her chin and kissed her again. He added, "Think about it, okay?" She sleepily nodded. Grace suggested, "We need to get some sleep. Grammy should be ready to come home today or tomorrow, and we have some important stories to read to her." Dustin agreed. "Yes, and I hope it gives her the peace she needs." They left the grand Sandling Plantation and drove beyond all the nagging ghosts of the past and pulled into the possibilities of the future onto the lane of the sacred Ebenezer Plantation. The morning light was soon to be upon them, and the day promised questions and answers, regardless of the promises of the day could grant. Grace slept away the morning. The abrupt ringing of the phone prompted her hand to angrily shut off her alarm clock. The continued ringing woke her further to pick up the phone. She muttered out, "Hello?" The enthusiastic voice pleaded for her presence immediately. "I don't want to tell you exactly why you need to come, but it'll be worth it. I promise," Tim said. She woke further. "Tim? What did you say?" Grace asked. He repeated, "I said you need to come right over. It's very important." With a deep sigh, she mumbled, All right. I'll be over as soon as I can. I was still sleeping, so just a minute." Did you call Dustin yet?" "No, just you. Don't tell him. I want it to be a surprise," Tim suggested. Her curiosity gave her blood energy. She dressed and grabbed a banana and a water for the road. She arrived quicker than Tim expected her. He was drinking a Coke and standing outside leaning on a cane waiting for her. "It's about time, you slowpoke," Tim teased. "What is it, Tim? I can't believe you're out of bed. What is so important?" Grace demanded while deliberately not looking him in the eyes. "Now, settle down, Grace. I'm sure I woke you, but what I'm about to show you woke me this morning. So come this way." Tim led her around the house and stooped under the porch of the first slave house. He pointed and said, "Look." Grace got on her hands and knees and peered under the porch. The light barely illuminated the movement of many little critters. Tim shined his flashlight on the movement to reveal 10 little Rottweiler Doberman puppies. Tim said, "Looks like we need to have a shotgun wedding." "Look at them! Oh, can I hold one?" Grace enthusiastically squealed. Tim responded, "I think so, but if Jaws growls, you'll have to wait." "Jaws, huh? I hate to ask why you named her that," she stated. Grace reached her hand in and petted Jaws. She scratched her ears and petted her coat down her back. "Let's bring Jaws some food and water. She probably needs it," Grace suggested. Tim brought her to the pet pantry and helped her retrieve the food and water. Grace positioned the bowls within the reach of Jaws's mouth. She immediately drank most of the bowl of water before eating a few bites of the food. While Jaws was pleasantly occupied, Grace chose a stray puppy headed away from its mother. She brought it close to her to keep it warm. Tim watched Grace with a bright smile. "Oh, his little eyes are closed. How precious they are. When do you think they were born?" Grace asked, avoiding looking at Tim in the face. I know they were born less than an hour ago. She was making a fuss. I had opened my balcony door for some fresh air, and I heard her whining. I decided not to wake up Mr. Bells and came to check on her. I watched as she birthed the last 4. Tim answered. Grace kissed the top of the head of the hairless pup. Jaws sniffed her in her direction and began to whine. Grace placed the pup where he could actively take part in the milk feast with his brothers and sisters. Tim and Grace remained on their knees, watching the darling brood. "Well, this explains where Boss goes when he runs down the lane. Why didn't you want to tell Dustin? He would love this," Grace prodded. "I wanted to see how you felt about having one as a peace offering. I mean, now that we're all officially canine family and all. You'll have to wait until they're weaned, of course," Tim explained. Grace smiled, watching the puppies, a smile of relief and joy. Dustin and I would love to keep one," Grace emphatically answered, looking at him in the eyes. "Well, keep it a secret if you can. I'm sure after they start running around and he comes for his daily visit, he will discover them. But I just wanted to make sure that you were okay, so when I presented one to him, I'll be able to tell him he has your blessing," Tim clarified. "Oh, Tim, he is going to melt. All he wants is to be your dearest friend again. This will make his heart so happy," Grace beamed. Tim watched closely Grace's reaction to his thoughtful idea. "I like this. This feels good," Tim mumbled. Grace asked, "What do you mean?" "Giving. I mean, I don't give unless I want something in return," Tim said. Grace fumed, but turned her head so Tim would not see she was on to him. Tim continued, "This time, what I want is for Dustin to be happy. I want to see the both of you happy. I owe him kindness now." Grace's face softened. She looked at him and smiled, then turned to look at the puppies again. An awkward silence persisted. "Grace," Tim quietly called her name. She looked at him. His face was sullen and serious. "All manipulation and games aside, when we were together, I think, you are the most amazing and beautiful woman I had ever met," Tim whispered. Grace's face fell to show her uncomfortable feelings. He continued, No, Grace. I'm not trying to rekindle anything here. I just want you to know if things were different, I would have sincerely tried my darndest to make you Mrs. Sandling. I mean, any girl with a Mustang like that must want... Must want what? You? You knew I was with Dustin, and you used me to hurt him, and then assaulted me. You tried to kill us. We saved your life. I can't claim to have saved your life twice, because sincerely, if I didn't believe in God, I would never have prayed for you with complete forgiveness in my heart. Honestly, I've forgiven you, but I don't know how I can give you my trust as easily. But it was God who saved you the second time. He saved you. I would hope after all of this, you would realize you are alive because of God, Grace scolded. Whoa, whoa there. He turned his head to gain composure and continued. Grace, I was going to say, any girl with a Mustang like that must want a big parking garage. It was a joke. I just wanted you to know that you're a great woman and that you made me want to be better. I was just going to say you're the kind of girl that makes a sinner want to be a praying man. In my own stupid way, I was just trying to say I respect you now. I'm sorry. It's my fault you feel defensive. I see you don't trust me. I deserve that. I'm sorry, apologized Tim. Oh, Tim, I have forgiven you, but I guess I don't trust you yet, admitted Grace. She continued, I better get going home. Thank you for showing me the puppies, and I think it would be a darling gift to have one. I'm sure Dustin will be over soon. Grace whirled around to the sound of Dustin's voice. Hey, you two, Dustin yelled from across the lawn. Grace started jogging towards him as to keep him a distance away from the puppies. Dustin, why are you here? Yelled Grace. She started walking him toward the direction of her car. Dustin replied, I came to check on Tim as I always do. Why are you here? I got an early morning phone call with an idea of a great wedding gift, Grace stated. Dustin looked puzzled and asked, Oh, why didn't he call me? Grace laughed and said, It was a surprise, and a good one. It's something that will bring us all together. Tim's energy was still low. He finally caught up to Dustin, giving him a hug. Grace patted his back and said, Thank you for calling me. I'm going to get home and get some work done, but I'll see you later. She jogged to her car and promptly left. Wow, that must be a good gift. You got her locked up tight, Dustin teased. Tim laughed and replied, You'll find out soon enough, buddy. So, what are we studying today? More scriptures? Are there any more letters from the past? Yes, there are many. Grace is going to type them out. The pages are fragile. I still have them in my truck from yesterday, but I'll go grab them. I was going to read some more to Grammy today. She is feeling better, Dustin replied. Mr. Bells approached the two men in the front yard with a tray of 2 lemonade-filled glasses. Did I hear Iris is doing better? Questioned Mr. Bells. Yes, she is. I'm going to go visit her in a little while. I just came to check on Timothy and read scriptures or letters with him. Dustin proposed, looking at Tim with a quizzical face. I would love to do both, encouraged Tim. Well, then both we shall read, exclaimed Dustin. The men slipped inside to Tim's room and sat with their lemonade and breakfast. Dustin asked, So what is the present idea? Tim scolded, No, I already said it was a surprise, but what date is the wedding? Oh, well, we keep saying soon, but we don't have a date, Dustin stated. Oh, no wonder Grace is so nervous about where you are. Dustin, set the date. Buy her a ring, demanded Tim. He added, I got it. Propose again, this time with a ring. Dustin yelled, A ring! I completely forgot about a ring. I'll work on it. Dustin stared off into his runaway thoughts. He added, "Actually, I would like to go and come back another time. I feel I owe it to Grace to act on this today. Would you mind? I still want to come over tonight with Grace for Thanksgiving." Tim nodded as Dustin rose and disappeared out of sight. Dustin drove to the hospital to visit Grammy. She was moved to a regular room since her condition was no longer critical. Grammy was sleeping. Dustin moved the chair to her bedside. The loud screech of the chair's legs against the tile woke her.
"Dustin, you scared me half to death. What are you doing?" she said grumpily.
"I'm so sorry to startle you. I do have some stories to share with you about your ancestors. Grace heard you mumbling about your father dying, saying if you fix it, you will understand. Well, I wonder, did your father die in the room you stay in now?"
"Yes, he did. Like me, he was too frail to take all those stairs up and down," Grammy whispered.
Dustin continued, "Well, Grace went into your room and there was a squeaky board on the floor, and she remembered what you said and tried to fix the board. She found a cypress box under the floor. In the box was a self-bound book and a bunch of letters underneath. The book was written by Sarah Beth Stone. It looks like the entire story of our family from the time they left Ebenezer. The letters are to her brother Nathan, who came back to Ebenezer with a wife. And you know he stayed since he's your great-great-grandfather, but—" Grammy whispered, "Read, Dustin, read everything to me." He began at the beginning and read the legend and continued past the point where he had read with Grace. He read, "They left for Kentucky within a week after Duncan had been up and walking. The long, hard days avoiding violence and plundering in the travel to Kentucky, Duncan had received medical treatment from a real doctor in Tennessee without suffering from infection from the gunshot. He attributed it to a bag-based knowledge of healing plants. Duncan was able to speak with the Union officer in charge of Tennessee about the Sandlings impersonating Union soldiers in Georgia. The officer promised he was sending additional troops to Springfield and Ebenezer within a few days. The officer assured Duncan that he was sending an order to check upon the status of the war in that area anyway. The officer held out and cupped his right hand. Duncan looked down at it and realized he was demanding payment for the act expected. He reached down in his pocket and pulled out a $3 coin and placed it in the cupped hand. The officer promised that when he received word, he would forward the information to Duncan as soon as possible. He retrieved the address of the officer and shoved it in his pocket with the commitment to send him an address as soon as he obtained one. The Stones and a bag-based family rented a farmhouse together on the west side of the state. The Barber Plantation had been raided and the family was gone. The Union takeover of Kentucky had forced many residents out of their homes and further west. There were great mobs of racial violence disturbing the dreams of all the slaves who were emancipated. The South was a place of succession still. The racial violence was constant and getting worse the deeper south one would travel. Duncan would, out of necessity, go into town alone to trade and buy goods. He would often come across a tree where a body of a black man or woman hung. Duncan never received word on the safety of returning to Ebenezer from the Tennessee officer. He knew there would be rebels still roaming and pillaging the homes of the South. He talked with the local sheriff from time to time about the conditions of the South as a whole. The news of Georgia was always worse than what they experienced living in Kentucky, but Duncan saw the violence of his new state beginning to equal the news. It became necessary to make plans to leave. The news of the unrest in Georgia had discouraged their hope to ever return to Ebenezer. Winter, both in temperature and resources, deprived them of Christmas presents, but not spirit. February 1865 brought news that President Abraham Lincoln signed the document abolishing slavery. It was soon ratified by 27 states, later became what we know as the 13th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. The families forged a stronger hope that the amendment would finally end the violence in the South, despite the already failing martial law. A few months later, on the 14th of April, 1865, President Lincoln was attending the play Our American Cousin at the Ford Theater in Washington, D.C. John Wilkes Booth shot him in the back of the head while sitting next to Martha. As soon as Duncan heard the news, it erased any hope or desire to ever return to Georgia. He and Abagbe realized it would take many years for the violence and racial unrest to calm. They chose to move their families as soon as possible from Kentucky to distance themselves from the aggression. The two men sent letters to friends in various parts of the Union states to find places that were better suited to their beliefs and desires for peace. Abagbe received a letter from his brother Marshall Bain, who was known in Africa as Kumene. Marshall Kumene became a brother upon saving Abagbe from the whipping chain of a slave ship captain. Marshall and Abagbe rode next to each other when they came over the slave ship. Henrietta Maria. Abagbe was singing an African spiritual song, which was custom to sing in times of sorrow, to elicit the power of God for help. The more the storm would rage, the louder Abagbe would sing. When the slave captain began to run downstairs of the swaying ship, Marshall put his hand on Abagbe's mouth, silenced him, then abruptly replaced his hand to the rowing motion of the oar. The captain then rang the bell, bearing the name of the ship, to wake and draw the attention of the slaves. He threatened the whipping chain, which often caused death, to those who would dare sing. Since that time, Marshall and Abagbe were sworn brothers. Wherever Marshall is, Abagbe would want to be. Marshall declared to Abagbe that the New England states were more settled in morality than that of the South. He enticed Abagbe and his entire family to move to the orchards of Concord, Massachusetts. The Alcott family, who owned the property, had several acres of orchards called Orchard House, and was looking for workers. There were a few homes nearby where they could live, and the community was all Christian. Abagbe was considering a separation from the family stone and travel to the Orchard House. When he relayed the news to Duncan, there were many tears. The pain of separation was too much between the families. Abagbe vowed that they would stay with the Stone family indefinitely. Duncan and his family received word from a former Dutch plantation owner, Christian de Visser, that the large settlement in the West was a promising place where Christianity was alive, and every man had his large portion of land. The last few years, the settlement had been seated in violence with black Indians. Christian said the unrest had settled and a treaty was in progress. Having traveled the many months west himself, Christian warned him that the travel in the late spring to early summer was the best for mortality. It was not an easy journey, but many have planted and built along the way to offer travelers food and refuge. Most likely they would find wagon trains and hand carts traveling west in the spring that would be welcome for safety in numbers. There was no doubt to the number of supplies that would be needed to purchase. It was important that if they decided to go, they would need to save all the gold they had left just for supplies. Duncan and Abagbe decided unanimously that there was land to be had and farmed, and the West was as good a place as any for a man to raise a family in peace. They forged ahead, preparing to leave in just a few short months. The late spring was a tough time to buy supplies. Both families prepared together. They shared the burden of poverty to save the gold for the trip west. Abagbe bought 400 pounds of flour per person and a few extra items of clothing, blankets, shoes, medicine, salt, sugar, and beans to share on their long journey with the paper money that was left between them. Duncan managed to talk to a few other families into going west together before the Stone family and their friends began their journey. Duncan received a letter from the captain, whom he had given a $3 coin for information about Ebenezer. There was word that there had been Southerners dressing up as Union soldiers and pillaging fellow Southerners. When the letter was written, no one had yet been caught. The army was looking for a group that was causing such fear among the residents. The Confederate army put out a decree. Those who are caught pillaging their own Southern countrymen would be shot. Duncan prepared to go west with his family, but hoped he would receive good news of hope to return to Ebenezer. The letter confirmed his feelings to go west. His heart longed for home. The Stones and the Bagbase family decided to part Tennessee for the West. Mid-April 1865. Each step that separated Duncan from the South suspended his memory of Ebenezer as though it had never changed by the destruction of war. It was in his mind timeless, perfect, and pristine. The family were alone on the trail until they reached an outpost in Iowa. There, a group of settlers selling their advice for the journey and instructed Duncan by the mercantile as to where to find the trail west. The old settler exclaimed, "You better get all you need at each town because you never know when you will find purchasable goods again. The trail is a long, lonely one. There are possibly 2 places to stop and purchase goods from New York to the west, and where you stand is the last one." Duncan swallowed hard and said, "I thank you for your information. Do you know how often people come through here to go west?" The old settler said, "I see people use this trail all throughout the spring and the beginning of summer, but after that will get you caught in the snowy jaws of the mountains before you find civilization again. You aren't experienced, are you?" Duncan shook his head. The old settler stuck out his hand and shook it and said, "I'll check your supplies to see if you have everything you will need. How many's in your group?" Duncan asked. "My family has 20. Do you know of anyone leaving soon out west?" He questioned. "If you want, I was going to leave in a few days. I was waiting, but I can help you. I've been west and back 3 times. This is my last time going. I would like to receive payment for my services and in advance." Duncan asked, "How much?" The old settler answered, "First, my name is Gabe Nettle. I have safely guided many that traveled with me, but I'd like to have more numbers. Can you wait a bit? I know of a group coming up from Missouri to take this trail. It's the best known trail, and them Injuns do trade with me for my pelts, gold and white beans. We're going to need to bring extra for them to have safe passage. Let me go with you to the mercantile, and I'll help you with your supplies." Duncan asked, "Gabe, Mr. Nettle, how much?" Gabe cleared his throat and sighed. "I need a pound of gold." Duncan did not blink, and he said, "I wonder why so much." Gabe replied, "I think once we get down the trail about 1,000 miles, you'll wonder why I didn't ask for more." Duncan said, "I thank you for agreeing to take us. If you're as good as they say, it will be worth it. You'll have the gold the day we leave together." Gabe nodded and asked, "I'll check your supplies, and then we'll go to the mercantile together to get what you need. Where can I find you when my group arrives?" Duncan asked, "Is it safe to stay behind the church in our wagons, or is there a place where we can refresh our horses?" Gabe whispered, "There's a pond down yonder from the church, about 100 yards behind the pines. You can water there, and you'll want to keep your horses tied up close by and sleep in your wagon on your supplies. Keep a loaded weapon of choice close by. The church is the best spot. The drunkards don't like walking by the church any time of day. Currently, the town has been quiet, except for those who are coming up to load up before the trail. People get desperate on the trail when supplies are low. If you have the room and money, Buy as much food as you can. Tell the others what they need. Get 'em ready. We should leave in a day or two." He and Duncan spent hours getting more supplies to take west. Duncan drove one of the wagons he purchased to the mercantile to pick up his supplies, which included guns and ammunition. He kept his family tucked away with the other wagons around the corner behind the church. They spent another hour organizing the load between their 4 wagons. Dustin asked, "Grammy, do you want me to keep reading?" "It's too much, Dustin. I have not had joy this full since you told me you were going to marry Grace," Dustin exclaimed. "Grace? I should let her know that you're feeling better," Grammy asked.
"When are you going to marry her, Dustin? I'm not getting any younger. You have some of the gold. You should have plenty to get her a ring," Dustin asked.
"I wonder if you would consider letting me give Grace your ring, the one that Grandpa got you from his mother to give to you, the one you keep in your top drawer. I found it when I packed your bag for the hospital. I've seen it there before, years ago."
Grammy squealed. "Oh, I didn't think you'd want that."
"I would be proud to pass that to you and Grace," Dustin stated. "Then I will ask her again to marry me and give her the ring. Would you believe Tim suggested I propose again with the ring?"
Grammy smiled. "It's about time that boy came to his senses. When I get out of here, I'm going to have him over for dinner.
I'm tired now. Run home, Dustin.
Tell me all about your proposal later.
But do something nice, Dustin. Don't just ask her.
Get her flowers. Have a picnic or something. Take her somewhere special.
And take her there in the future when you're having a fight, so you can remember that you do really love each other.
Oh, Dustin,
tell her she has always felt like family to me." Dustin couldn't help but smile from the warmth of her love and adorable encouragement. He replied, "Oh, Grammy, thank you. I love you so much. I can't believe I found someone who's very much like you. I'm so happy. We're supposed to go to Tim's house tonight for Thanksgiving dinner, and I'm going to miss your cooking, Grammy." Grammy sighed.
"Oh, I'm glad I won't have to cook this time. I really am tired. Give everyone my love. I'll be okay. Don't worry, I'm feeling better."
Dustin kissed her forehead and headed home. Grace was cleaning up the kitchen after some guests checked out of the bed and breakfast. Dustin walked in the back door to the kitchen. Grace turned to him and exclaimed, "Oh, I expected you to be gone longer today."
"Well, I have something important to do,"
he said with a warm smile. She turned her back to rinse a baking dish in the sink. "How is Grammy?" Grace questioned. Dustin had disappeared around the corner. She continued cleaning. He came up from behind and wrapped his arms around her when she was rinsing a dish. She didn't see him, and she was startled. "Dustin! Oh, you scared me half to death," she panted. He turned her around and said, "I love you, Grace. You need to know I'm so proud of you. I sometimes don't feel worthy of you." Grace replied, "Oh, you're worthy all right." "I love you, Dustin." She hugged him and continued, "Do you want to take a nap before we go to dinner?" Dustin said, "I am tired. Let's go a little before 7. Dustin's phone rang and he answered. "Hello? Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you for calling." Grace asked, "Well, who was that?" Dustin replied, "It was Mr. Bells. He said the master wants us to dress formal for the occasion. Are you up to it?" Grace said, "Yeah, but first I think I'm going to need that nap." Chapter 16. Thanksgiving Stones. The white grand sandling plantation stood out among the fall colors. The coolness in the air caught and spread the smell of burning leaves. Dustin and Grace arrived together in the truck, which was promptly parked by the valet. Grace was wearing the old Civil War dress she had worn to the ball. Dustin was wearing his Colonel Rock uniform. They walked together into the side entrance and was led to the grand ballroom. The decorations and flowers were fall-themed. Upon entering, they saw the small, exclusive group. Everyone was seated at their own table on two sides of the room, with an aisle up the center. The master of the house sat at a long rectangular table at the front. Mr. Bells led Dustin and Grace to the two empty chairs next to him. They sat down. Grace whispered to Dustin, "Why are we here at the front with Tim? Who are these people? Do you know them?" Dustin whispered back, "I don't know. I don't know, and no." Tim jumped up from his seat, steadying himself with a cane, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, our guests of honor have arrived." Grace leaned into Dustin and asked, "Guests of honor? What is going on?" They smiled shyly and waved to the crowd. Tim continued, "I want to introduce Dustin and Grace. Dustin was my best friend growing up here in Georgia. He also has a plantation of his own. Grace, his fiancée. She's a Yank turned Confederate from Colorado. They're engaged to be married. They did not know in advance that they are guests of honor." The audience clapped and some whistled. Tim spoke louder. "Y'all might remember this lovely lady as my girlfriend for a time." Grace looked at Dustin with concern. Tim continued, "I did not treat her well. She taught me a lesson about love and forgiveness that I will never forget. Dustin and Grace together saved my life twice. The second time, I was in peril. They didn't have the power to save me, but they had the love and faith to call upon God to do it. It was evident to me that I was brought back to life by God from a faithful, forgiving prayer given by Grace, someone I had treated very poorly. Since that time, I have changed my way of thinking. I realized I've been living a selfish life. I decided to turn to God. I have already been baptized, but I didn't live the way I was supposed to be, being a Christian. Dustin and Grace showed me by example what that looks like, so I want to thank them this evening in dedicating this Thanksgiving Day event in their honor." The crowd clapped and cheered. Tim announced, "Okay, the Thanksgiving buffet will start with the tables in the back. Then the tables of honor will go last. Thank you, everyone. Please begin." Dustin turned to Tim and said, "Tim, thank you for your kind words. You didn't have to do all this for us. We were happy just to see you at peace with God." Tim replied, "Don't worry about it, Dustin. It gives me pleasure. In fact, I called the county clerk today. Yes, I know it's a holiday, but she doesn't mind helping a feller out. I got you and Grace a marriage license. I called the pastor at the church you go to and asked him to join us this evening. Do you see him sitting over there?" Dustin nodded. Grace's eyes grew big. Tim continued, "So, if you want, you two can get hitched on Thanksgiving Day right here, right now." Dustin's mouth dropped open and looked at Grace, then at Tim. "Tim, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but a wedding is something personal, and we would want our family to be here, and Grace was going to make her own wedding dress. I don't think—" Tim interrupted Dustin by pointing to the back of the room. Mr. Bells pushed a wheelchair with Grammy in it toward them at the front table. Dustin exclaimed, "Grammy, you're here! Are you okay?" She answered in a quiet voice,
I wouldn't miss this day even if I were dead."
Tim clapped his hands and pointed to the servant at the side door. The door opened to reveal a group of people who were then asked to join the group. Entering the ballroom walked Ron Ball and his wife and kids, waving at Dustin and Grace. Julie and Karen followed them with their families, also waving. The group sat at empty tables in the front of the room by the podium, facing Dustin and Grace's table with Tim. Tim called to Mr. Bells to the main table and asked him to bring out the wedding cake. A moment later, Chef Sean wheeled in a 5-foot-tall white wedding cake with fall flowers cascading down from the top. Grammy clapped her hands and laughed. Chef Sean stopped the cake table next to the buffet he had facilitated with his company. Grace grabbed Dustin's hand and pulled him over to the chef. She hugged him and said, "Thank you, Chef Sean. How am I ever to properly thank you? You make me feel as though my grandmother is here with me, and the cake, it's gorgeous." Dustin agreed and said,
"Chef, I don't know how you did all this on what was probably short notice, but thank you for all your efforts."
Dustin grabbed Chef's hand and shook it with both of his. Chef brought out his handkerchief and wiped his face and said, "I feel as though my life is illuminated with love because of both of you. I am as happy as it were me getting married today." Grace beamed and hugged Chef again. Tim walked over to Dustin and Grace and said,
"Now that everyone is here, we can get you two dressed and ready."
Tim clapped and pointed to Mr. Bells to open an adjoining room to the ballroom to reveal a room full of wedding dresses. Tim turned to Grace and said,
"Beautiful Grace, please feel free to choose any dress you like. It's my gift. When you are ready, our lady's maid Jeannie from the bridal shop will let us know when you're ready, and the music announcing your wedding will begin. Now run along."
Grace looked at Dustin and began to cry again. Dustin pulled her aside and asked,
"Do you want to do this now? Are you ready? We can wait if you'd like to plan this yourself."
Grace could hardly get out the words. "I'm shocked, surprised, and I had no idea this was coming. I would love to marry you tonight, Dustin. I'm not baptized yet, but I promise I will be."
Dustin exclaimed, "We will have you baptized soon, Grace. Don't you worry. Tonight, let's get married."
Grace nodded. Dustin's face brightened as he realized they were getting married. He grabbed her around the waist and spun her around. He set her down gently and watched as she walked to the dresses, looking back at Dustin with happy tears in her eyes. Tim came up to Dustin and said,
"Well, buddy, it looks like you are the luckiest man on earth. I have a black tux if you'd like to change out of your regimens."
Dustin's face brightened as he exclaimed,
"I would love to change, thank you. Tim, you really outdid yourself tonight."
Tim exclaimed,
"I owe you so much more. Now you go enjoy your wedding. Mr. Bells will show you to the room where you can change. I'll have a servant get Grammy a plate of dinner." Grammy said, "Dustin, enjoy this moment. This is what's called redemption. I love you. Now go."
Dustin walked away with Mr. Bells. As soon as he and Grace had left the room, the orchestra began to play love songs. The guests ate Thanksgiving dinner while the bride and groom readied themselves for their wedding. Mr. Bells led Dustin back into the room. He was wearing a black tux with a white shirt and a black bow tie. Tim stood next to him by the preacher stand that was placed in front of the main table for all to see. Tim leaned over and said,
Oh, by the way, there's a video crew and a photographer here as well. Keep smiling, buddy. I thought of everything.
Grace, with the help of her lady's maid Jeanie, was still trying on dresses. A woman with a camera came into the room and started to take pictures. Grace tried on the third dress, and as she came out from behind the dressing area, the photographer began to take pictures. Grace walked over to a floor-length mirror and began to cry. Jeanie said,
Grace, you know what this means.
Grace replied, I do. Jeanie laughed and said, Exactly. Jeanie helped Grace freshen up her makeup and her hair. She walked to the door and signaled to Tim that Grace was ready. Tim signaled everyone to rise and cued the orchestra to play the wedding march. Tim suddenly leaned over and asked Dustin, Oh, good grief. I forgot to ask you who you wanted to give Grace away. Well, in place of her father. Dustin asked, Would you mind terribly if Mr. Bells did the honor? I think Grace would love that. Tim smiled and nodded. He stepped back to the table and asked Mr. Bells, who promptly walked to the back of the room by the bridal door. Everyone was in place. Tim nodded to Mr. Bells, and he opened the door. Grace was radiant in an Italian lace mermaid-style dress with a long lace train and a veil that matched its length. Her hair was smoothly pinned up in waves and cascaded down on the left side. The dark contrast of her hair was offset by her red lipstick. Dustin's eyes were locked on to his bride. His face beamed light and joy. Grace, likewise, was looking at Dustin with a beautiful smile and a radiant countenance. Grammy cried as she watched the beautiful procession of the bride and Mr. Bells. Grace took Dustin's arm, and they faced the pastor together. Pastor Chad began. Dear friends and family, on this very special day of Thanksgiving, we are privileged to see the joining in marriage of Dustin and Grace. This beautiful couple is the greatest example of Christ-like love I have ever heard of. Their example of forgiveness and service to others will bless their union. Before I continue, would either of you like to say anything to each other? Dustin nodded and said, I have been thinking about how quickly our relationship has progressed and that most people would never get married this fast, yet I cannot wait. I'm so thankful to Tim for putting this together. I wanted to tell you everything that you have seen from me has been genuine, Grace. I am who you have seen. I haven't pretended with you. Every day from here on out, you will see the same man, full of love for God and all mankind. I will be the same principled man, sacrificing himself for the protection, love, and care of those he loves the most. So, if you have been having second thoughts or feelings of insecurity about me, I want you to know I am constant. There is no hidden side of me. I do commit to becoming better with time. I vow to love and protect you with all of my heart, no matter what. You are my treasure. You are my gold. And I love you, Grace, darling, with all of my heart, and I always will. I cannot live in this world without you, so marry me. Just say yes. Grace nodded and said, Yes, Dustin, you are my dream man. I couldn't make up and write a better man than you. You've taught me about being a true believer and a woman of faith. You've breathed in new life into me. I constantly think about the fact that if your truck did not break down by my house, we wouldn't be here together today. God put us together. He knew we needed each other. God has shown me miracles since I met you. You are my miracle, Dustin, and I love you so very much. Pastor Chad said, Well said. Do you have the ring? Dustin declared, I do. I do have the ring. This ring has been in my family for a few generations. Grammy wanted you to have it, Grace. I was gonna propose again tonight, so I put it in my pocket. She wanted you to know you've always felt like family to her. I thought you might like the ring that my matriarchs have worn when they were in love. Grace held out her hand and said, It's the most perfect ring I could have ever picked for myself. There is no other ring more beautiful or more meaningful than this one. I am so honored, Dustin. He slipped it on her left ring finger. He gawked that it fit perfectly. She continued, Dustin, I don't have a ring for you. Grammy was wheeled up next to Grace. Grammy said, This ring belonged to Dustin's father, my son. I was told about this evening, and I had Mr. Bells grab it from my jewelry box. My son would be proud if Dustin were to have it. He is the spitting image of his father and his grandfather, my husband. Grace bent down and kissed Grammy on the cheek and said, Oh, I love you, Grammy, thank you. I accept this ring with all my heart. Grace put the ring on Dustin's finger. It was a little too big, but perfect, all at the same time. The pastor asked, Do you, Dustin Stone, take Grace Darling to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, keeping yourself only unto her until death do you part? Dustin replied, Yes, I do. The pastor asked Grace, Do you, Grace Darling, take Dustin Stone to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, keeping yourself only unto him until death do you part? Grace replied, Yes, I do, with all of my heart. The pastor replied, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Dustin Stone. Groom, you may kiss the bride. The guests stood up, clapping and calling out congratulatory cheers. Grammy came up to them and congratulated them. Tim walked up and shook Dustin's hand and hugged him. He bent down and gave Grace a hug and a platonic kiss on the cheek. The guests began to crowd in a procession line to congratulate in person the happy couple. Tim stood next to Mr. and Mrs. Stone, thanking all the guests for giving up their Thanksgiving at home to join them in this rare event. Julie and Karen hugged the couple and introduced their families. Soon after, Dustin reached for Ron's hand and then pulled him in for a long hug. Grace hugged Ron's wife and shook the hands of their boys. Ron exclaimed, Congratulations, my friend, you did it! You solved the mystery of your persecution. You healed the rift and saved everybody. I want to introduce you to my lovely wife, Carla, and two of my younger kids, Joseph and Jared. Dustin looked at Ron's family and exclaimed, It is such a great joy to meet you. I wouldn't be here today if it were not for Ron. Let me explain. Dustin had a longing in his heart and shifted his eyes to Grace, then back to Ron and his family, and continued, I believe God facilitated everything. We were just smart enough to listen and followed his lead. If it were not for Ron, we would be dead and our enemy lost. So many of the people here in this small group were a big part of the miracle of our wedding day, from saving our lives to being our friend when we needed one. Our former enemy, Tim, arranged and foot the bill for all that we are enjoying today. He let go of what he searched for most of his life to give others something better. I have to tell you that saving Tim over and over saved us. If anything, we're different. I might not be enjoying the happiness we have today. We thank God, and we thank God for you, Ron." Ron teared up and shook Dustin's hand again and hugged Grace. Ron choked out, "I believe I was following the Lord's lead to protect and save. It was a great pleasure to be a part of it. My family and I will be in town for the week. We'd like to come and see you in a few days and help you get out some more gold and give my wife a tour of a real historic plantation." Grace, looking at Dustin, exclaimed, "We would love for you to come and stay with us. Bring your family over the day after tomorrow." Dustin nodded. Ron agreed. They all hugged again, and the family moved on to the buffet table. Dustin and Grace moved through the small company in a short 20 minutes. Mr. Bells tapped on a crystal glass to silence the room. He announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the couple's first dance as man and wife." The orchestra played music. "Can I Have This Dance" by Anne Murray. Grace held her dress with one hand, and the other held Dustin's hand. Dustin held Grace around her waist, and they danced gracefully around the center of the room. Their eyes were only on each other, as if no one else existed. Dustin asked, "So, how are you feeling, Mrs. Stone?" Grace replied, "Oh, say it again." Dustin asked again, "So, how are you feeling, Mrs. Stone?" Grace answered, "I'm floating on a cloud. I'm the happiest I've ever been. How are you, darling husband?" Dustin asked, "Please, would you say it again?" Grace repeated, "How are you, my darling husband?" Dustin said, "Oh, Grace, I can't believe we're actually married. Tim has surprised us. I am in awe at his kindness." Grace agreed. The music faded and Tim came up to the couple. Tim asked, "Can I have this dance with Mrs. Stone, my best friend's wife?" Grace answered, "Yes, I would be honored." Dustin sat down at the main table next to Grammy. He was given a plate of food. His eyes were on his beautiful bride. Dustin watched her dance with Tim and was pleased to take in the scene. Grace turned to Tim and said, "Thank you, Tim. I'm so very surprised and pleased at your kindness. I had no idea. Very late last night, or early this morning, when you told Mr. Bells to call the wedding planner, that you planned for tonight. So, thank you. You have made my dreams come true tonight." Tim replied, "Well, it wasn't easy getting Ron and his family here in time, but everyone else was easy. Making your dreams come true is what I've always wanted to hear. I was thinking, why put off marriage for tomorrow when you can get hitched today? Besides, you were miserable, both of you. You needed to seal the deal. I knew I could do it, so I did. Simple. I owe you two everything. I've never died before, and it would appear I have twice this month, so you two saved me both times. I can't get over it. I want to love someone that much. I want to sacrifice for love." Grace said, "You do know that Jesus sacrificed himself because of love. He loved his Father so much that he offered up his life to save God's other children. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him will not die, but have eternal life." I want to tell you something personal. When I was sleeping after our long night, I had a recollection of my death experience, and I'm not sure what it means, but I'm determined to be a better man, Tim confessed. Grace asked, "What do you remember?" Tim gazed off to the right and said, "Well, much like we have all heard that there is a light, there was a light. It was so bright. I put my hand up to see if by shielding it, I could see other things, and I couldn't. Soon I began to hear a voice. It said, "You are mine. Be mine." The light became fog, and I could see through it. I was standing on the knoll of my plantation, and I could see children playing, and what I thought was their mother. I felt love for her. She had red hair. It wasn't Dee. My heart longed to be with them, and I was determined to find her. Do you think it's okay for me to find my red-haired love? Do you think it's okay to be a father to the children and just financially give support to Dee for the children? Do you think I have to marry her? Grace said, "I think you're entangled with Dee. She loves you, but you can't marry somebody you don't love. I can say if I did not love Dustin, I could not have married him tonight. I believe now that you have turned your heart to God and He gave you that experience. He's telling you what He has in store for you. Maybe the children were her children with someone else and she's a widow or divorced. Or maybe the children are yours. Do you know any redheads?" Tim replied quickly, "Yes, in fact, I know who she is. I was in love with this girl, and I still am. She went away to college, but she kept writing me, and I stopped because I didn't feel worthy of her, and I felt she could do better. I think that's what made me bitter. It's my broken heart." Grace asked, "How could you break your own heart?" Like I said, I wanted her to have better," Tim confessed. Grace said, "That is sacrificing for love, Tim. You've had it in you the whole time. You just needed to wake up to the fact that you can be a worthy husband and father if you choose it. You should talk to Dee. Square up with your fatherly visits and financial obligations. Then go after your redhead. Does she have a name?" Tim closed his eyes in reverence to say it. "Sarah Richards." Grace smiled and resolutely said, "You should at the very least try to find her and talk to her." Tim looked at Grace directly in the eyes and said, "I promise you I will. I'm nervous and I feel knots in my stomach. How can I recommend myself after my past behavior? She won't want me. My history with Dee and the Stone family? I'm a no-good loser." "Take it back, Timothy Garrett Sandling. You stop this right now. God gave you your life back. He gave you that vision of your future. Do not slap away the hand that is giving you a second chance. Continue in the man you are today. Take care of Dee and the kids. Be kind to others and hunger and thirst to be the man she would want. When I write stories, I've noticed in order to marry a champion, you must be a champion first. Dustin and I will help you." Dustin ran up to Grace and Tim, having seen Grace speaking as though she was angry. Grace's eyes brightened. She let go of Tim and hugged and kissed her husband. Dustin asked, "Is everything all right here?" Tim answered, "Grace was just correcting me. I needed it." Grace explained, "He called himself a loser." Dustin said, "Tim, you are no loser. You have made me feel as though I have my dear old friend back, and I know you have a great future ahead of you because God brought you back to life. I wouldn't trifle with His choice. In fact, you can most likely trust that He knows you will be the man you were meant to become now that you have eyes to see and ears to hear His word." "Oh, Dustin, thank you. I'm going to take Grace's advice and make things right with the people in my life, learn more from you about living the way I should as a believer, and then I'm gonna go find Sarah Richards." Dustin exclaimed, "I remember Sarah. I thought for sure you two would end up together. Have you found her yet?" Tim shook his head no and asked, "How do I begin?" Grace said, "Can I begin with dinner? I'm starving." Tim hugged Dustin and Grace. They walked over to the buffet and retrieved their own dinner. The hour was filled with lively conversation and reminiscing with Tim. All the guests offered gifts and congratulations to celebrate the happy union. Tim asked Mr. Bells to push the cart of gifts next to the cake while Dustin and Grace positioned themselves to cut the cake. Grace exclaimed, "I'm standing 2 feet away, and it smells so delicious." Dustin placed Grace's hand on the knife and held her hand as she directed the cutting of the cake. They each took a small piece and gently fed each other the moist vanilla mousse buttercream cake. The guests clapped since they didn't destroy their cake on each other's faces. Dustin and Grace kissed. The photographer took wedding photos of the couple in the hallway where the lighting was better. Grammy joined them when the couple's pictures were done. They entered back into the ballroom. Dustin motioned for Tim to come over. Dustin asked, "Tim, could we impose upon you to box up these gifts and let us take them home instead of opening them up here? It's after 10 and, well, it is our wedding night." Tim grabbed both of Dustin's shoulders and said, "Done. You two get out of here. I'll host the guests as long as they would like to stay. At least till 11. I love you guys. It has been an honor to host your wedding. I wish you two all the happiness in the world. You deserve it. Now go." Dustin and Grace hugged Tim and thanked him again. They walked over to Grammy and kissed her. Mr. Bells assured them he would watch over her in one of the guest rooms in the Sandling Plantation, since he would be up late taking care of the remains of the day. Dustin noticed the joy on Grammy's face. It brought warmth to his heart. Mr. Bells added, "I'll pick up your clothing and bring them to you when I bring Iris home tomorrow. If you would like to just leave in your wedding clothes." Dustin exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful. Thank you." Grace grabbed Dustin's hand and drug him out the door as he waved goodbye to all the guests. The valet brought the truck under the carport. They had tied cans and streamers with a sign that said, "Just Married," attached to the tailgate. Grace laughed as Dustin picked her up and put her in the truck, wedding gown, train, and all. Dustin started the truck and drove out from under the carport and onto the road. They laughed as they heard the cans clanking against the driveway. As they spun around to enter the main road, Dustin spotted the Doberman standing on the knoll watching him drive away. He exclaimed, "Hey, that Doberman isn't fat anymore." Grace said, "You better call Tim, Dustin. Here, I'll dial. You drive." She put the phone on speaker and Tim answered. Grace stated, "So, Tim, Dustin saw your Doberman and he's confused as to how she lost weight since yesterday. Do you want to tell him?" Dustin whispered, "Tell me what?" Tim exclaimed, "Boss is a daddy. I want to offer you a pup." Dustin laughed and loudly said, "I can't believe it. That old rascal Boss. I would love to have one. Thank you, Tim. Is this the gift that will bring our families together?" Tim said, "Yes, but I see now that we are already joining the minute you saved my life, and you have suffered to save me. Thank you so much for giving me a second chance. You two go off and have a great laugh together. We'll talk to you in a few days. We'll take care of Grammy. She will have Mr. Bell's constant attention." Dustin agreed. "I am sure of it. Thank you again, Tim. I couldn't imagine a better wedding day on Thanksgiving. I'm so grateful. See you in a few days, buddy. We'll talk more about finding Sarah together." Tim answered, "Aw, thanks, buddy." "See you, Grace." Grace replied, "See ya. Bye, Tim. Thank you." Grace put the phone back in the ashtray where Dustin had it. She scooted closer to Dustin and gently placed her head on his shoulder. They arrived back at the stone plantation quickly. Dustin pulled up to the front door and picked up Grace out of the truck and carried her over the threshold of the front door. He kept going, carrying her up the stairs and into his room and placed her on his bed. He took off his jacket and laid it on the back of the fireplace couch, then sat next to Grace on his bed. Dustin asked, "So, Mrs. Stone, would you mind if we honeymooned in my room this evening?" Grace said, "I would love to, at least for tonight. Maybe my room tomorrow?" Dustin declared, "This is our room, and the other is also our room. This is our home, and this is just the beginning of our lives together. Who knows, maybe soon we could hear little footsteps running down the hall during a storm, asking us to sleep with us in here." Grace laughed. "I see where you're going with this. I'm excited to have children with you, Dustin. I'm so happy just to be your wife. But having babies with you will bring us so much joy." Dustin kissed her. Grace fell back onto the pillow. He cuddled up close and kissed her head and held her close. Grace turned to him and asked, "How are we going to make a tapestry that describes our adventure in the tunnel to add to this one your ancestors made?" Dustin said, "Tapestry? I think it's called a book. You should write about everything, Grace. By the way, our adventure just started. We don't even know a quarter of what happened to our ancestors here. We need to read the book Sarah Beth wrote, and all the letters, too." Grace exclaimed, "Let's read another day, Dustin, okay? Today has been a very long day. I will never forget it. I want to spend the rest of my strength tonight loving you as a wife loves her husband." Dustin cried out, "Amen!" Dustin turned on a small lamp by the fireplace and shut off the bright light just over his bed. His tux was tossed over the couch with a laced wedding dress entangled with it, topped off with a veil. High heels and men's dress shoes lay on top of one another in a pile by the couch. The plantation house was quiet. An owl hooted over the sounds of multiple frogs croaking from the nearby river. The Ebenezer Plantation had redeemed its enemy as a beloved friend. The curse of coveting stones was broken. Though the past was not yet fully known, and questions go unanswered, one thing was clear. The stones will not stumble, but face all things together with love and God.